everyone. We continue day 2 of our deliberations for the long-term plan, 24 through 34. Today, we're starting on column 2 of the agenda from yesterday. So the first up, we've got matters for community guidance, Sheffield Pool, economic development and digital solutions. I just want to say thank you for all the conversations yesterday and the way that the meeting was conducted and all the diverse views put across within the room. We went round anti-clockwise yesterday, and so we'll continue with the next speaker being first going round that way, but we'll just change the order of second, third, fourth speakers and run that round clockwise this time so that you're not speaking after the or before exactly the same person that you were yesterday. So Sophie will be first and then Elizabeth as we step around the room. But after Sophie speaks this morning on Sheffield Pool, Phil will be the second speaker and Lydia working around the room that way. It'll all become clear after we do the first one. Concentric circles. So Jen, back to you and to James and Denise at the top of the table. Thank you.
Good morning. So for Sheffield Pool, James and Denise will take you through.
Sorry, Jen, I'll just also say, as we begin today, obviously there was lots of long discussions yesterday on things that needed some in-depth unpacking. Today, there's a range of items that are being raised, and not all of them carry that same level of weight or necessarily the same need for the depth of conversation. So as we move through the agenda, if we find ourselves in a place where actually after the first couple of people have spoken, everyone else is feeling like we are in agreement with the direction that has been suggested to us, then we will just move to a conversation by exception to the report rather than speaking through line by line of the report. But we can discuss that further at morning tea or lunchtime depending on how we make our way through the agenda today. So, Jen.
Good morning. I'll leave you in the hands of James and Denise to take you through Sheffield Pool.
Good morning, everyone. Look, it's great to be able to talk to you about Sheffield Pool and the consultation that happened as part of that. I think essentially we went out to the community with, should we close the Sheffield Memorial Pool or shall we retain it? And we got some really good feedback as part of the consultation. 61% or just over 61% of respondents signalled that closure of the pool was the best way forward. However, as part of the consultation, we did see a lot of really good feedback that signalled other ways forward. I think there was some feedback around a collaborative approach where council and community would work together, but by far and away the largest amount of feedback was around transferring the asset back to community. I guess for staff, it was challenging to understand potentially what community looked like and what the group or entity or trust or incorporated society at the other end of that might be. So we've been able to do some quick work and identify some, especially one potential party that's interested in retaining the pool and operating the pool. I think as part of that, we've really had to look at some of the intricacies around the asset and how it's structured. There's 4 parcels of land. The 2 parcels of council land are relatively easy because we already own them. There's a dock easement, which is relatively easily transferable, but still would need to be worked through. And there's another parcel of land that's in private ownership. At the moment, the direction we've received from some of the investigations we've had with legal is that we could treat that essentially that part of the land as continuation of use, and no one would actually have to go and buy it, council or another entity, to continue using that site. So that's just some of the background and some of the conversations that have happened. I think in support of closure, we had a lot of communication back around it is a small, it's a large investment for a small number of people. That there's obviously the recent upgrade of Darfield Pool not that far away, that other schools and other parts of the country and district have to travel to school to use pools. There was some neutral feedback around more targeted and more local consultation. And then additionally, those opposed were really signalling that transition, the memorial status of the pool, and that the lack of maintenance and the lack of engagement with the community previously has led to this sort of decision potentially occurring. So that's the sort of things we heard. In terms of recommendations moving forward, there's 4 recommendations up there. The staff recommendations are that we begin targeted consultation with the community around potential divestment of the facility to a community-run legal entity. That we would keep the pool open and operating under the existing operating model, which is Selwyn District Council lifeguards, for the 24-25 season. I think for that to occur, obviously we've put down the financial impact, that there's some financial implications there, $65,000 a year for that to occur, but it's only for the first year. If there's no arrangement being able to be met with a local community entity, we would proceed with decommissioning the pool. And we've put a time frame on that as the 30th of June 2025. And at the moment, we would hold demolition costs should that occur. So if we can't get that transition to occur, we just have to hold the demolition costs in budget so that we could start to decommission the pool. Some considerations. There was the Sheffield School, as you would have heard, have investigated looking at their own pool. That was deemed to be cost prohibitive. So I think they were looking at between $1 to $1.3 million to put a pool on their site. The pool that they were proposing on their site was fairly large and was almost a like-for-like replacement of the Sheffield pool. At the moment, there's also just to be clear, there's no funds allocated to the transfer in terms of what another entity would use to operate. So there's no operating grant in any budget to be transferred across. So that's where we're at with Sheffield Pool in a nutshell. Happy to take any questions and comments.
Thanks for that, James. Sophie.
Yeah, thank you very much for taking a lot of those comments on board, because there are definitely some very passionate people about this pool. And yeah, I'm going to support this recommendation just because in the scheme of things, the impact on community trust and everything else, if we don't give them a chance to realistically look into those options, if they come out with, okay, it's not as simple as we thought it might be. And I think there's a few of them who are actually quite on top of the fact that it's not a simple operation. But it probably does need a bit more time to actually work through that. And if they manage to pull the bunny out of the hat, then good on them. But yeah, we need to give them that chance. So thanks.
Thanks, Sophie. Phil.
Yeah, I'm same. I have a question. Just wanted to say, I wonder whether we need to make it more specific in the staff recommendations, not wanting to put words in staff mouth, of course, but about that there is no money for OPEX as we go forward. And I just wanted to clarify one thing. In the financial impact here, you said that the budget for the LTP, which is to close the Sheffield pool, is for asset write-off, legal fees and demolition costs. This money would not be available to transfer to the community as proposed by some of the submitters. I think that just is something that we need to specifically draw the community's attention to, that it's not what the submitters were saying. They were saying, take the 290, give us the 290, give us the pool, but your recommendation doesn't say that. I guess you can read into that if we do manage to get an agreement by 30th of June 2025, that some of the demolition costs that we won't be spending on demolition may be available to that community. But that's not actually saying that either, is it? So just
That's correct. So the asset write-off and the legal costs will be essentially incurred either way. So there's that money, instead of the legal transfer, for example, instead of putting that into shutting down the site and potentially selling that on, it'll be used as part of the transfer. The asset write-off would still occur because it'll be not owned by council anymore. At the moment, we're signalling that we'd hold the demolition costs just as a safeguard in terms of keeping that. We don't want the asset to fail or the transition to fail and then have no money to do the demolition. So at the moment, that's the stance we're taking as a staff, and that would be the staff recommendation.
I suspect that the community is going to say, but we need the money up front to help us to actually set up the entity or whatever it is to actually do it. But I think that I support your stand here, is that If we're going to end up with them unable to come up with anything by your date, which I think is a fair date, it's 1 year out from now, then we need to hold those demolition costs because we will need that for the demolition.
Yes.
So I support it as it is written here. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Lydia.
I have a couple of questions. Just point one, this triggers our significance and engagement policy, and that's why we have to go out for targeted consultation.
Yeah. So we have signalled that we are consulting on keeping the pool open or shutting the pool. We haven't been consulting on the transfer of asset to another entity. So yes, we'd need to go out for consultation again.
Okay. And I guess there's a few things around this, and I definitely support this being transferred to the community. And when we talk about an entity, there's already an entity formed and existing that is willing to take this on and run this operation. And I guess there's an expectation from the community that there would be some contribution towards either repair of the pool tub or OPEX costs. The voice to me that council took over the operation of this pool and didn't invest in the maintenance of the tub, and they see that there's an obligation to come together and partner on that. And I guess, yeah, it's that perceived obligation that council was to maintain their community asset. I think about, you know, looking forward, our strategic partnerships, we spend thousands of dollars on strategic partnerships, and I just wonder why we couldn't do a sinking lid type approach for the operation of this pool, say over 3 years, to allow the community continuity to get up and running. You know, it's the same thing as a strategic partnership. It's a community outcome, and our community has an expectation from council. And I guess there's a social license around demolishing a community facility and an RSA memorial pool. And when we talk about the land titles, just for clarity, the other land title that is unknown was cancelled in 1889. It's very historic. It's purchased in England and a deceased estate. And the other land was vested in Melbourne County Council in 1954. Look, at the end of the day, I support the staff recommendation, but I'd like to see a sinking lid type approach to some OPEX costs in there.
Okay, I mean, I'll take that as noted. I think that there would be one thing probably to circle back around, and that was in the aquatic facilities plan that if a pool was, a community pool was seen to need significant investment, that closure was going to be proposed, especially the underutilised or low utilisation pools. Sheffield Pool was deemed as one of those, so it identified the core pools being Selwyn Aquatic Centre, Darfield and Southbridge as the core pools for investment moving forward, and that's what was agreed at the time back in 2017. So I guess even in 2017 we were already signalling that there'd be no further investment into those facilities. Having said that, that might be part of the consultation moving forward, but that's not part of the recommendation in terms of funding transferred across at this stage. But happy to take the advice of other councils.
And are you able to tell me what the demolition cost component is?
Yes, I think it's mentioned somewhere else in this document, $160,000.
Oh, look, I think at the end of the day, the community wants this back, and I think we should just give it to them. Yeah.
Thanks, Lydia. James, there are a couple of other things Lydia raised around the RSA memorial status, sorry, of the pool. Do you want to just talk to that, and also the need for targeted consultation? and not just being able to be responsive to some pretty, 2 months of pretty intense conversation with the community on this particular topic, and then being able to be responsive to the feedback that we received without it being the initial proposal. Like, can you tell us why we need to go back out again?
Yeah, sure. In terms of the memorial status of the pool, it's a challenging one. I think as we've looked through, there is no official memorial status as part of any of our Selwyn District Council plans. However, it was definitely constructed with memorial money from the government. So that was almost, it appears, done in a more general sense because of the funding received from the government, and the actual memorial is on the cenotaph down the road. I think if demolition was to occur or be proposed as part of this in more solid terms, or a recommendation, we'd obviously need to talk more with RSA about how that looks and what we do with that site moving forward. So that's currently where we sit at the moment. It's still fairly blurry in terms of exactly what the status of that site is, but it's certainly not doesn't have names or anything listed on the plinth or anything like that at the moment. Sorry, the other question, Sam?
The need for further consultation. We've just done a lot of consultation. All of Selwyn's told us their views. We're in the middle of trying to understand that. What's the need for a further conversation on it?
Yeah, certainly that was the legal opinion that I received, was that actually we've really only consulted on 2 options, which is close or open, not progress down an asset transfer to a local community entity, which may trigger other. We may be setting other precedents. We may be going down quite a different avenue with that. So it's quite a different approach than either open or closed. That said, we can move on it fairly quickly. I don't think it needs to be out for months on end. It could be a relatively short turnaround. But yeah, I could take further advice on how far and wide that has to go.
Yeah, I think the community should be able to take this pool back, but when they take the pool back, they take back the liability of the OPEX. Pools are expensive to run, as we know, when you look at what it costs us to run what we have in this community. Having been involved in them myself and done something similar for a 10-year period of time, the community needs to go into this knowing that things will need to be done. It will leak, and it will probably leak again once they fixed it, because that's what old pools of this nature do. But I agree with the recommendations here. Let the community take it on.
Thanks, Malcolm. Shane?
Morena tātou, kia ora koutou. Just firstly acknowledging all of the 1,518 submitters and those that submitted in person, the high level of emotion and attachment to the facility. But I think point 3 gives a clear indication to the submitters and to the council there that really that is the end, is 30th of June. We've got a demolition date there. So the decision really isn't around if, but when. Keeping it open, is the 65k already budgeted to keep it open for this period? So that's already in the budget?
It's not budgeted per se for keeping the pool open, but we can reallocate other budget to keep that working.
And if the community are ready for it, they've got the organisation to take it on, then we could end that conversation today really and make a decision on that, if that's what I'm hearing. Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Bob?
Yeah, I'd like to do it as recommended by staff, but I agree with Lydia in some states that maybe there could be some funding, seed funding them, whether that's through another organisation or whatever, but probably just to get it up and running for them.
Thanks, Bob. Deborah?
So as I'm reading this, by choosing not to close the pool, we're actually going to be saving 290,000 minus the 65k that's going to cost to run. So the positive is that for this LTP, we've actually found some savings if we hand it back to the community. The other issue that I'd like to bring forth is with regards to other school pools that we don't fund, we don't run. They have their own system. They may come to us, I think, under our council policy, that they can apply for some funding with regards to their operational costs. And we have very, very few school pools left in our district. And those that are currently being managed are being managed what I would call to a high standard, because basically, please tell me whether we've had any reported major incidences in any of our school pools in the last 10, 15 years reported to us with regards to near misses or deaths, with regards to that, and how a school pool is actually run, and where the PTA actually allow the school to utilise with the community a key system. So looking at that system, I would like to see that the school hopefully pick up the issue that, and looking at it as a school system, that will actually save us 65,000 as well, because currently those other pools that we have that have to apply for funding, they're not being funded at 65k a year. I can't see it on this document, so that's why I'm assuming that they're not. So I think if we need clarity, we need a policy on what we're going to fund for school pools and what we're not. We need to view that policy and we need to upgrade it. But at the moment, I'm going to agree with what's here, but I'm really hoping that the school and the community can take over this pool and manage it, given that part of the land is actually private land as well with regards to the ownership. So that's my comment.
In terms of the incidents, we don't get any reports back from schools around any incidents that happen on MOE sites, pool or otherwise. In terms of the 24-25 season and saving that $65,000, Selwyn District Council would still be the PCBU on the existing site. So it would be challenging to get the school to operate that site and separate ourselves from any risk for a season. Especially given the fact that it's a high risk pool with the diving board and deep water, I would suggest that might be a challenging way forward and present quite a high risk profile to council. So I think the $65,000 to lifeguard the pool for one more season is probably the money better spent to keep everyone as safe as possible and to reduce the risk to council.
Thanks, James. Deborah, you raised that if we follow the staff's recommendation, we'll be saving money. I don't think we are, from what we consulted on, because we're keeping all the money that we had in the consultation document just in case for future years. So the budgets remain unchanged following the staff's recommendation. James, is that right?
Yeah, we're essentially keeping exactly the same costs until such time as the consultation or the transfer to a community-run legal entity is sorted.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Graham.
And James, could you just confirm how many swims there were last year there? Out of my mind, 1,400. Does that sound right?
Last year, actually, the community rallied around it. There was over 4,000 visits to that swimming pool.
4,000.
Yeah. The previous season, I believe there was roughly 2,000, roughly the same the year before.
$32.50 a swim. I think the trouble is we're getting a bit confused around strategy and execution, because this is an outcome of our swimming pool strategy. We decided, as you say, 3 years ago, we were going to concentrate on Southbridge, Ralston and Darfield as our 3 swimming pools for the areas. And this is a logical outcome. It raises high emotion, the way these things always do. And it's always going to be when you decide to close something down. The challenge for that pool particularly is it's in the wrong place. It's the infrastructure is outdated and failing. If you read the engineer's report, even the engineer's report from the Sheffield community raises quite significant concerns about the tank and the costs to remediate. So while it might feel nice and have rose-tinted glasses, say let's give it to the community, I think the community is going to find that it's a significant cost to remediate and actually run. And whereas the demand the demand I heard from the community was mainly school kids. It's not safe to walk the school kids from the school to the site because it's over a major state highway. It's better to focus on the future, on a future fit for purpose facility on the school site from a community perspective, in my view, than to try and rescue an outdated, outmoded facility which is not going to be in the community's interest. I don't support spending another 65,000. If you recall, we spent another 65,000 last year to hold over 1 year to get to the LTP. So we will have put 130,000 in as a holding pattern, and I don't support that. I think that's wasteful spending. If there was going to be any allowance to the community at all, it would be they would take over immediately this season, and that 65,000 could be used to assist them in the transition. That would make more sense, but I would strongly suggest to the community they use that 65,000 towards building a pool at the school site, rather than try and remediate a site that's beyond its use. On a cost basis, I'm not sure why we would spend 160,000 demolishing it. You know, I think a lower cost option is to back trucks up, fill it with shingle, and leave it as it is. I mean, there's a building there, it's perfectly serviceable. Leave it. Why knock it right to the ground, take everything away? Doesn't seem to make any sense to me. So I don't support reopening it this year. I think you're only postponing the inevitable. If there's demand there, we get straight into it. We ascertain if there is demand there, and we say, okay, it's there this season if you want it. If not, that's it.
Thanks, Grant. Nicole.
I agree with Grant, actually. This is a conversation that we've been having for some time about this pool, and so here is the option that they can take it on or whatever. I mean, we've been talking about this for quite some time. So yeah, I support what Grant said going forward.
Thanks. James, can you talk about, like, why can't we just do it now and next season it's theirs, we get rid of the 60k cost? Grant's right, we've talked about this for 18 months now and we wish we'd done it last year. Why can't we have that conversation 2024?
Sorry, hopefully that's better. It's about giving the community enough time to get ready to operate it. I suppose if we make the decision now that it's to transfer back, that was the main driver behind it, is just around timing.
And you don't think that, 6 months till November if it was to open show weekend is enough time to sort out a key system, figure out some volunteers over the summer to run the pool quality work? Like, it's just not enough time.
Yeah. In terms of transferring asset over, that's probably going to take a little bit of time as well. Land and things like that as well. So yeah, it would be very, very tight to be able to achieve it by then. The other option potentially available would be not to run anything this season and transfer it back the following season. Just provide us with more time and not spend the 65,000. But there's essentially no pool then for a season as a transition.
Were you intending that could be part of the consultation with the community under number one?
No, because I was intending that consultation to probably take a little bit longer in terms of probably starting in the next 2 months, running for a month and then closing off.
Okay, on now. Sorry. James, can you just remind me what the costing was that you anticipated to line the pool initially when you were looking through that?
just to line the pool, it was to essentially rebuild a pool tub inside the tub and reline, as well as working through re-earthing the metal fittings and replacing the metal fittings in the pool, and strengthening some of the surrounding pool areas. That initial cost was $870,000 from ACOM. That didn't include any driveway or land improvements to the access. So that's where the $1 million figure came through from, the additional work that would be required for that.
I imagine for $1 million you could build a pretty nice pool.
The quote from that the school received was $1.3 million for a pool, yes.
Yeah. So I guess this is where the reality kind of bites for me, is that even if we were, and I absolutely support the community having the involvement here, and I appreciated the submissions, but my concern is, even if we were to give them what they asked for, is it plausible and is it really the best use of their time and their efforts if it's 1.3 to build a pool across the road? Now, the 1.3, having heard from the school principal that the Taitapu pool wasn't sufficient, he wanted a pool big enough for swimming sports, which is his once-a-year event. Given that, is the 1.3 million pool big enough for what the school was wanting as well?
From my understanding, the pool that the school were looking at was fairly large and deep, so they wanted deep water as part of that. I think even in the hearing submission, they mentioned the fact they wanted to look at playing underwater hockey and things in that facility. So it was essentially a sub-district, what we'd call a sub-district facility, like a Darfield replica facility just down the road from an existing facility.
Yeah, I guess I have, I'm pretty torn with those concepts. And so to be honest, I almost want to wait until there's consultation with the community. Or do you feel there's been enough consultation with the community in terms of whether that actually is really the best outcome for the money and the best value? Because going forward, as Grant's pointed out, it really isn't the best position for the investment into that pool. The school would be a better site, but it seems like the school's incredibly ambitious and potentially, in my view, unrealistic about what would be the best outcome for them. And as you've stated, Darfield is where the money should be putting into those bigger pools. So the concept of a small pool like Taitapu, I would completely support assisting the school with that. But the grandiose system, I just feel is out of our league.
So, James, I guess the key question there is, does begin targeted consultation with the community include with the school? And that will then be the result of one if it eventuates.
Yeah, the school would certainly be a key part of that, but I think we'd target that consultation back down to transferring the existing asset to another entity rather than starting this whole thing again and saying, right, we're looking at an investment back into the community. What does that look like? We've had that conversation well and truly, I think. Just for context, Sam and I actually engaged with the school 2 or 3 years ago about the potential donation of existing plant asset across to the pool, across to the school for them to build their own facility. And that's perhaps where that concept came from. But yeah, I agree with your points around the size and scale of the pool is probably a little more larger than it needs to be, just to get kids to learn to swim and to splash around. Yes.
Great. So we've got 4 recommendations in front of us. If there's a mover and second, we'll take them each individually, as we did yesterday, and then move through. Lydia, you moving?
Can I propose a 0.5?
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to propose a 0.5 that states council provides sinking lid funding of 2015 and 10K towards the entity for operational costs of the pool. I see that, I'm looking at our strategic partnerships and what we spend there, $230,000 to community groups a year. 40k in the scheme of what we've been approving isn't unreasonable, I don't think.
Can you just say what your request is again, just so we can put it on the screen and everyone can see it, and just say it slowly enough so Jen can write it?
Yeah, cool. That council provide funding of 2015 10k to the entity for operational costs
Over the next 3 years.
over the next 3 years.
It's so that's subject. That'll be subject to the consultation in one. Lydia.
Yep.
Cool. Phil. You seconding that with the 5?
No. In fact, I was going to speak against it.
Okay, so we'll just if there's a seconder for all of it, that's there, and you don't have to support it when we go through the vote, but just that we can then get to a vote, and we'll take the vote individually as we go through.
I think that as it's a new thing that's been added on there, I think we should get an opportunity to speak to that particular point, because that is a new point that's been added on there. So
if you've got more to add, then
I do. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that it's a step too far. I think that we need to remember in the first place that we are actually going against.
Point of order. You need a seconder for the amendment before you can speak to it.
True. Thanks, Grant. Is there someone willing to second number 5 that's there? Okay, thank you. Phil, carry on.
No problem. We are going against what our community wants with the recommendation. So let's not forget that right from the go, because the community's clearly said to us, 61% said saying close it. Do what you can do. Take your $290,000 and close it. That's what the community has said to us. That's what our LTP plan out to them, saying this is what we want to do, and they said, "Yep, that sounds like a good plan." Now the community's come back to us and said, "Actually, we're doing that, and give us the money, and we'll make that work." But now with that number 5, that's not saying that. That number 5 is saying, "But we want to continue supporting the pool on and on and on." And let's face it, there's nothing stopping the Sheffield entity, whatever it is, applying for funding through other mechanisms, through council or through non-council people for operating costs. So I speak against that amendment to the staff recommendations based on that.
Thank you. And for the rest of the speakers, we're only speaking to that number 5. We're not going around again on the whole thing. Yep. Sophie?
Yeah, I'm against this one partly for two reasons. As Grant's pointed out, the rest of the district has already been subsidising the maintenance and ongoing costs for the pool for a long time, and it was identified a long time ago in the swimming pools policy around the level of investment for pools that don't unfortunately bring in enough in terms of gate sales to cover their own costs. And I get that the community has pushed really hard on this point, but it is still quite a small pool and is still an expensive one to run, not least because it requires lifeguards. The second reason is because partway through today, we have a discussion about strategic partnerships funding, and the recommendation there is to not add any new strategic partnerships until we've gone through a longer process. So I think this is totally jumping the gun to try and add another one in right now without having had that discussion. And without considering any of the other groups that are seeking that sort of funding.
Thanks, Sophie. Elizabeth.
It's a difficult one, but I think I do support what Lydia's provided, because it does give the community a bit of assurance going forward, given that we've refused. I think the biggest concern for me is when the submitters and the wider community was submitting on the LTP, we gave them 2 options: close the pool, keep it open, but we didn't give them the option of divest the pool to the community. And I wonder whether that would have really altered, and I feel that would have really altered what the wider community would have suggested that they wanted to see. And I think, therefore, that this is a good middle ground.
Cool, thank you. We will vote then on 5 as it's an amendment before we move to the top again and move all the way through. Lydia,
Do I get a right of reply?
Sure.
I just think some of the comments, and I think that you must take effect of, or take the weight of what community it affects. Of course, people from Lincoln and Rolleston are going to say yes to closure. They don't care, they don't use it, it's not their community, but I can guarantee that it would be very different if it was their community. And so you must take the weight of that community on board. Our submissions have called for some funding to be provided, some up to $300,000, and I feel that $40,000 is a pretty small amount in what is actually needed. It's up to the community to find the rest of the money.
Point of order, we aren't discussing, we're only discussing point number 5.
That's okay.
Yes. You know, I was using strategic funding as an example of what we do say yes to at council.
Again, I reiterate my point of order.
That's okay. I hear that, and she's allowed to continue. We're talking about strategic funding, and this is exactly the point that Lydia raised in moving this.
As an example, and I'm clarifying on other comments that have been made. You know, it's an example. It doesn't come from there, but it's an example of what we say yes to. I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Lydia. Okay, so as an amendment to what's there, we'll vote on 5 first as to whether it gets added in or not. All those in favour that council agree to provide funding for operational costs over the next 3 years, say aye. Those against, declare it lost. Do people want their votes counted? Okay, all those in favour, raise your hand. Deborah, Bob, Lydia and Elizabeth. And those against, Sophie, Phil, Malcolm, Shane, Grant and Nicole. Yep. So it's lost. We'll move to the top, and I think actually voting-wise, we should vote on 2 first, because 2 determines whether we do anything else. We're not going to go out to consultation if we decide to close the pool based on the recommendations that we have. So that we keep the Sheffield pool open and operational for the 2024-25 season to allow time for consultation and necessary arrangements to be put in place. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Do you want your votes counted? Shane and Grant. So it's carried. Declare it. Oh, sorry. Number 1, begin targeted consultation with the community around potential divestment of the facility to a community-run legal entity. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. 3 is proceed with demolition if no arrangement is able to be satisfactorily negotiated before the middle of next year. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. And number 4, hold the demolition costs budget so that it can be utilised should operation by the community not commence or continue. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. James and Dace, that's great. We move on to the next topic, which is economic development. It's on page 127 through 130 of today's agenda.
Good morning. I'm going to invite Claire, Shane and Denise to talk to us about the economic development strategy maybe. Yeah.
Kia ora koutou. We took 2 options to the community to continue with the economic development strategy or not. 906 submissions were received and 61% of submitters said that they supported the continued development of an economic development strategy. Most of the supportive submissions received aligned with the draft strategy, including workforce, visitor promotion and dark sky accreditation. Some of the opposing submission questioned Council's role in this space and the budget being affordable at this time. This resulted in no change to the original business case prepared by Council staff. Are there any questions?
Okay. That's the end of that presentation. Elizabeth, you're first, and then Sophie.
Yeah, I can see some of the benefits in the input and support. However, in the comments that were raised and those opposed, which is questioning council's role, suggested that council should focus more on core functions, question the purpose of the development, considered the proposed allocation was too high, and held a cynical view of council's competency. I feel sorry, but I feel they're all valid. And I feel that that the amount that we're suggesting to put into this at this time is probably something I'd like to see reduced.
Thank you. Sophie.
I'm supportive of it, of the recommendations. Yeah, I presume that this is still subject to what we were discussing yesterday, which is this is an upper limit. This is not we will spend for the sake of spending, because a lot of this is going to be relying on continued strong engagement with our business community and with others who might want to set up within the district. And that's so there's a lot of work that goes in there. I did hear some submissions that questioned the level of engagement, but I feel like that was a few people who didn't realise just how much work has already gone into there and the relationships that are being built. And you know that does rely on a bit more two-way conversation around, you know, okay, so what are the barriers? What are the opportunities? And sometimes there will be no role for council whatsoever other than to facilitate those conversations. And frankly, I would love to see more of those and less of us actually spending the money. But, you know, if it goes into meeting rooms and making sure everyone's got a patch in their diary that they continue to engage with each other, then that's more than we've had before, and we could do with some of that. Yeah, and frankly, nobody else is going to do it, and this is something that adds to the well-being of our community. It'll give more people opportunities in the long run, and yeah, if it all goes, it's not necessarily, this isn't dependent on us. It's not expecting us to create the outcomes. We are supporting the development of the outcomes. So yeah, thank you for the work.
Thanks, Sophie. Phil?
Yeah, I support it as the recommendation stand. Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Lydia?
I guess I'm looking at the $9 million budget and thinking, what is our role in this? And I see council's role as enablement and facilitation in this space, and just question whether that budget is the necessary here. I would support a reduction in the budget. Just thinking, what is a balancing act here? And we talk about upper limit. Where does council come in under budget, or when have we come in under budget? And so I don't know if the trust is there from the community to council on looking at upper limits of budget and spend. So I'm not entirely sold on this. And just to talk about the dark sky accreditation, like I'm still unsure from what we heard from our community whether it's about lighting controls or dark sky accreditation. When we ask them, they think that dark sky accreditation will get them the lighting controls, whereas actually it could be just about the lighting controls. So I support looking into that a little bit more and some more consultation on that, but I just don't know whether the dark sky accreditation is the outcome that they necessarily want. It could just be controls.
Thanks, Lydia. The last few comments have been around the role that we play in economic development from a few speakers. So do you just want to talk to what that looks like within the proposal?
Sure. So I guess what we're talking about is absolute transparency. So there'll be no funding decisions that'll be made without council seeing them, and that, as some of the speakers have pointed out, the council is a co-contributor and will be seeking contribution from others. And we're definitely looking for efficiencies and alternate investments. And if scrutiny of opportunities determine that they should not go ahead, we will certainly be making savings. So it is to allow opportunities to be realised. And I mean, in terms of council's role, certainly we are a facilitator and enabler. And also we do have some levers that we already pull in terms of economic development. So it's about making sure that we're doing that to the most efficient way and the best possible outcome.
Thank you. Malcolm.
Yes, I support this. As in, you can see from the submissions received, it has broad support. We're a growing district. We need to work with our business communities together to increase the abilities for employment, for business growth, for a stronger community that can work in our community and not bleed out of our community to work elsewhere. I've been involved with several of the events in the last 6 months where we have got our business community together, and they have been very successful. There is a real desire and a real collegiality around that, which I would like to see fostered to the future. So I support this.
Thanks, Malcolm. Shane.
Tēnā rā tātou. Firstly, acknowledging the commitment to support businesses and to engage with them locally. And thank you to those that have contributed, and also our mana whenua for participating and also sharing their views about future partnership, including our major businesses throughout the area. It is a difficult one because, as we can see, there's a lot of investment coming to Selwyn without a regional, an economic development strategy with a number of large big box and developers coming and continuing to move here. So really, obviously, I support the strategy, and have long time with Grant been an advocate for something in the way of this. The investment that's required in the years, year 1, 2, and 3, whilst we sort of speak aspirationally about the outcomes, and dark sky being one of those, I wonder if you could give, and in the briefing document it does sort of mention salaries and that type of thing, but I wonder, as a business case, what could we expect to see as a return on value in, say, year 1?
So year 1, the budget's proposed at 613,000, as you see. And I mean, really, year 1 will be about setting up for the future. So starting to seed some ideas and seed some opportunities, and starting to have those more in-depth conversations that will result in those co-funding arrangements and looking for investment opportunities. So really, that's about getting us off the ground and starting the process that will result in others coming to the table. I guess a really significant point is that council will be, in comparison to others, a low contributor to this, and others will contribute significantly more over time.
I think it's absolutely essential, and as a blueprint, it provides comfort in investment and from businesses moving and looking at coming, including the Māori economy. And I think it's absolutely essential that we do commit to an economic development strategy. And just a question around the regional business partners network. There's a that already exists, and to be careful we're not recreating something that is already funded. How are we working with ministries and government departments currently at the moment? How do they fit into this strategy?
They are certainly partners with us, and we have a strong relationship with them, and they are part of the picture, so they're a partner.
And specifically health and...
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Shay.
Yeah, kia ora. So just on that return on investment question, earlier, possibly was it this year, Benji Patterson had provided, I think might have been a part of the LTP context, around per job that is filled and the return on investment through GDP. I think it was around 130,000 per job filled, just as an example of that.
Thank you. I guess really it's around the cost of not investing in an economic development strategy, and we have in the past had interest. So I'm going to hold off my decision until we hear from further comments around the table.
Support. Thanks, Shane. Malcolm, your light's still on.
The point I just didn't make was this is funding over 10 years. This is over a long period of time.
Bob.
Yeah, just with the night sky, I have real concerns about looking at Arthur's Pass with the transrail running through the middle of it, also the highway, and very little land that we own and having to work with other partners to do it. So I think I can see Castle Hill, great, it's a separated village, but I see it being very, very difficult in Arthur's Pass, and I would not see a lot of money spent on it if there was no results.
Thanks, Bob. Deborah.
Sorry. Can I ask for some clarification, please? I'm actually looking at the document Breaking New Ground, a strategy for economic transformation in Waikirikiri, Selwyn. I'd like to go to building our brand and telling our story. The 200K that was picked up yesterday with regards to rebranding, is this the rebranding that was referred to with regards to rebranding Selwyn District Council, or is it to do with rebranding with regards to this document?
I think the branding yesterday was for council branding. This is about, you know, Selwyn as a place and talking about the unique features and what it means to be in Selwyn.
Okay. So I take it that when we're looking at the 200,000K rebranding, put in the projects list, right? I would really like some clarification around what have we discussed around this table about rebranding or renaming Selwyn District Council? If it's not the rebranding, it's in this document at 200,000.
My understanding is you're referring to a conversation yesterday that I thought Tim Mason was fronting around some of the costs within the budget, but I can't speak to that. Can you, Tim?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Costs around the budget.
Sorry?
Started that loss.
Oh.
There was a budget line that referred to yesterday that referred to rebranding, and I think Councillor Miller made the comment about how that was on the top, the very top item of the list of budget costs.
Yeah, at
and
200,000
so
K.
if someone could,
sounds like Tim Harris might be the man.
Well, I might have the answer. I think it was in reference from a comment that Grant made, and it's in relation to an activity management plan about a marketing and communication team.
It's the top line of the
So I don't think it's got, I might be wrong, but I don't think it's got anything to do with the economic development strategy.
Okay. Because if it has, then I'm going to question the position of double dipping with regards to some of the projects that are way that they've listed in this, and the way that I can pick up this and read it was looking at partnerships to actually gain partnerships.
Okay, I think
we've
got shaking heads around about the comment, Deborah, because staff have said it's not the same budget and it's not to do with the same piece of work.
Look, it's $1 million a year. I've got the document in front of me. I think it's good if we can actually leverage money or same in kind to our partners. What I don't want to see this money being used for is fill in gaps where we're short of a budget for a project that we've already got a capital costing for. And I don't want to see this being used with the way that some of it's highlighted, that we've got a project, we've got a budget, but are we able to dip into this because we've got a shortfall funding in our budget because it fits the criteria with regards to the goals? I want assurance that this is not what I would term, and I'm going to be blunt here, a slush fund for picking up some of the work that we've already budgeted through our LTP process. And I want to be given that assurance, and I will vote for this, right? But if I can't be given that insurance, then I think there should be a decrease in funding supplied with this, because we've already budgeted for some of the projects that I've got sitting in this draft in this LTP.
Deborah, I feel like you've been a councillor on this council for a couple of decades, and to use the term slush fund as a way that this council operates is so outside of the operations that we've seen from staff operations, the way we collect targeted rates to make sure that water gets spent on water, that transport gets spent on transport. And a lot of the conversations that we hear in local government around New Zealand are because people collected lots of things in a general rate sense, and then they spent it, or were perceived to have spent it on things that it wasn't collected for. But that hasn't been the way that we have operated as a council. So it just feels like that's quite a erroneous thing to say in the meeting about the way that you're expecting staff now to start working.
I will retract that, right? But I just don't want to see double dipping with regards to projects and shortfalls in projects, and suddenly you turn up with the money because there's money sitting in this document that can be used and transferred across.
And it's a completely fair question, and I'll get staff to answer that.
Thank you.
Sorry, Deborah, can I just chip in there? So we're actually talking at two different things. We've got an economic development budget that Denise and her team have put in front of you. We've also got a subsequent marketing budget that's completely separate to that. They're doing different things. There may be some elements that overlap and one will complement the other, but it's different budgets and it's not slush funds.
Okay.
And I would just support what Claire talked about before, that one of the keys to this is about transparency, so that there will be visibility over what the projects are spent on, and so there will be absolute transparency, and there will be opportunities for efficiencies where those present.
Okay, thank you for that assurance.
Can I also just say, Deborah, that if that did appear in our capital works list yesterday, it would have been to remove that, or an opportunity to remove that budget rather than retain that budget.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. It was just so much uncertainty around the explanation given yesterday, and then I see in this document we're talking about branding. So I just wanted clear clarification that that's the process that we're going through for transparency. And my apologies if I've offended anybody with using that terminology. As you say, I've been around this table for a long time, and it's amazing just how many rabbits can be pulled out of hats. And I appreciate the fact that, you know, this council has actually worked probably collegiately together and with transparency. So I do appreciate that. And as I said, I will retract.
Okay. Thanks, Deborah. Grant.
I suppose it's an observation, Deborah, all slush funds start out as budgets. That's the way they're managed. I thought long and hard about this because it is a feel-good thing. It does intrinsically feel right. But when you step back and look at the macro picture of what is a territorial authority and what does it do, this is clearly not within its remit. The best thing that we can do as a council to aid economic development is be efficient and really, really good at our planning, consenting, compliance and infrastructure delivery. Feedback we've had from commercial partners in the past is they've enjoyed dealing with Selwyn because they have been good at those issues. With the growth we've experienced, we have experienced some difficulty adjusting to that. I would suggest the best thing we could do is go back and focus on those things. Just to put it in context, it's easy in this room to say it's only $1 million. What is that really? In my calculation, the average rating we're proposing, that's 270 houses worth of rates. So it's a suburb of Ralston. Some of our smaller towns wouldn't even get to that. It's a whole township worth of rates that we're proposing to put into this. So you've got to really think about what this actually means in that context. And while this feels good, I can't support it because I think we should just focus on being a good council and our efficient use of our core roles rather than getting outside that. When we're going gangbusters of that, let's talk about it then. Just the comment about yesterday was the day to remove that budget line. That's what I attempted to do by raising it. I wasn't sure that I'd need to move an amendment and say, take out brand repositioning at 200,000 times 3. Was that what I needed to do to make that happen? I was unaware.
Just microphone.
I thought that potentially it had appeared as one of the opportunities we had identified in regard to removing costs from our program. Murray has just informed me that that's not correct, and we're not actually sure where that 200K came from, or where the conversation was in regard to that.
In the resource centre, there's a list of CapEx projects that was provided to us by staff. It's the top line on that list. It says brand repositioning. There's 200K for 3 years in a row.
Yeah, and Grant, I'll just go back to the comment I mentioned to Deborah earlier. So there are two different budgets here. We've got the economic development strategy and the marketing one. The marketing spend is intended for that brand and wider brand repositioning. In what shape or form the marketing team want to look at that. And it may complement, but they are different budgets altogether.
I understand that. I was just trying to understand the process about getting things taken out of the budget. I'm being singularly unsuccessful, but I'm still trying. So I just wanted to make
sure. So the process would be like Lydia did today to try and add money into the budget.
So yesterday, that I should have moved an amendment yesterday to ask those 3 lines to be removed. Right. Just as a matter of process, I was unfortunately had to go to the bathroom, to be direct. I missed the vote on staff increases. I'd like to be recorded that I would have voted against that. I don't know what the vote was, but I would have voted against that.
Thanks, Grant. Nicole.
Local Government Act. Part of the purpose, 3D, provides for local authorities to play a broad role in promoting social, economic, environmental and cultural wellbeing of their communities, taking a sustainable development approach. It is within our remit. Local Government Act is definitely what we are saying what our role is. I support this, and I totally agree with Sophie and Malcolm have mentioned about the facilitation of relationships and such like. This is our role. Position that we have on the community, we are able to do things like that. I am conscious of what some of my fellow councillors have been talking about being prudent with what we're spending, and I would think that that is what staff are quite aware of what we are, and we've been saying that for some time. So we also need to think about what this council's done in the past. iZone development is one of those, and the success of that and the success that it's been for our community. There are other things that we're looking at now in regards to economic development. We talked about the Cycleway project yesterday, and there's obviously other things that are being looked at by our team who are working on the economic development side. So thank you for that. The dark sky accreditation, this is something that I've spoken about for some time, and it's not just come out of nowhere. It has been and it's been requested from the community for quite some time, is about specifically the dark sky accreditation, is my understanding. So we haven't had the budget to even start to investigate it. So it is good to see that this is actually something that we're wanting to do, because if we don't investigate something, we can never really rule it out, whether it is a goer or not, and what the expense is. And definitely there has been seen in other places like Tekapo and such like that has been good for their economic development. And so we should, it's within our interest to at least have a look at it. So thank you. I support what the staff have proposed. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole. Sharon?
Thanks, Sam. I just want to remind councillors, we talked previously, a little bit earlier this year, about having specific strategic portfolios as we're looking at our governance structure. And we did talk about the economic development strategy being one of those strategic portfolios. Either way, there is a commitment around reporting and transparency and the programme of work. that will be involved and related. So this isn't about frivolous expenditure of money. This is about the evolution of Selwyn as a district. And, you know, when I first came, we had some conversations about needing to make some intentional strategic decisions to help guide Selwyn to the next chapter. And economic development, investment and disinvestment was some of those key strategies that have not been in place. We have seen the excellent feedback and support from large and smaller scale businesses that they've been waiting for council to take a facilitating and coordinating role. And already we've started to see some really positive conversations fall out of which councillors have received one presentation, and that's just from us, from external company, and that's just from us holding the workshop. So I think there are lots of benefits. In terms of funding, it's spread over a 10-year period, so it's, you know, 0.003% over a 10-year period, so it's a worthwhile investment.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks for the conversation. On this, I totally support the economic development strategy. I think if we look back 25 years, there was no iZone, there was no industrial centre here. Everyone that lived in Selwyn travelled somewhere else to work unless they were working on a farm. And the decisions that have been made since that time have required some coordination. There's been plenty of big businesses that have chosen to locate in Selwyn because of the rural productivity, and we can think of the dairy processors that are now here. But so much of the work and the opportunity that's been created is because we started something that now the private sector has been able to continue to deliver. And if we weren't the instigator of that, I think we would have been waiting a whole lot longer for it to happen. So there is a role for council to play in getting things started. It doesn't mean we have to run or control or do everything, but there's a coordinating role that certainly sits within it. And this is why we're doing this economic development strategy. And on 3, I totally support the dark sky conversation. I think it was last year's annual plan. Denise, you're sitting over here on the side, and you said, "I will just put it out another year, and we'll talk about it during the long-term plan." So the community's talked about this for a long time, and it's great to see this coming through here today. Does someone want to move 1, 2, and 3? Shane and Sophie, and we'll move through them. Those for 1, progress the development of the economic development strategy. Sorry. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? 1, 2, 3. Declare it carried. Do you want your votes recorded? Lydia, Elizabeth, Grant. 2, retain the $9 million budget across 10 years of the LTP. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? 1, 2, 3. Same. Do you want your votes recorded against for that as well? Yep. And 3. Declared 2 carried. If I didn't do that already. And 3, explore the cost and time frame for the dark sky accreditation for Arthur's Pass Castle Hill and the programme of work. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Sure. 1 against. Declare it carried. Thanks for the conversation on economic development strategy. We are going to break for morning tea for 15 minutes, and we'll come back at 10:30 and continue with digital solutions. deliberations. The next item is digital solutions. It's on page 131 of today's agenda.
Hi, Matt's just going to join us to go through these slides.
Good morning. Okay. Morning, councillors, Chair, Mayor Sam. We recommend to proceed with a planned program and allocated budget to develop a strategy and technology roadmap to digitally transform Selwyn District Council, with further detail provided in the subsequent annual plans. We had 61% of submitters support that the council invest in better digital experiences. This also supports our objective to make council financially sustainable through automation of process and providing residents and partners with more efficient services. Those not in support were largely seeking more information, which will be provided once we complete the digital strategy. There were a small number of submitters concerned that they may lose ability to engage face-to-face with council, which is not our intention, and this fact will be called out in the strategy. We believe this is a must-do for our organisation and district. If we don't do this and proceed with status quo, then we will not be able to scale as an organisation to meet projected increase in population without rate rises and exceeding our debt ceiling. From a national point of view, reform is coming, so we must prepare our processes and systems for better collaboration with other councils. The government is getting serious about digitisation of services for New Zealanders. This is demonstrated by the Honourable Judith Collins being made Minister of a new portfolio called Digitising Government. I attended a conference a couple of weeks ago in Wellington, and I heard her clear message that government wish local and core government services to be more in line with the commercial sector. So to summarise, we have to do this. And I believe we can be the exemplar in local government for New Zealand. I'm personally excited to assist in this organisation's digital journey and believe we will be successful given our strong leadership and staff willingness to achieve this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. So the recommendation is proceed with planned program and allocated budget to enable progression of digital solutions work, particularly the digital strategy and technology roadmap, with further details provided in intervening annual plans. Nicole, you are first up on this one.
Thanks for that. I support that we need to have good digital solutions and make sure that we're more savvy around that space. The raised questions in the past around our website and the usability of that, and I assume it includes all that sort of thing as well. And us, so much more of our consumers now are wanting to have everything available for them to be able to have it on their phones and such like. That's basically the world that we're living in. I'm just a little bit concerned though when we use the words about being an exemplar council, whether we're wanting to be more a fast follower or something like that. I don't know what sort of space everyone else is at. I obviously am not, this is not my area of expertise. I'm going to admit that, but I do see that we need to do work, and thank you for that.
Thanks, Sharon. Do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, I just want to add in a long-term aspiration would be an exemplar. Certainly at the moment, what we're actually talking about is we've had a lack perhaps of investment into digital services in the past, and initially some of the work programme will be getting focused on putting some of the basics in place, such as record keeping and enabling our community to find information for themselves rather than having to be able to come in through services. So there is a long-term aspiration, but certainly initially, and Matt has been leading that work really well and already started to make some changes.
Thanks, Sharon. Elizabeth.
I'm clearly a digital expert, as you well know. Small joke there. In terms of what the consumers have said is retaining the balance, I know that you and I have talked about that personally, and that's really important. I feel that we do really make sure that that balance is held in terms of the consumer being able to have the face-to-face meetings with council, that there's always a person at the end of the phone rather than an automated message. The other thing that probably I want to make sure that we ensure that this brings about, the enhancement brings about cost savings rather than increased OPEX in the future, and also that our privacy is guaranteed, because obviously there's cybersecurity breaches all the time in this country.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you very much. I absolutely support this strategy. It's great that there's additional details going to be provided in future years and all that. And on the one hand, there's the part where we've heard several residents say over the years that they would love to be able to do more stuff online. That's one factor. Then there's also the ones who would prefer face-to-face. In that case, when you're calling customer services, it's good for them to be able to just go, yes, I can answer your questions quickly and efficiently rather than having to hunt in 10 different places for the right answer. So there's that part from the externally facing. But for me, I think a lot of this, I hope I'm correct, is about internally just catching up so that people can feel like they're getting somewhere when they're doing their jobs, like being able to link up all of the right places rather than having to, it's job satisfaction if you feel like you're spending a lot of time just churning, trying to find the right bit rather than actually moving forward is a big deal. And if we can provide a bit more of that, then that actually saves staff time and therefore saves the need for additional positions just to cover up the fact that we haven't invested properly in the processes within council. So yeah, thank you. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. Phil.
I support the, as it stands, recommendation. It's really interesting to see that some of the opposing themes, ironically, would be made better with digitisation. So I thought that was actually really interesting to see. So, yeah, support, full stop.
Lydia.
I'd like to see a budget reduction, and I think I'd like to propose that, or in my mind, what would be acceptable is $1 million up front and then subsequent $500,000 budget line every year, where increase could be made at annual plan process, depending on what is put forward. In turn, that's saving $7.5 million for our community. Would that be prohibitive to enable you to move forward? And I guess I'm saying this to address some of the submission themes, is that people don't know what this involves, and I mean, neither do we. It's the detail's going to come out in the annual plans. Is it prohibitive?
It's a placeholder, and if you need any more information, I'll defer to my colleague Alison. We just don't know at this point. Yeah, but it'll all become clear once the strategy is completed. It'll be very detailed. It will be set up like a very large program, and it'll be set up with full benefits realisation measurement.
I just want to add, would it be prohibitive to reduce it? Yes, it would, Lydia. And part of the rationale and reason behind that is that we haven't had strong investment. And actually part of what this programme is about is developing a roadmap. Some of the things that we may bring back into future annual plans is potentially, once we understand, and councillors will be involved as we evolve the digital strategy, is that there may be a requirement for larger capital investment into digital services. And that's some of the purpose behind some of the funds that we're asking is to create and develop that roadmap. And if you reduce the cost, then that pushes that roadmap out even further, and we're already behind the 8 ball.
Malcolm.
Yeah, thanks for presenting this, Matt. I'm acutely aware of the issues that we have with our software. I've seen this organisation change in the 20 odd years that I've been involved, from a small organisation with purpose-built packages of software packages to suit smaller size local government organisations. I have seen those software packages be added to and have fix-its done to them and band-aids stuck on the edge to improve them as they go along. And as we've just experienced in trying to get the data out of our system for our LTP process, which has caused a great deal of consternation in staff and probably a few grey hairs, unfortunately, for some of our staff over the last 6 months. We're at a crossroads as far as the ability of our software packages to be able to do what we need to do to function as an organisation. This funding is critical going forward. We cannot sit on our hands. We are looking at what we've got. We are talking to other councils in our area as well. The government has signalled that we need to be sharing resources. We need to be sharing software platforms amongst local government throughout New Zealand as well. And I feel that we have to do this. This is not a maybe wannabe. If we're going to be efficient and we want to operate properly, we've got to the stage where we have to do this. So I fully support what you're doing. Go well. I'm very much interested to see where we come to and what platform we get. I've been looking at some of the platforms available in the USA and other countries and seeing what they're using just as a point of interest to myself. And I think it is time for digital transformation. We are now a large organisation. We were a sleepy little community of 30 or 40,000 people. We're now 83, heading to 100. We need the building blocks to be able to do what we need to do digitally in our organisation. It's a must-have.
Thanks, Malcolm. Shane.
Kia ora, Sam. Thank you very much, Matt, for your report. It's a no-brainer for me. It's about continuous improvement, and this governor's providing tools for our team to provide efficient service for our customers in our district. So I fully support it. Thank you.
Bob.
Yeah, I think as long as it's about customer experience, I think that's where I get most of my complaints, is the fact that, especially with our grant forms and that you actually can go part way through. You can't walk away, come back and do a bit more to it. There's a lot of things that are really clunky as far as the community is concerned. So to me, and also, as was mentioned before, about staff not being able to give information without going through a whole lot of work. So I think it would work both sides, but I think we've got to look towards what the customer want to experience. And I don't think we're there at the moment. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Deborah.
I'm actually going to agree with everything that Malcolm said with regards to our experience, our growth that we've had, and I will actually approve this funding as it is, and look forward to the reporting that comes back with regards to the projects that we've added on. So thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. Grant.
I'm in favour. Just using my little happy little house contour of rates. That's another 351 houses of rates annually that we're just spending. So 621 houses over the last two items we've just increased. So
Thanks, Grant. You started, Nicole, I think, for this, yeah. So, yeah, I support this work. There's two angles to this. One is the customer experience has been mentioned, and how does our community feel about how they interact with council? And that's not a good... when we ask that question, we get very poor results on that scale. The last major upgrade of our website was about 7 or 8 years ago. And you still can't find anything on it when you want to seek information. So we've got a long way to go in thinking about how we're exterior facing. But more importantly to me is an asset management approach to digital within our own organisation isn't at a level that we can be proud of. And it makes things a lot harder for everyone involved in this business. We've been patching things together for a long time with lots of little add-ons, and we need to have a more comprehensive view about the way that we run as an organisation. So I'm really excited that we will be looking to do that. And local government isn't at the front edge of digitisation. If we think about of all the businesses and individuals in the world, where does local government fit? It's not right on the pokey end of all this stuff. So even if we were to be at the front end of that, it's still well behind a lot of the other private players in this field. So I agree with what Nicole's saying. There's a whole lot that we can learn, but being the best council in the country on this as an aspiration to get to one day would still leave us with heaps of space to learn of what others have done years ahead of us. So yeah, thank you for presenting it. The recommendation's here. Do I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Thanks, Deborah and Shane. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. The next item is partnerships with mana whenua. It's page 136 through 138.
Palmeri is going to guide us through this section. Morena.
Morena tātou, tēnei te mihi kau atu kia tātou tēnei ata, kia koe i te koromatua, te tumu whakarei, i te tungane, koutou ngā mema o te kaumihira, tēnā tātou katoa. So I am today moving us from to the keeping our community informed on matters of community interest, of which the first kaupapa that we are speaking about is the mana whenua partnerships. To clarify, today I am sitting here as the Pou Kai Awha in my role with Council presenting. So as part of this section, we went out to our community to inform them about the mana whenua partnerships that we have at the moment with te Taumatu Runanga and our developing partnerships with te Ngai Tuahuriri Runanga as a beginning point. We received 61 comments in relation to this kaupapa, of which the comments ranged from support, which you have the bulk comments in front of you at the moment, to us seeking clarification on the funding and the purpose of the funding, through to opposition to the representation and the funding model. What else do I need to say? So the staff recommendation then for this section says the recommendation is that Council continue to give effect to our treaty-based future by continuing to strengthen relationships with mana whenua to provide outcomes that benefit our whole community.
Good, Palmeri. Sharon,
Can you just remind councillors, and apologies councillors, that it's not there about what the budget is that was included into the long-term plan, please?
300,000 was included in the budget.
thank you. And our first speaker is... Oh, yeah, Nicole was last. Sorry, Grant. Yeah.
I support.
Thank you. And Nicole?
Same.
Elizabeth?
Thank you. I thought it was really good to actually see that the majority of people were either in support or questioning just what the budget was, the clarification. I think as given that as local governance, we are wanting to be more transparent with our council, it'd be fantastic if we could understand fully that aspect of it so that we can pass it on to our community, because it'd be really nice to bridge that gap now and build that trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie.
Support.
Phil?
Support.
Lydia?
This might be the fastest decision of the whole LTP. It's all good.
Malcolm?
Kapai, it's great. Support it.
Shane?
E koro matua, Pau Kaiafa, tēnā koe, kia ora. Just personally, I think the relationship that's been formed, the collaboration and the partnership over the period of time, including our Representative Megan, has spoken volumes about not only our relationship, but our commitment as a council and as a district, and to our partnership, and it's already flourishing. So have my full tautoko. Mana whenua, tēnā koe, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Shane. Bob? Support. Deborah?
Support.
Thank you. As do I. We've moved and seconder for this work. Thank you, Sophie and Phil. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. The next item is strategic partnership funding, page 139 and 140.
We'll let Nicola lead you through this session.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Good morning. So this topic is on strategic partnerships, which, while not specifically consulted on as part of the LTP, strategic partnership funding requests were received through the LTP process and are now being presented for your consideration. Strategic partnerships with community groups have been in place for some years, with the current strategic partnerships due to end on the 30th of June 2024, and these were determined through the last long-term plan process. These are the groups that we hold strategic partnerships with, and those that we propose strategic partnerships with going forward supplement the council's limited resources through the work that they do. The investment and expectations are more significant than what is allocated through our community funds, and the benefits of the partnerships are well aligned with community wellbeing. I just thought it was useful to note what the partnerships are about and the benefits that they bring. And it's proposed that what they do is they enable community groups to deliver activities, to bring expertise which they hold that council does not necessarily hold, and the ability to organise and mobilise a volunteer workforce that delivers a good return on investment. What we do know is that about a third of New Zealanders volunteer through community organisations, and these groups are able to bring that workforce. The groups also hold significant relationships in the communities with other groups or individuals, and particularly in the environmental partnerships, they hold relationships with landowners. Often these people that the partnerships are working with or connecting with are people that council don't necessarily get access to, or there may not be trust with council from these groups. So the partnership groups are trusted in community. The staff recommendation identifies 6 strategic partnerships that would deliver environmental and/or social outcomes for the district. So the recommendation is that the council agree to approve 3-year strategic partnerships to start 1st of July 2024 and end 30th of June 2027, with funding each year subject to performance requirements specified in a partnership agreement with those groups. The total value of the strategic partnerships and annual allocations over the 3 years being
Lincoln Envirotown Trust, 150,000, which is 50,000 per annum over the 3 years. Selwyn Sports Trust, a total of 140,000, with year 1 being 55,000, year 2 45,000, and year 3 40,000. Te Ara Kakariki Greenway Canterbury Trust, a total of 130,000, with year 1 40,000, year 2 45, and year 3 45. 24/7 Youth, a total of 100,000, with year 1 being 45, year 2 35, and year 3 20. Waihora Ellesmere Trust, that's WET, some of you will know them as, 60,000, with that being 20,000 per annum over 3 years. Summit Road Trust, 60,000, with 20,000 per annum over the 3 years. And that leaves available for allocation to new opportunities, which would be determined through the annual plan process, of 15,000 in year 2 and 35,000 in year 3. That would bring the total up to the 230,000 per annum strategic partnership fund, which is budgeted. And then the second recommendation is to decline strategic partnership funding requests from Orana Park, Christchurch Foundation, Selwyn Parenting Network, and Hope Presbyterian Network. Just noting there that the reason for the decline of the last two, the Selwyn Parenting Network and Hope Presbyterian Network, is it was a request for discussion around strategic partnership opportunities rather than a request for funding. So I'm just proposing that no funding be allocated there. So open to questions.
Great, thank you for taking us through the report and recommendations. Deborah.
Can I just have some clarification on page 140? We've just approved $300,000 for mana whenua partnerships as per in our budget. Is there an additional one that I'm missing out on when it says, in addition to Strategic Partnership Fund, include 2 non-contestable arrangements with Te Tāmutu Runanga and Ngātai Tuahiri Runanga, covered in the mana whenua partnerships deliberation slides? Can you actually explain, is that a different fund? Or is that included in the 300? Is this a new fund that should be actually in the staff recommendations with regards to a funding allocation amount?
It makes reference to the mana whenua slide, which is where any of the money attached to the mana whenua strategic relationships was set and was decided by council. There is no additional funding. It was remiss, I guess, just a little bit around the history of this. There used to be a range of line items that appeared in council's annual and long-term plan, and there was a decision a couple of annual plans ago to put them into a strategic partnerships fund with an expectation of a greater strategic alignment and expectation and longer term funding. The mana whenua is absolutely a strategic partnership, but it should not be contestable beyond the process that it's gone through right now with the long-term plan. The intent is that any changes in terms of the strategic partnerships is always council as the decision maker. There is no assessment panel. There's no delegations to staff. This is a decision that always sits at the council table for strategic partnerships.
Okay, so I'm just talking budget here. That's covered in the 300,000 budget. Okay, that's the answer that I was looking for. So we actually had other requests with regards to other partners wanting to be become strategic partnerships with us. The Banks Peninsula Predator Pest Free. And I just note that when we go and look at community funding, where we have, which I'll discuss in the next one, but they basically are part of a contestable fund along with everybody else. But I was of the understanding that they were requesting a strategic partnership with us.
Sorry, you go.
Yep.
I was just going to refer to Rob. Bob may want to comment on this, but I don't know that was it picked up as a strategic partnership or rather referred to the Community Grants Fund.
So the submission that came in from the Rod Donald Banks Peninsula Trust supported strategic partnership with the Summit Road Trust, and then asked for a small amount of funding, which we referred to the community funding process, which was the more appropriate place for that to sit.
Bob, did you want to make any further comment?
Yeah, so there has been discussions with various predator-free groups about creating a Selwyn predator-free trust or something along those lines, but they haven't matured to the point where we can actually consider themselves to be a strategic partnership. So that's why we still want to provide that strategic funding for those individual groups until they do actually become an entity in their own that we can actually help through a strategic partnership.
Okay. I will be supporting what's on here, but can I seek one further clarification? So we're setting aside an allocation in year 2 of 15,000K and year 3 35,000K if we actually do adopt other strategic partners or approve those strategic partners, and that's the amount each year that they will be able to be allocated to.
Yes, so and that would take place through the annual plan process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
The only question I had was really around the Summit Road Society. I'm assuming it is not Summit Road Trust. I noticed in the supporting documentation that they had been successful on a number of other grant applications through various other funds at the council. Is this a replacement? Are they still going to try and double dip by having applications to others? So if we give them this money, it's under the understanding that this is the full and final. It's not this plus applications to other funds as well.
Yes, so the strategic partnership there would not be applications to the community fund and the environmental fund.
Nicole.
I support this as well. It's good to have these organisations that are doing work that we're interested in and in the community, and they can access alternative funds as well and not be reliant on us. So the Waihora Ellesmere Trust, as I've said before, I've been attending those meetings there. They presented here and talked about how they are doing their, they've got a manager now so they're doing the trail around Te Wahora, which Runanga have endorsed that they're happy with as well. So, and that's a good thing for us as a district because there's quite a significant body of water in our district that a lot of people don't actually know about, and definitely needs preservation and more eyes that are on the lake, like having something like a trail or that around it, have some more people appreciating the lake and who want to conserve the lake and for future generations. So, and good to see the other ones that have been included, Selwyn Sports Trust doing good work in our community, getting our kids active and other people are active. Lincoln Envirotown, we're well aware of the work that they've been doing, and Tiara Kakariki and some of their workers across our district, going from the mountain to the sea, having the bird pathway, and then the other ones have been involved. So I'm totally supportive of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Elizabeth?
Yep, I see some of them are decreasing and some of them are increasing. In terms of the 24/7 youth, which is on the decrease, and that's our staff recommendation so they can transition to alternative funding arrangements. Just questioning, are they aware of that procedure, or will this be put on them post the deliberations?
that would be something discussed post deliberations.
Okay.
The expectation, so 24/7 had a previous strategic partnership fund in the prior 3 years, and it's always been clear that those partnership funds come to an end at the end of the 3-year periods, and there aren't expectations that they do continue on. So each 3-year period is taken as a new thing. This would be something that's discussed as the partnership agreement is prepared with them.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. No, I completely support. And I think one of the things that came to mind with the submission process was what great bang for buck for those that are actually bringing volunteers in on their weekends and stuff, because if we're paying staff to do that kind of work, it'd be insane. So I think the more we support the volunteer groups in this, the better. So yeah, appreciate that part.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Sophie.
Yeah, thank you very much. In some ways, I love our strategic partnerships, and in other ways, I really struggle with them. Even just looking at this, I'm just thinking, an hour or so ago, we approved 900,000 per year for economic development work, whereas our strategic partnerships for all the other well-beings total 250 a year. That's a massive imbalance, frankly. It is nice that a lot of them are on the environmental side I'm just wondering, going forward, we've not really had the allocation of these funds does tend to be a staff decision, and we've never really, to my mind, looked through how well these different partnerships align with our strategies, like the actual council strategies, of which we now have quite a few more, or our own development. So we've got the ageing one, the youth one, and economic development, biodiversity, all the things. Interestingly, one of the largest amounts here is Selwyn Sports Trust. We subsidise through, or rather council ratepayers, we pay an awful lot towards sports already. And I get that they do some really good work, but is it our place to keep funding more of that? And yes, a lot of these deliver some of their work through volunteers, but actually most of this funding goes towards paid staff. And it does save them a lot of time in applying for other funds, because frankly, applying for funding is a nightmare, and applying for funding for paid staff is another step beyond that. But I guess where I'm going is that I feel that the idea that what we have available for new opportunities further down the track and during this 3-year period amounts to 40k is actually a real drop in the bucket. And I'm not sure that we have actually really taken a proper look at whether the agreements we've got with some really good groups, but does it actually deliver what we are saying that we're trying to deliver? And if not, where are we going to patch those holes by increasing the fund, or are we going to start giving people some bad news? Because even youth work, it's 24/7 youth work. I get that their team do some really nice work, but it's a church organisation that requires schools to sign up to an association with a church. And it's on school grounds, and it's a Ministry of Health thing. And I guess it could fit in with our youth strategy, but it's still, is this where we should be putting the money, or do we need to take a much better view of where it is that we're going with this? Because many of these are legacy agreements. And I get that you've just said that, every 3 years there shouldn't be an expectation that it continues. There is, because these are the same names I've seen for years, every year. So I guess I'm happy to go with this, but I would really like to see something more next year as a review, probably of all of them, to be honest. And that would have been better done this year, but we didn't have a lot of those strategies in place, and it's great that we're going to now. But I'm really wary of agreeing funding for 3 years when we could be misaligning ourselves Yeah, I'm not quite sure where to go with that, but I'm interested to hear anybody else's thoughts.
If I could just respond to that, it's fair, the points that you raise are fair, Councillor McInnes. It has been a transition from what would be effectively a grant with no particular level of accountability in the past. And when we moved into strategic partnerships, it was definitely moving away from an input-based a funding arrangement to an output-based funding. Now that we do have the various strategies in place, we will be able to much more closely align that in terms of the contractual obligations that sit with these particular organisations. What we have always made provision for with the strategic partners is for them to present to council throughout on an annual basis throughout the term. Whether they have chosen to do so or not has depended on the individual organisation. Going forward, we're very happy to also incorporate into that presentation the performance, the reporting, and where they have got to in terms of what they have delivered in terms of the expectations placed upon them, etc., so that there's a bit more context to that. And I would, as part of the broader discussion around the new operational model of grants and funding, there will be documents associated with that that will revisit some of the funding arrangements, and you should have some confidence when you see that there is a level of accountability applied to strategic partnerships arrangements that's not necessarily the same level of accountability as with some of those others where we are low-level contributors. But Nicola, you might want to add to that.
No, I think you've said that well. I think just in reference to 24/7, I think it's worth noting that there have been limited services available for young people in the district. And at the moment, we're working on the development of the youth strategy, and as a result of that, there's likely to become more opportunities for young people and services and activities going forward, which is why there's a sinking lid approach on the 24/7 funding. And that's partly to fill the gap while there are still these fairly significant gaps in services available, but also to allow those organisations to plan a transition out, because the expectation is it's probably unlikely to continue beyond that period, but would be something we would discuss as part of that arrangement around the partnerships.
Yeah, thank you for that. Look, I'm just going to echo pretty much everything that Sophie's just said. I really appreciate your points of view around the reviewing this there. And this, you mentioned the word sinking lid, which I thought is great. I don't see this as the place to be debating faith-based choices, but I think that we should at some point in time look at that and work through all those things together. 24/7 does a wonderful job when it comes to youth-based interventions, and I applaud them for it. I also welcome the opportunity to dig deep and see who else is available. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Lydia?
I just wanted to ask, does the SDC consider that it delivers the same outcomes as the parenting network, or are we looking to deliver the same outcomes? I mean, I guess sort of the background to that is I'm just wondering, should we be partnering with people to deliver outcomes and enabling the private sector rather than us doing that? I have two questions. Do you want to do that one first?
I think I understand the question. The council's got its community outcomes in the long-term plan that it's working to achieve. Some of those it can do directly, and some of those it needs to work in partnership with others to deliver. And so, Selwyn Parenting Network, we're asking for an opportunity to discuss with council whether there was a partnership opportunity. So at this stage, we don't know what it is that they were thinking would bring or add value beyond what we were already achieving through existing arrangements and mechanisms. So, applications to community funds and activities that they're doing. So we'd need to unpack that. But one of the things that the new funding policy puts in place is a need to make sure that the activities or initiatives that are being funded through council's community funds, including the strategic partnership funding, is that clear alignment with the community outcomes, and that's an onus as part of our community funding system to make sure that we can measure that alignment, and the assessment panels who will be involved in the contestable funds will be checking, what is this alignment and what does this contribute to the community outcomes that we're trying to achieve.
Cool. Yep, that answers that very clearly. Thank you. The other one is just around the Summit Road Trust, and I was sort of trying to look at that and see that a bit of that's actually around predator control, and does that belong in strategic partnership? Because I believe last year they were funded 10K, and this coming year is looking to $20,000. And so I'm just, was it? But I see that they've been, it's been moved into strategic partnership. And I was just wondering, because they're doing similar things as the Banks, Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, and I believe they had asked for strategic partnership as well, or funding.
No.
So
they wanted a very small amount of fund, which will be directed to a community fund, but no, not a strategic partnership. They did support the strategic partnership with the Summit Road Society.
I might just invite Andy to make a comment around the contribution, because as we move into this new model, we're taking the recommendations of our colleague groups around that.
Kia ora. I guess in my time at council, what I've noted is our lack of involvement in the Southern Port Hills, and that's something that I've tried to change in the time I've been here, including my team, and I think this is an important step forward for that. And the Summit Road Society is a very significant player up there, and I know that aside of the predator-free work, there's also fencing of their covenants, maintenance of the tracks, the significant tracking network they've got up there, and also they are currently looking at other track options so that we can have our community be able to move from the plains to the Summit Road as well. So I guess they certainly are adding value in the predator trapping space, but they're also doing what I see as doing far more than that. And I think I note with like with Te Ara Kakariki, it's really important from my perspective. It's really important that they have some certainty of funding going forward to continue to do their work, and they would have they're very much largely self-funded. Their operations will be way more than what we're providing money for.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not disagreeing with the funding. I'm just trying to get my head around making sure everything is fair and equitable. And if we're setting a standard for some, there could be an expectation from others. And so it's just about being fair. Thank you.
Thanks, Lydia. Malcolm?
Yes, it's interesting to see how these strategic partnerships have grown. I can well remember when we first started funding Waiora Ellesmere Trust and the Summit Road and various organisations many years ago. Disclaimer, I was chair of Te Ara Kakariki Trust for 5 years. As many of you do know, I have not been involved in the trust for the last 5 years. In that time, though, the small amount of funding we get, that these organisations get from the strategic partnership funds, in many cases gives them the money to be able to hire a coordinator who can then carry on getting funding from other areas and can coordinate the activities, which is mission critical for the existence of these organisations. So this funding is strategic for them, strategic for us, and strategic for our communities, and I fully support it.
Thanks, Malcolm. Shane?
Kia ora tātou. Along the same veins as Malky, really, I've seen, I guess, the benefit of being here for the second term, seen the benefits that the strategic partnerships provide to our wider community through our strategic partnerships that above and beyond donate a lot of their own time to deliver, in particular, the Selwyn Sports Trust have seen an amazing amount of young people, new sports, kiораhi. I think they've got a tournament in Leaston coming up, a new Māori-based sport that's got a lot of support. I think maybe Ralston are the holders of the cup, actually, but also some of the other 24/7 youth, and I think Phil touched on that, some of the support for our rangatahi in our more rural and remote areas that the locals living there that are part of these networks provide and give support to. So you have my support.
Thanks, Shane. Bob?
Yeah, I agree, you have my support. It's just with the monitoring, I think that has to be done carefully so that when it comes back to the table another year, we might have a little bit more of what's been achieved so that we'd have more to go on.
Thanks, Bob. So it sounds like stuff you're hearing, there's a need for an increased reporting, also consideration of our strategic partners before we go into the next long-term plan about what that looks like. So then the 12 months leading up to the drafting is going to be important. And I just wondered whether the recommendation 2 should just say decline all other requests for strategic partnership, including those ones there, just to cover off some of the conversations and questions people had around did they or did they not ask for strategic funding. Is someone happy to move and second the recommendations? Elizabeth and Bob. So number 1, approve those as our strategic partners. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. And 2, decline all other requests for strategic funding partnership, including from Arana Park, Christchurch Foundation, Selwyn Parenting Network and Hope Presbyterian Network. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. We move now on to community funding. It's on pages 141 through 144.
So community grants funding is what we would describe as an emergent theme that came through from the LTP submissions. We didn't go out specifically and ask questions about this, but as with several others to follow, this was an emergent theme. So there were groups that came in and asked council for a bit of money for various things. So it presented an opportunity for us to communicate both to the submitters and to council the full suite of community funding, which council has previously in principle agreed to amalgamate, and there is a scheduled time for us to present that model back to council, but in the meantime to present to you the community grants that do exist.
Cool, thank you. There's no the recommendation here is really that we note the staff's responses to submitters. There's no financial commitment and there's no increase in here. So I mean, I don't know that. Does anyone want to speak on this as we go around the table, or I'll just move that we receive the staff? We do have some people that want to speak. Okay, Bob, you're first. Yeah, you're first this time. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a heritage fund missing in that list?
Yeah. So you may recall back to the report to council in November where we propose a new approach to community funding, and the Community History Fund still exists but will be within the community fund. It will be tagged specifically for use for community history purposes only. So it's retained, yes.
Thanks, Bob. Deborah?
This was an area where it said no financial impact beyond what is budgeted in the LTP process. It just would have be helpful to have a reminder of how much we actually did budget for these particular projects, because there's quite a few of them actually missing with regards to the dollar amount, to other than that of having to go back to the workshop details in Diligent, because they're not really included in these documents as well, put out with regards to the individual costs. So just want to make a comment there. And we're looking at a community funding model on page 143. Just want to understand, we've got contestable, and then we've got some that are contestable / non-contestable, and that's the Strategic Events Fund. So I want to know where the non-contestable fund is actually, what is meant by, how come some of it, the non-contestable part, where's that funding coming from? Or that, what's the makeup of that particular fund? And then we've got the residents group grant for operational costs and contribute, and they're undertaking in their communities. That is, just want to understand how that is going to actually work, given that we don't recognise residents groups as subcommittees of council anymore. But what constitutes a residents group? Because you could have 3 or 4 competing residents groups within a community, all applying for this particular fund with their community. So just trying to understand.
Denise, are you able to answer that?
You raise a number of points, Councillor McInnes. Councillor
It's all right, it's been a long day, long morning.
Just in terms of, you are quite right, we were remiss in terms of the financial impact without that we hadn't in the earlier iterations that was sent out to council put the full total amount of that fund that's now been included in the under the recommendation. And I am mindful that there's some of the other questions that you ask are very valid, and I can touch on the answers to some of those, but I think the more important part is that there's still a whole conversation to be had with council through the Community Services Committee that presents the full the full model that and the policy that's attached to the community grants, and at that point we'll also specify the allocations associated with the various sub funds within the overall funding allocation, and so there will be an opportunity for a more fulsome conversation at that point. In terms of on a general basis, we would try to the point with some of the changes and the centralisations to improve efficiency and effectiveness and consistency was about one panel that sat over as much of the funds as possible. There are a few exceptions where there's a fairly formulaic criteria for whether they're eligible or not, they get it or not, and there's only this much that they get. And so in those events, then it is proposed that, particularly in terms of the community services and facilities group, but likely in some of the other groups that have similar funding, that because of that the formulaic nature of how those grants get distributed, that delegation can be held by an administrative part within the council, rather than going through the panel to just agree the exact same amount that anyone who meets the criteria would be entitled to. So that's that bit about where that sits in the fund, but that will be explained more as we talk about the model. And the other bit which you talk about, which is the residents group, is that I'll get Stephanie to correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a fairly simple determinant of being a residents group. But we do reserve the right if a group comes in and wants to set up in the same geographic location as one that we already have, we would be inviting them to work that out, because we wouldn't be supporting 2 residents groups for the one geographic location. So we would be inviting a new resident group to firstly discuss with an existing resident group the geographic location they cover. And apart from that, I think it's that that we have a contact detail. And what's the rest of the criteria?
Yeah, just making sure there's a chairperson, treasurer, and yeah, it's really around the geographic area.
Okay, so just for my understanding, we have the Ellesmere Reserves Board Reserve. That's a contestable funding, but that's the reserve that's been structured through a legacy issue and a trust deed that has to be adhered to by council.
It's exactly right. We've been doing a lot of investigation into that in terms of the history that's sat behind how that got allocated in the past, and we have formed a view that based on the legal documents that we've that we've identified that while there will be a criteria that sits around the allocation, that the assessment panel would sit over those decisions, and it would be a contestable process going forward, which is dissimilar to how it has operated in the past.
And the makeup of the assessment panel, can you give me an idea?
The expectation is that, as has been the case with the community services and facilities grants in the past, that in general this would come at the beginning of a 3-year term of council, that you would elect the councillors to sit on that panel. Given that we're moving mid-term, there might be a decision that council needs to put that we can put into the report when we present the model to you in June. July, August. So when we get the opportunity to present the model to you, we will also present the opportunity to revisit the councillor nominations for the for that assessment panel. It is a councillor-led panel, and there has been provision in the past for youth council representation on that as well.
Okay, and just going back, with regards to the current allocation and budget that is given to community funding, and the growth that we're experiencing, and more community groups and volunteers wanting to form community groups. We've got a budget included in this, but I note that for our strategic partnerships one, we have a budget allocated for new opportunities. And I just wonder, is there a, I suppose if there's any increase that's needed for the community funding, it would have to come through an annual budget process, or how's it going to be funded over the next 3 years with looking at our growth structure?
There's been a lot of work undertaken just doing, I guess, an investigation into all the funds that do exist. And while we can clearly identify some are heavily contested, it is our view that not all of those grants have been heavily contested. And an example would be that Ellesmere Reserve Board fund has not been publicly communicated and has not been particularly contestable. So in the first instance, what we're proposing is the model and where the configuration of the dollars goes, and we would like to review, to put that in place and to trial that in the first instance before we come back with any recommendations beyond what's already in the budget and in front of you.
Okay, thank you.
Grant.
Just a couple of questions around clarity. The individuals and teams fund, I'm assuming that's the old discretionary funds. Is that an all of Selwyn approach, or will Melbourne Community Board still have their own separate?
That's an all of Selwyn approach.
The second question which I raised is predator-free 2050. What is the budget for that?
50,000 per annum.
Because the very real concern we raised is double dipping around that. You know, you can undertake predator control and animal wildlife, and it's the same ratepayer who's paying for it. So if you get the bill, you get your ECAN bill, they're paying predator free. You get your Selwyn District Council, they're paying predator free. It just feels like we're stepping outside our mandate and getting into other people's lane and putting 50,000 towards it to boot. I'm supportive of the predator-free concept, don't get me wrong. All I'm worried about is the poor ratepayer who's having two councils funding the same thing, which seems to be not in our mandate. So could you respond to that?
I think I might get Andy to, because once again, point of expertise on this.
Kia ora, Grant. I couldn't really speak to the ECAN rates, but I guess we've had certainly across Aotearoa, the predator-free project has gained a lot of legs in recent years and seems to be a really effective way of dealing with our pest problem. There has been some initiatives around a Waitaha Canterbury pest-free initiative right across Canterbury, and then drilling that down into a greater Christchurch project. And so where we see some of this funding falling is helping to enable that. We also have quite a number of community groups, Kiwi Trappers, Trapping Library that ESAI have started, LET and Lincoln, so and also wider than that. And so I guess it's an opportunity to also support that and potentially the opportunity to provide some coordination, because it could be said that some of the projects are ad hoc, for want of a better word, and I think eventually we really need to see some. We'll get better outcomes with greater levels of coordination.
Yeah, I hear that, and as again, I'm not against predator-free, but I am concerned about ratepayers paying twice, and the lack of coordination is a failure on ECAN's part, not ours. They have a pest management committee and a predator management committee, and I'm just struggling to see why we should pick up another council's perceived non-performance and put budget for it.
Grant, Nicole, Elizabeth.
In the name of transparency, I would love to have seen the funds that are allocated to all of these, because that doesn't really enlighten me too much. I know that these exist, but we don't see what the overall costs are. We've also got non-contestable, contestable. I presume that means the outsider coming in and contesting, rather than us contesting whether we can or cannot keep the fund operative.
Yeah, contestables when it goes to the council committee panel. So the applicant applies, and then it's a contestable process.
Got you. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So in terms of me contesting, my question here is, we're looking to save costs. I know these are breadcrumbs compared to some of our massive infrastructure costs, but overall, we spend a lot of money on funding things which I feel is outside our remit in a way. Like, I know that we've got well-beings, but the well-beings are so generalised. We could be funding everything under the sun, right? Because it covers basically every aspect of the human life. So we need to draw a line in the sand as to how much funding we offer and to who we give it to. And so I would like it to be something that we can actually have that deeper discussion about where that line in the sand is. Is that an opportunity when you bring it to us in June? We'll have everything in front of us in June, and we'll be able to make firm decisions and discuss as a council, full council, whether those funds should be allocated in that way.
The money is in the budget now, and it's as a total. There will be an opportunity when the model gets presented to apply some consideration to whether one fund needs to be less or one fund needs to be more, but the total will be the same, and that is the expectation. You raise a fair point. It would be fair to say that the whole exercise that we have embarked upon under the new chief executive's leadership is to make bring all of these funds into one transparent program and policy, so that it is very clear the extent of what council funds and who they fund, and which organisations they fund. That is the intent. Given that there is no group or group's budget within council, that we haven't located some of this funding sitting, it's been a bit of an exercise to just bring it all together, and I think we would be poorly positioned to make any dramatic changes to it until we actually see it in action and monitor in a more transparent way how that plays out. I think there was something else that you were saying in terms of what we need to be doing going forward. But I guess I hearken back to the point that Nicola made earlier on. There is a fairly small amount of money considering the contribution that the volunteers make to the community, as you would, I'm sure, agree yourself. And so in the overall scheme of things, The general expectation is we're getting good value for money, and it really supports community-led and community development activities at a community level.
Thanks, Denise. That's good.
I mean, I'd agree with that mostly in principle, but some of this isn't all going to volunteers. And for a year and a half, I've been giving money to parents for their children to go overseas and lovely trips. And it doesn't go to everyone equitably across the district. And so, yes, I do feel that there are areas we need to draw the line in the sand.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Sophie? Phil? Lydia? Sorry, Lydia? No? Malcolm?
As chair of the funding committee at the moment, I think it's working reasonably well with the criteria we have, but I look forward to changes that are being promoted through our chief executive and our staff to streamline the process.
Thanks, Malcolm. Shane?
Yep, supportive. Good to see the Heritage Consents Fund on page 144. Selwyn Heritage Centre for a long time been relocating buildings and then finding the cost for consenting to put heritage buildings on the site exorbitant and cumbersome. So is that there to address those issues? Is that
not really. So it's where we've listed a heritage item within the district plan, and they need some sort of resource consent required to sort of maintain or improve the building, so that helps them to navigate that process.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the way around. Is anyone happy to move and second the recommendation that Council endorses the community funding program as budgeted in 2024 through 34? Sophie and Lydia. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. The next item is Heritage and Arts. It's on page 145 through 148. Double points in this round if you can tell me the name of the track that the walkers are walking on in this photo. Anyone for chocolate fish today?
Is it up to the falls?
No. Well done, Lydia. Chocolate fish coming your way. Hand over to staff to talk us through the Heritage and Arts.
Thank you. So while once again this was not specifically consulted on as part of the LTP, it came through as an emergent theme from submissions. You will note that there were quite a large number of comments, 135 plus comments provided on Heritage and Arts, with submitters typically requesting more support from Council for heritage activities and funding, and a number of submitters requesting consideration of facilities for heritage, including the submission regarding the Military Museum. Any submission that related to Council constructing a facility or leasing grounds for a facility to be constructed, we'll be referencing that later on in the further community facilities slides and deliberation in the property and assets section. So we won't cover that specifically here. It's also worth noting that quite a number of the submissions on heritage were involved with some of the other decisions that came forward, including the Upper Selwyn huts and the Sheffield Memorial Pole and the heritage aspects of those. So the staff are recommending that Council agree to progress the current approach to heritage-based activity, a current approach to heritage based on the Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan 2023 to 2027. Consider the merit, viability and implications of the proposal to undertake ongoing management and funding of the eHive platform on behalf of local heritage groups within Selwyn before the end of the next renewal date in 2026. And just an aside, just to speak to that, you will have seen a number of submissions about the continuation of support for the eHive platform that most of the local heritage groups in Selwyn have undertaken to put the information on and are using that actively. And then that the council agree to note that the staff working group for heritage will be reactivated in Q1 of 24-25 to review timeframes and responsibilities for delivering the heritage plan, with priorities being engage with mana whenua, so actions 1.2.2, 1.3.4, 2.2.1 and 2.6.2 of the plan can be delivered and other heritage priorities identified. Engage with DOC regarding the Arthur's Pass visitor facilities, including the scope for protection and promotion of heritage items as per action 2.6.3 of the plan. Engage with Selwyn Heritage Park in Leaston regarding lease options as per action 1.6 of the plan, and staff to explore with the Regimental Association the feasibility study the association intends to carry out in order to ascertain if the purpose and outcomes sought by council can be achieved through a partnership approach to the study.
Great, thank you for that. And just note, probably number 3 needs to be endorse that staff.
Okay.
And that's up to happen again, just the same as the last one.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Shane, you're first up.
Thank you very much for the report. I broadly in support. Thank you for engaging the Selwyn Heritage Park. I was going to link it back to the question that I asked before, but that's been clarified. I'm happy with the staff with the D to explore with the Regimental Association feasibility study. Does that commit us to funding, to any funding at all? No? Okay. Yep. And also the commitment to eHive, as was expressed by the submitters, it is a very valuable tool for securing and digitalising our history. So I'm in support of the heritage. Are we talking about arts or?
We're talking about the recommendation as it is in front of us now.
Yep. Happy to support that.
Bob.
I'll also support, but really interested to see eHive continued. I think that's really important to the future of everything we're doing heritage, to be honest.
Right. I support the eHive platform. I'm also aware, going through my archives, prospectus for the Selwyn Heritage Centre, November 2017. And it was to do with the Ellesmere Rural Museum and the Ellesmere Historical Society. And just looking at the prospectus and the volume, and that was 2017, and the budgets that they actually came forward with regards to some of their projects. And we are talking millions of dollars, right? We're near enough to $1 million. Some of it's part funded by the trusts actually going and finding financial money. But as we're hearing through the submission process, there's also these deficits that are currently sitting there with regards to through the submission process.
Deborah, we're not talking about the property just yet. I think that's what the intro said. This is not the property discussion around what we do with the museum. This is just the recommendations that sit in front of us now, and the property conversation will come.
Sorry, I've just lost my diligence, so my apologies. I have to go back because I'm telling a story.
How's it up here?
We can come back to you, Deborah, if you want.
Come back to me, please, because I've just lost diligence.
Grant? Thank you. Nicole?
So we heard from a number of groups talking about eHive, and they're quite happy. I mean, they want to continue using it. I really don't know anything about it, nor the costs involved with it either. So I'd be interested to hear more about it, because the first that I actually knew that we were involved with it was submitters that were talking about it and how great it, how it was really good for them to be able to preserve their heritage. But I don't know if the others know about it, but I don't know about it.
Found it.
Good Secretary, so that will be part of the report that will come back subsequent to this. We're not committing to running eHive ourselves at the moment. This is saying you'll report back at a future council meeting.
Yeah, I think it's just worth noting that the Community History Fund, when it first came in, funded, and it was around $10,000, a 5-year subscription for up to 10 licenses, which gave licenses to each of the groups that wanted to use it. And basically it's a museum archival kind of record keeping platform that's used by little museums across New Zealand and some bigger ones. And the groups were concerned that if they spent all their time putting this material into eHive and council wasn't committed to supporting it going forward, then all of that is wasted. So the 5-year license runs out in 2026, and what they were asking for in their submissions was that there was some kind of commitment to keep that license going, but the recommendation there is just considering the merit and how that would work. And I think the request also included support from the libraries team, really, in helping the groups to stay.
A future report will come back on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know that's good to hear. So when we can facilitate this sort of thing, I mean, that is definitely our role, and so that's good to hear that we're doing that, and it's also good for our members of the community who want to contribute and do that. So we're quite welcome to try and support that. The Township Trails app, it says here on there that it's new. It's been around for some time. And it's good to see that there are another couple of trails on that now as well. So there's 4. How is that being facilitated? Is that just the groups themselves who wants to do it, or are we from council looking at maybe trails that could be put in there from our perspective? How does it work?
Kia ora. Kia ora. It's largely kind of both. Like, we try to find enthusiastic partners within our different communities who have the impetus and the interest to create a trail, and then we partner with them to develop it. Largely, those community members are creating the content, and then we're supporting them with kind of like the admin of getting it on the website or on the app. And what we've been quite recently doing, which has been very successful, is supporting those trails with like a visit from the Edge Connector vehicle. So in Hororata, for example, they've recently added a trail. We take the Edge Connector vehicle to Hororata, start that as like the home base, and then everyone kind of goes on the trail together. We're helping those people who are attending download the app onto their phone and make sure it's all working.
Oh no, that's good. Thank you. So the Regimental Association, there was already a budget to do that feasibility study. I'm just trying to think for where we landed with that.
So there wasn't a specific budget for doing that study. So the presentation that you saw from the Regimental History Centre was asking for council partnership in something that they were doing, so that looking for council input, and we would have a look at the proposal here is that we would ascertain if the purpose and outcomes sought by council can be achieved by working in partnership with the feasibility study that they're undertaking.
So start of this is note that staff working group for heritage will be, so this will be talked about in a staff working group quarter, so next quarter looking at those things.
So part of this, the reason for putting this in the recommendation was that there were specific submissions around these things from community groups, and it was to reassure council that we'll get the staff working together in the first quarter of this to make sure that these actions are carried out before the next year goes round and another year of the strategic action plan is passed.
So this is looking more at an annual plan thing as opposed to committing money now?
Yes, it's not asking to commit any money. These actions were planned, and any of the activity here is within current staffing and budget.
Cool, thank you. There's an answer to my question.
Deborah, back to you.
Thank you. I found it. Look, it's in regards to the comment of 3B, engage with the Selwyn Heritage Park and Leaston regarding lease options as per the action of 1.6 of the plan, and that's the Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan, 2023 to 2027. Just with regards to this document here that was 2017, which was presented to us, with regards to the leasing arrangements with regards to the Heritage Park. My question basically is this document still valid with regards to the arrangements that were made and the costings that are in here with regards to just one project with regards to the Selwyn Rural Museum?
So I have to say, I was really surprised to see that document, never seen it in all of the work I did on the Strategic Heritage Plan. That document never surfaced either from the group or from anyone else, which was surprising because pretty much everything else surfaced. But the action that's in the Heritage Plan, so one of the things that the Selwyn Heritage Centre spoke to us about was the fact that they have difficulty attracting grant funding from other organisations to further their goals because of the lease arrangements. And so they were keen to pursue whether there were opportunities to look at the lease arrangements that would put them in a better position to attract external funding from other funding partners. And so that's what the piece of work is about. It's not committing to any differences in lease. It's not committing to any buildings or anything like that. So the action says look into the lease arrangements for the Selwyn Heritage Park to understand if there are options for enabling arrangements that better support the park's ability to attract funding for developments. So that is what that piece of work would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. Elizabeth.
Great. Glad to see some really good things in here. One of the things I wanted to ask about, I personally don't like feasibility studies. I know that they have their place, but I feel when using grants terminology, a little bit too much hooey, not enough doey. I'd like to see that money actually put into something a bit more concrete. I would love to propose, if it was something that you would consider acceptable, is to also, in terms of exploring feasibility study, whether we explore the opportunity for them to do a pop-up shop. We've got plenty of empty shops around the district. I'm sure there'll be somewhere that they could dust off their materials and put their military stuff in for a pop-up shop, even for a month, to ascertain the foot traffic and the interest, because I think that would be even more realistic than just a proposed feasibility study. It would actually tell you on the ground truths about how warranted this financially it's going to be. Yep, and I appreciate everything in here, and hope that we can continue with eHive and continue to support the heritage, and just in other words, really good bang for buck, because so many volunteer hours going into this area.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Sophie.
Yep, I support this one. I like the idea of continuing with eHive. The only thing I'd ask is there a chance to add in 3D? All of the other points there refer back to the Strategic Heritage Plan, apart from 3D, and it's but the Regimental Association thing is Goal 1.5, and then that just ties it all into the document that we've already got. Kia ora.
Thanks, Sophie. Phil.
Nothing to add.
Lydia.
I support the eHive. I think enabling protection of our heritage is important, and also allowing volunteers to do that as well. It's good community cohesion.
Thank you. Malcolm?
Support.
Great. Mover and seconder for this report. Moved Shane, Bob. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. And the last one before lunch is the arts. Staff recommendation is develop an arts strategy over the next 12 months, which includes but not limited to performing arts, art workshops, lifelong learning programs, permanent and temporary exhibitions, public artworks, live music and theatre events. Two, that we note the arts experiences, programs, activities and information will continue to be delivered and their promotion increased through the network of community centres and libraries, particularly at Te Ara Atia. And three, note the facilities for performing arts will be one of the case studies developed to inform the test and workability of a draft facilities decision-making policy, which is part of the decision we'll make after lunch when we hear from that group. There's three items there. Do people want to discuss where this is? It's really just the development of a piece of work to help inform whether we'll do anything or not. Malcolm, you're up first. This will be as quick as everyone wants it to be, or if you have things to ask and raise, please do. Welcome.
I think we do need to develop our strategy, and I think we do need to look at where we can provide facilities for the arts, and whether we readapt maybe the Green Park Hall, we readapt facilities we already have, or convert facilities we already have. The arts are extremely important in our community, so I support this.
Thanks, Mark. Shane.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely support it and commend the advocacy of our community. And also Councillor Dean for continually reminding us of our responsibility to performing arts, and also that big decision to weigh whātarau as a catalyst for potential to explore those. So, kia ora tātou.
Bob. Deborah. Grant. Nicole.
I do support, but I just want to speak to the third point on the further backgrounds, the art strategy that we're looking at doing. So I assume this work will come on top of the work that's already been done when we were looking at the Rolleston Community Centre. We were looking at arts across the district, specifically through that. So I assume it'll be an extension of that work as opposed to starting from scratch again.
And that'll be the 3 case studies that we'll talk about after lunch in that specific piece of work. So this one's not endorsing that. This is just endorsing the arts strategy.
No, I'm not actually talking about the Rolleston Community Centre. I'm actually just talking about the work that was done around looking at generally what was more needed out there, and it was really arts that was looked at. I mean, I don't think, when we're doing the art strategy, we don't need to start from scratch, is basically what I'm just wanting to reinforce. But I do endorse it. I definitely endorse, the arts. So.
Thank you, Nicole. And there's nods from staff around not starting from scratch. Elizabeth.
No, I endorse it.
Sophie.
Yeah, the only question I've got is, so when the heritage plan was developed, there was, at one point, there was a group of like 20 odd heritage groups that came and spoke to us at council, which was great. And then they have continued to meet as part of, I understand that they've continued to meet and liaise around the whole thing. And I'm just wondering, in the development of an arts plan, are we looking to support the various submitters and any other groups who hadn't necessarily thought, oh, actually we could be part of this? That doesn't mean that we have to support them as a collective going forward, but it would be good to know that the plan is being developed with a bit of a working party type vibe.
Yeah, definitely. You'd want to involve community in it to understand what opportunities there are out there. Yeah.
Thank you. Phil?
Up till 2019, there was a arts community group that was meeting regularly. I guess it just fell off.
I'm not sure it's
Becca Boffender used to pull it together.
Yeah, there definitely was a loosely formed network, and some groups came in and some groups went off, and so it may be reactivating that, but also making sure that there's a diverse range of interests that are represented on that groups.
I support with thanks.
Phil. Sorry, thank you, Phil. Lydia.
Do you see the art strategy increasing the community facilities KPIs around events delivered? That will increase community OPEX?
Definitely think there's opportunities for that, yes.
Thank you.
Mover and seconder for this. Phil and Sophie. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. We'll adjourn for lunch and start again at 12:45 with property and assets. Thank you. This afternoon. We move on to property and assets and hand over to the team. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm just stealing Nicola's cup of tea to start this session. I'd just like to introduce the property and assets section. We do have a number of topics in here that are quite broad, so we will have a number of staff available to take any questions, and we might be swapping people around. But we will start with our further facilities.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to be speaking to parts of the further community facilities, and then others, as their expertise requires, will speak to other parts of it as well. I just want to note that while I'm speaking to it, it is very much a cross-council piece of work, and it involves input and shared activity with property and infrastructure, and also growth and development along with the other services at council. So just noting that while I'm presenting it, I'm part of a very big cross-council team that will need to be doing work on it. So while further community facilities were not specifically consulted on as part of the LTP, submissions about community facilities came through as a theme. We had over 150 submissions that talked about community facilities, and you'll see from the feedback there that there was quite a lot of comment on the Prebleton Community Centre. There was comment on the Rolleston Community Centre and what needs to happen there, sports facilities, youth facilities, and then other community facilities from a range of organisations. And you'll see that we had 72 submissions on performing arts space and facilities. We had 57 on West Melton netball and tennis, 17 on gymnastics, 8 on squash, and then smaller numbers around a whole cluster of things from museum to heritage facilities, small ball, rifle, community facilities at Kakaha Park, archery, and then other things such as an ice rink and multi-sports facility and venue in Southbridge, etc. Submitters were typically requesting that council would invest in a wide range of these facilities, and there was also some frustration expressed with delays over planned facilities, concerns about the costs of new facilities, and other options for reducing those costs by using other spaces or volunteers to manage those spaces. So the feedback from those submitters have been taken into consideration in how the recommendations have come forward. And what we're proposing is that, you may recall in a report earlier this year in April, a piece of work was put forward by Denise in her report about a community facilities program of work that was going to include the updating of the network plan, the community centres, halls and libraries network plan, and also the look at facilities, community halls that were low use facilities, along with some options that we might be able to put forward to communities. And what we're suggesting here is that we expand on that piece of work as a result of all of these requests coming in for new facilities, because what we're suggesting is that there needs to be a framework that we use when community groups come in to understand what council's contribution might be and how council might support those requests. Everything from council's got no role or interest in this, right through to council fully builds and operates something, or council leases the land but communities might be involved in it. So developing a policy that has some criteria that enables council to make consistent decisions about these things and enables communities to understand what might be available to them as well. And so the staff recommendation to council is that council agree to the development of a facilities decision-making policy and associated tools, and we talked about those sorts of tools in the rationale section. The development of, and we're proposing the development of 3 case studies to inform and test the workability of the draft facilities decision-making policy in relation to a range of different facility types. And given the LTP submissions, we thought 3 case studies that we could use would be a gymnastics facility, a performing arts facility, and a military museum. So developing a case study around those to test the policy and the workability of that going forward. And the third recommendation was that council rescind the following 2021 to 2031 long-term plan decision, which said the council agreed in principle to build a new gymnastics facility in Rolleston, which would be funded by a lease and subject to a business case. More information on the scope, scale and funding options is to be prepared by December 2021. So we're recommending that's rescinded. Recommend that council agree to staff investigating the allocation of shared space for West Melton tennis and netball clubs in a room or rooms at the West Melton Recreation and Community Centre, and recommend that council agree to, we've got here note, but we'll change that to endorse the significant building consent works required to further upgrade Arthur's Pass Community Centre heating with installation of a new solid fuel heating appliance. Budget for heating replacement and associated works remain budgeted in the 29-30 period, and the performance of the existing solid fuel heater is monitored.
Great, thank you for talking us through that. I think Lydia, you are up first.
I support this in principle. I think we do need some decision-making policy and something to guide us, because it seems everyone is approaching council. I was just interested when you say what work has been reprioritised to deliver point 1 and 2, what that was, and I support the engagement of the West Melton Netball and Tennis to utilise the existing space, especially on the West End. It makes sense. We've got a building, it's got the right facilities with the kitchen and everything. And I guess I had a bit of a question around those case studies, and I don't want to give the wrong impression to those people of doing the case studies that we are committing to that. And I know that the Arthur's Pass heat, like the log burner, they really want that brought forward. Is it possible to bring the budget forward?
Thanks, Lydia. Staff, you got some answers
Just
to
in
this?
terms of the first question that you asked, which was about reorganising, I think that's around, while there are a number of requests for pieces of work, particularly that sit within Nicola's team, including, for example, the art strategy, that if this is the will of the council, that we will ensure that the work plan reflects that. But we are also seeking a slight extension of the time frame for that to be undertaken. And while we have some small provision for a consultant, then if we were to expend it associated with this piece of work, that will mean that there may not be other resources available for other pieces of work. The question about Arthur's Pass and bringing it forward in the budget, I'm just not sure whether that's a Tim or a Mark. Is it a Mark question?
Happy to pass it on to Mark, but essentially what we're looking at there is it'll trigger a whole lot of other building works potentially. So there's the extent of the full extent of the works isn't yet known. So we could pull it forward, but it may trigger other things. Do you want to expand on that, Mark?
Sure. Yeah, so at Arthur's Pass, we've actually spent a lot of money over the last few years putting in heat pumps, doing insulation and all those sorts of things up there. And the main source of heating now is the heat pumps. So the burner that's there, we also did some work on that. It's an older burner, but we put a new flue and everything in it. So it's working a lot better now. And that's the sort of backup heating that's there at the moment. We recognise it's an old one. We actually looked at getting a new heating appliance in there. Oh, thank you. We looked at getting a new heating appliance in there, and it was cost prohibitive in terms of the budgets that we had at the moment, and that was because it would trigger a building consent. We'd have to put in disabled access toilet, disabled access, fire egress work, and meet a whole lot of other building code requirements as soon as the building a building consent's triggered. So it's quite a significant amount of work. We don't really know what it is until we we get in there and measure it up and see if we can actually fit. We think that we'd have to put a disabled access toilet. We'd actually have to put an addition onto the back of the building where the existing one is. So it's going to be quite costly to do that. So we think that we'd monitor the heating at the moment and see how it goes, but recognising we need to do more work to understand what the full cost of that would be.
Cool. I understand. It's also an old building, which is, I guess, difficult. It's just noting that heat pumps don't work very well when it's cold in winter, and so they really do need the log burner. Thank you.
Thanks, Livia. Malcolm.
Yeah, I support the chilly uncertainty and after it's passed being improved if it can be. Looking at the community submissions, I noticed there's quite a few around Prebbleton, and I have expressed my views before that I think there is space in Prebbleton for a new facility on a reserve that we have there, and I would like to think that we might look towards combining that with some more facilities for Kakaha Park at the same time. Prebbleton community is expanding as we speak with yet more subdivisions on the market, and the land surrounding Kakaha Park is zoned residential as well. So although the community are saying that it is too far out of the township will be joining Kakaha Park in the next 5 years as the development heads that way. So I support what's in the recommendations.
Thank you. Shane.
Sam, thank you very much for the report. Certainly with the amount of submissions that came through on various different interests, needs and different sports, it's absolutely essential to put together a decision-making facilities policy. May need a new town to put everything in. I've got a bit of a concern around the rescinding of that council decision, the gymnastics facility. Have you done the investigation around legitimacy of that? Is it just by simply council resolution to rescind the decision? Has it been done before?
I'll get Sharon to answer that one, Shane.
Yep, cool. And quite a different business case, I guess it presents, is the gymnastics facility where it was a potential lease arrangement here on the decision, and the gym and the arts facility potentially as a council investment. So just interested in how we're putting these things together after a decision is made.
I can speak to sort some informal legal advice from our usual lawyers, and it is okay to rescind a previous LTP resolution, hence which is why it is there.
Okay. Yep. I think that satisfies why we got into this mess. For me, first, I think gives potentially the Affinity Gymnastics some certainty around a previous decision. And if that still means that they are engaged in a process to continue, then hopefully that's part of the progress moving forward. The other stuff, yep, happy with that. After it's passed, yep, they need some more heating up there, so that's fair enough. Continue along with that. So broadly, yep, support.
Thanks, Shane. Bob.
Yeah, okay with everything except Arthur's Pass. I really would like that monitored carefully, because otherwise we'll take other people up in the winter to see what it is like.
Thanks, Bob. Deborah.
Thank you. I'm going to be a bit parochial here. With regards to Prebbleton, I note that it's recorded in the community facilities as a community voice. We do have an agreement or an understanding that it is included in the LTP process, the long-term plan. Need clarity on what year, due to the fact that in the middle of the year 25-26, we have a lot of community projects that are all going to converge and, and happen at once within that particular timeframe area. And could someone please assist me with how much budget is sitting there, so it can definitely be ring-fenced that it is sitting there for that Prebbleton community facility?
Mark?
Yeah, so there is the budget, and I think it was actually formed part of the presentation yesterday in terms of the deliverability work that was presented. So it is there. The budget's been spread over 2 years now. It was just, we did have that problem with a lot of stuff that was all in year 4. So it's spread over year 4 and 5 now, the same as some other projects, just to reduce that peak in terms of and being able to do the project in a sensible time frame. And it's got 7.1 million has been set aside for it. Yeah.
And that is a combination of DC funding?
Yes, it does include development contribution funding. Can't remember the percentage off the top of my head, but I think it's definitely got quite a substantial DC component to that funding. Yeah.
Just with regards to, we had quite a few staff recommendations with regards to shared space and netball facilities and staff investigating. Just with the pressure that is coming on with regards to our reserves, and I know that we've got a reserve plan, and there's requests from Rugby League, etc., for more training grounds. Are we looking comprehensively at a reserve management plan area with some of our reserves that have a facility on them? And I'm thinking Green Park, for example, and it's got a rugby field and it's got tennis courts. Is there a way that we can actually ask a sporting code to actually fill in and use those facilities where there's pressure on the existing ones around Rolleston and Lincoln, where there's higher density of population? So are we thinking along those lines?
Stay, Mark, stay.
Sorry. I can talk about it a little bit from a sports team bookings point of view and allocation point of view. So recently, since the change proposal in November 2022, the staff are looking at a high level at all the allocations and the usage of those fields and facilities. I think most recently, actually, we circulated internally a document of a summer snapshot of all the facilities that are being used, the rate of use, their peak use, and that sort of thing. So we are keeping really clear track of that. We know which fields are highly utilised, underutilised, or about right. So we're keeping really good score on that. In terms of reallocating clubs or sports to different codes, that's all different parks, that's also happening. So more recently, rugby, for example, was moved off Brookside so that league could have that space essentially to themselves. So that would be one example of that happening most recently. But if Mark has anything to add.
Yeah, just the only thing I'd add is we have, particularly with some sports that are under significant pressure, we have been looking for space around the place to accommodate those, and cricket is an example of that. And we have looked at Green Park actually as a potential future cricket space that they could use on the bit that's down the back there. So that is in our plans to look at that.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Grant. Malcolm, your light's on still too, sorry. Grant.
Is the HQ in this, is that a separate decision? Are we part of this? No, separate. We're going to talk that separate. Okay. So just for clarity, this facilities decision-making policy, as I understand it, Prebbleton's already done. It's in the LTP, but any future facilities are going to be subject to this facilities decision-making policy, or is that what you're telling me?
So the idea, Grant, yesterday you spoke a little bit about it, feeling like a lot of community groups were coming along and expecting council to build a facility for them. And so the idea of this policy is to provide a clear framework that guides how we respond to approaches from community. It gives criteria that can be used and then an assessment tool in order to guide decision making by council, and we're on a continuum of council involvement that sits now. The idea of this policy has come through in response to the submissions, so there's not been a lot of thought given to what's in there. We'd be needing to look at what else is out there and being used by other councils. But the idea would be that we had a consistent way of approaching requests from community for facilities, and that was beneficial both to council in the decision making, but also beneficial for communities in understanding what they might expect from council or how things might be approached with council. So the idea would be about making sure that there's consistency in decision making and some transparency around the kind of criteria that get considered in relation to the level of council investment in a new facility.
Sounds a good idea. The concern I have is probably is it's a bit of a double-edged sword, is that once you have that policy, you'll then get sporting groups going, yep, we comply, build it next week.
Yeah.
It seems you're gonna have it's good and bad. What has disturbed me, I suppose, is just the total change in ethos that we've seen about groups coming to the council, and there's very, very little DIY or we're going to do it ourselves. It's very much you build this, you put this here, you give it to us for free, which is disturbing in itself, I think. It really concerned me, and it's been quite obvious at this LTP compared to previous LTPs, I think.
Yeah.
Just on that, Grant, one of the ways forward there might be to have a contestable facility fund that has a finite bucket every year or every 3 years, so that when those groups come to us, that we can say, like, this is the pot, actually going to have to share that around. So that's that's the sort of thing we'd start to look at as part of this.
Yeah, as we incrementally increase our asset base in this area, of course, we increase the OPEX and the maintenance and renewals. So while it's attractive just to say, well, it's only 100,000 here, the whole life cycle thing really becomes an issue for us. I'm just concerned about, we seem to be sort of sailing into this situation. This policy sounds like a good idea, but it does worry me.
And I think it's going to be really, really important when the policy is drafted that council, really pay attention to it, and the opportunity to test it with a few of these facilities in a case study kind of approach where there's no commitment around those facilities, but we test, is this actually workable, is really critically important to get that policy right.
There's a very good submission made from a person from Lincoln that talked about what are the core roles of our community facilities, and he particularly raised it in reference to the Lincoln Event Centre and its role as a civil defence centre. And we've seen in the last year the Port Hills fire, flood events. We've had evacuation centres there and emergency centres. If there is a risk, however small it might be, it needs to be quantified and understood that this is a landmark building that needs to be available in the event of a public emergency. Are we fully convinced that it's safe at the moment, and does further remediation required? Because that to me would seem a core responsibility of the council, get the civil defence part right and that we use it for, before we embark on sort of further strengthening the network. Is that part of your thought pattern?
Certainly emergency, the emergency management part of a facility was on my checklist of things to be thinking about in the review of the network plan, because the review of the network plan is going to broaden. At the moment, it currently sits with community centres, halls and libraries. It's to broaden that out and to understand a little bit more the fuller context. Now, the Lincoln Event Centre would be caught up in that.
Because our experience seems to tell us that Lincoln will be, for flood and fire, seems to be the go-to place now with the introduction of irrigation on the upper plains. Fire risk has decreased. So it's probably one of the facilities which is more at risk of being used as a civil defence centre than any other. And so the question I don't think you quite answered, I'd like answered, is are we satisfied that it is suitable and fit for purpose as it stands today?
Yeah, I think that's probably a Mark response.
As you're coming forward, Mark, I'll just get Sharon to comment on some of that as well.
Yeah, Grant, I think some of the levers that can be pulled, and we need to find a way to wrap into the policy, is we've committed to doing a stock take of land and property that's owned. And so this may not necessarily be about council building, but it's about what are the levers we have in terms of land availability. And I think that was a bit of a theme that came through from a number of groups that said they didn't necessarily want the bill. What they were asking for as land. So I think it's really important that we've got that connectivity, that features in here, because it may well be that council's part is a piece of land, and whether it's lease or something else. So we will make sure that that gets wrapped up into the policy as a lever that can be pulled.
The last thing, I think it was Lydia, I might have been, that I concur with that the 3 proposed case studies, we need to be crystal clear that they are just case studies, not feasibilities. There's a clear difference in my mind, and before we don't create expectation when it's not there. Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. Mark, did you have something else?
Yeah, it was just in relation to LEC and its suitability as a emergency welfare centre. So it is in the earthquake risk area in terms of its MBS percentage. That was following the change to the legislation where the soil types meant quite a lot of the buildings slipped down the list a bit in terms of their seismic strength. But it's not earthquake prone. So I think, yeah, it's still suitable for that purpose. But we did have a program earlier on as part of this LTP process. We put forward a program for doing work at LEC. It was about $13 million, and that, you may recall it, that it got taken out of the program at that point. And that included a whole lot of things, not just the earthquake strengthening to 67%, but also a reconfiguration of the interior and those sorts of things as well. So quite an extensive bit of work.
Sorry, I did have one little tab there before I finished. That was my favourite town, Arthur's Pass. I just wondered whether there's an opportunity in the upgrade of the dock visitor centre for the community centre to be co-located in the dock visitor centre, or failing that, I see that at the moment the dock's got a nice porticom there. Could that be taken and made our new community centre, which is well insulated and suitable for purpose?
Yeah, I think, as I understand it, that the dock have had real trouble getting the new information centre across the line, but there is, I understand, a business case going forward at the moment for it. And when we actually, some years ago, we did look at that potential, but yeah, it would be a significant cost contribution from council into that if we did go down
as a
that track.
tenant, not as a builder and owner.
Thanks, Grant. And Nicole.
Yeah, thanks, Faye. I had the same concerns around this, the Arthur's Pass Community Centre as well, that's already raised. I actually don't really know that building at all, but what concerned me is, so we're talking about any of the works that need to be done, then triggering other building requirements such as disabled access toilet. I'm just a bit concerned, obviously, around that, because that then fits in, we've signed up to accessibility charter, and here we're saying that we don't want to do some works because it might trigger then having to have a disabled access toilet. So do people who are disabled have access to a toilet if they go in that facility? Are they able to use that facility? I know it's a smaller community, but we need to be looking at that sort of thing. We've made a commitment as a council that we will make sure things are accessible for all our community.
Others would know better than I, but I think that there are some limitations associated with some of our facilities, and over time, as we have reason to invest and upgrade those, the standards get considered. But I think we don't open a building that doesn't meet minimum legal requirements.
And the building itself is a very old house that's been retrofitted with some internal walls removed, and a heater with a kitchen on the side.
But there's still like ramps and stuff that people can access the building if they need to. I mean, this is just more a general comment because I don't know, it just flagged to me when we're making comments like that, there needs to be questions asked about being accessible for our community.
Thanks, Nicole. Elizabeth?
Hi, thank you. I'm really excited to see this facilities decision-making policy. What I'd love to see as an end result is the fairness across the board for everything and our facilities paying their way, so the OPEX doesn't always rely on us as much as possible. I think concerning was seeing how disproportionate it is across the board at the moment, and listening to the softball community come in and say want, need, and they're not paying a cent. Whereas other groups are saying we've got nothing and we're fully funding everything ourselves at the moment and we're struggling. So yeah, I just think bringing that fairness back to the community, but also the way that you're utilising external sources of funding and bringing that on board will just be a massive help for us going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora. Very much support the idea of a facilities decision-making policy, especially if that's clearly something that we can share with any community groups that would like to propose X, Y, Z. Actually, here's a decision tree. Would it make the first, second, third, final level? No. Okay, sorry guys. And if it does, then you follow through. Not so keen on the idea of a contestable fund for buildings, though. Got to say, we've got a whole bunch of groups that make a lot happen on very little money, and I'd rather see more money go to community funding than funding buildings. On the other hand, land leases, that's an easier one for me anyway. I'm just wondering about number 4. It talks about shared space for West Melton tennis and netball, but in the rationale next to it, it says, it already mentions that this is already something that's part of the reserve master plan. So does it need to be part of a decision if it's already in the master plan?
It's just based really on the 57 submission we received that the netball courts were going to be moved across. So that's part of the master plan. The relocation of the netball club or tennis club into that building was not part of that plan. The only thing that was potentially part of that was some extra storage for them closer to those courts. So the relocation of them into that community centre wasn't part of that plan.
Okay, so what sort of implications are there to moving them into the community centre?
At the moment, none really. We haven't even really had the conversation with them though at all. At the start of that conversation about how many hours a week they might need, what sort of space they need. So that's, I can't really tell you what I don't know at this stage, which is
fair enough.
Yeah,
okay.
We just need to start the chat.
Yeah.
I guess what we're looking for is just permission to start investigating that, and that might be a appropriate way forward. We can come back to council with the result of those conversations.
Fair enough. I was just worried about that it might turn into the whole sort of provision of club rooms and then demand for a certain standard and all that sort of stuff like we've had with other clubs.
We do think that there is currently capacity within West Melton to have further occupancy, and so this is a good opportunity to explore what that might look like. And there is already a provision for one of the back rooms to have external access outside of operating hours, which gives it some flexibility and independence from the operational side.
Fair enough. Last question, I promise. As far as the heating solutions for Arthur's Pass, just wondering if the provision of a new heater eventually is to do with energy or heating resilience. Like obviously Arthur's Pass is in a very steep valley, but is solar and battery an option worth considering? And nobody has to answer that. I'm just wondering if there's other options other than triggering all these building consent rules by putting in a solid heater.
Thanks, Sophie. Phil.
Being last, I don't really have a lot to offer apart from what's been said. I'm really interested in seeing the significance, so facilities, decision-making policy. I think that's going to be one of the key things. And as Grant was saying, having a DIY build and DIY OPEX component in there is probably, it's a really good place to put it. Yeah, if it did offer a template or a path for groups to understand, that's obviously gold. So, and I mean, a really good example of that is Affinity Gym, who, if the policy existed and they had to come in, they would have seen quite clearly that I believe that they would have clearly sailed through. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks everyone for those conversations. If we just think about the Affinity Gym piece, because this part of this is looking back 3 years, but also thinking about how we move forward. And just, it feels a little bit like we treated target sports and archery yesterday in a different way than we're treating some of these facilities now. So is there, are we being fair to all, you know, not that we treat each sport equally because we're starting from different places, but the gymnastics proposals to me seems like, can you just lease us some land? We want to build a building. The target sports and archery piece yesterday was, it might have been less cost overall because it's a smaller facility, but was asking for us to be far more involved than what these guys are. So can you just talk to us about why we're treating gymnastics in this way, given where we've come from over the last 3 years?
Yeah, so to start with the archery one, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the direction we received yesterday was to have more conversations with them and come back to council with some ways forward around that. Part of the work that we'll do is, in terms of the planning work that we'll do, will inform that. We're not necessarily shutting the door completely on Affinity, we're just rescinding the original decision that was made, which is to build a facility. So the option for them to lease land in the future is still more than available to them. So I think there's some subtle differences there. I understand some of the confusion, potential confusion around that.
Your last couple of sentences have clarified it, just that there's doors open for them to be able to continue to pursue the lease of land and then build their own facility. We're not shutting the door on that. This is just being clear about we're not planning to build it as we might have previously stated. Okay. Mover and seconder then for the recommendations that are here. Sophie and Elizabeth. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. We'll move on to the next is the STC Rolleston office building.
Tim's going to take us through this section.
Afternoon all. So the CD document identified some planned upgrades to the council building and also for some upgrades for car parking to allow for a transition for our council fleet to electricity. And the third part was some improvement to the entranceway and the chambers. So the total budget for that was 3.7. The breakdown was 250 for the improvements for the chamber and entranceway, 500 grand for the for the car park, and about 3 million for the upgrade for the more offices and office space. We received 45 submissions and they're all in opposition. Good, thanks. So the staff recommendation is to retain the proposed budget, but explore some options for more flexible working for the offices to accommodate the extra staff. So happy to take any questions or comments.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's one of the main reasons to also request or propose to retaining the proposed budget is that whilst we will step through all of these opportunities, there is also something to be said in terms of productivity and having staff housed together. Now, I know before my time that there was a piece of work done to actually build to bring staff back together, because we aspire to have a culture of one team, and it's really hard to do that when we have staff spread throughout, and we're already burgeoning. And again, this is part of the evolution in terms of size and scale of the council. So there is also part of our recommendation around why we would say retain is we want to look at our productivity. To do that, we also need to be able to have our people, where possible, under the same roof. That then lends itself to leadership and building that culture of one team and working together.
Yeah, and I guess at the moment, I suppose there's probably about 20% of staff out of the office at any one time. So we're growing, and so I think Sharon's quite right. It does play out in terms of how to lead a team. Teams work together as well.
Thank you. Phil.
What's the government direction on office, work from home? I know that a lot of government departments are currently supporting that. In fact, I know of at least 2 government departments that they've actually downsized so they can only facilitate 50% of their staff, albeit I'll leave it at that. 50% of their existing staff.
Yeah, I'm not aware of an official policy, but post-COVID, I suppose it has become a real thing right across the world. But it does have some negative consequences.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
However, though, you will see, and particularly in the likes of Wellington, that there's a big push to bring staff back from working from home and back into the office space. Wellington's subtly different, but there is that distinct shift. And you've seen some of the major companies around the world have said that they're not going to support people working from home as much. At the moment, we provide flexibility, that we have people working from home 2 days per week and rotating through the offices, because we simply cannot fit everybody under one roof.
And look, I applaud you looking at the other systems. Hot desking is something that the Justice Precinct in Christchurch tried to implement, and it was amazing. It would have been a sociological study, because everything was all clear. No one had any desks. The first day, people were dotted all over the place. By day 3, people had set up their own little pods, and it would just exactly match the same work group that they already that they came from. So hot desking is works for up to a level, but once you get into that leadership level, it doesn't. I'm saying I'm going to support keeping the budget, and I applaud you looking at things. I did need to answer the questions on that one there, but I think that it is a challenge for our community to see why. We are the governors of this organisation as well as councillors, and this is really where the two of them are clashing against each other. So, but I'll be voting in support.
Thanks, Phil. Sharon?
Thank you. Just a general observation. It's the first time I've experienced a workplace with open plan to the extent, and acknowledge I'm fortunate I have a space to myself. One of the things I have noted is the noise level in terms of working in open plan areas, and when those areas are full, and the number of staff that have to wear noise reducing. So in terms of some of the things that we would want to do, it is around, how do we minimise those kind of things as well. It's just a general observation.
Thanks, Sharon. Lydia?
I think the hard thing for our community is to see a $3.7 million budget over 2 years for an upgrade of a facility when they're struggling themselves. And so I can understand with us sitting, I can understand where you're sitting, you want productivity for your staff and a great workplace, and that's where you sit in a very torn place here, as Phil said, around trying to explain this to our community. And Grant, I'll give you the heads up now. How many ratepayers? Yeah, does it take to change a light bulb? No. How many houses does this take? To pay for this? And you see other things in the maintenance and the upgrades, but this is actually capital expenditure. Like there's also $38,000 for cafeteria upgrades and $25,000 for outdoor furniture. And I think that those are actually the things that our community really kind of struggles with when they come.
I don't think those things are part of this proposal. This is just about the new pod. the entranceway and chamber upgrades and moving the council car park closer to a transformer so they can turn to EV. I think those lines are about maintenance of the existing facility. So this is really about a significant upgrade in terms of a new pod.
Just to add in, the vast majority of this is CapEx.
That's CapEx. It's under CapEx and staff budgets and activity management plan.
In terms of the actual build, it's CapEx, and so in terms of the cost associated, Alison.
Yeah, so Sharon, you're right, it is a capital project. It would be loan funded as well. So the impact on rates would be the debt servicing cost, and that would be marginal, and we're probably looking at somewhere between 0.3 and 0.5%.
Lydia. Malcolm.
Yeah, it just highlights, I'm agreeing with the staff recommendation, but it highlights the fact that we need to do some strategic planning going forward as to the future of this building and the council, where we locate our offices and what we do to the future. So I'd just like to signal that I think we need to start looking out 5 and 10 years. As I've mirrored in my comments earlier today about IT, we've grown exponentially with staffing to match the way we've grown in our population base. I'm not 100% sure that the format and the type of building that we're operating now is what we want to be in 10 years' time. So that's something for another LTP, but between here and the next LTP, we perhaps need to turn our heads to, is this the right site for us to be on? If it's not, what do we do with what we've got? And where do we go? Performing arts, yes, I think Phil's, the ceiling's not high enough for a stage in here. But yeah, that's just my own thoughts.
Thanks, Malcolm. Shane.
Kia ora, Sam. Thank you, Tim. Much in the same vein, really, if I work my way backwards, and because this is a long-term plan consideration, given we're so intent in this country on owning things potentially, as a lot of large companies have leased buildings for use into the future. So consideration before the next long-term plan, perhaps in that. Is the consideration giving to delay based on public submission? Is that sort of where the reasonings come from to delay the?
Well, no, the budget's over the first 2 years, so I think we're going to keep in that time frame, but certainly explore some options in terms of flexible working. But there's, as Sharon has pointed out, there are some negative consequences.
Yeah. And how many other office sites does the council have and operate out of at the moment?
Well, there's a number of off-site facilities, obviously, for across the district.
Yeah.
But we've just recently moved some staff into the Rolleston Town Centre, and councillors saw that building a couple of weeks ago on that tour of the town centre.
Yeah, and I guess this particular budget relates to those particular parts that you've spoken about. Completely support. I mean, this must be the only council without any EV charging points. But as you look towards further implementation around productivity, efficiency, gains are gains for our community. So I do support the investment into creating a much more efficient building space that encourages productivity and a nice place to come to work, and hope that it's not at the detriment of that productivity reaching our people of the district. So you've got my support. It should be soon. Thanks.
Thanks, Shane. Bob.
Yeah, years ago, council decided when we were working from Darfield and Leaston that they would move to here because of the productivity of all being together. And I think they made the right decision then. I think it's something we should stick with as far as possible.
Thanks, Bob. Deborah.
Now I'm really going to show my age because I think this might be the 5th council facility that I have sat round a table, different ones. Some of them have even been in Christchurch City, while other ones were being built. So I think I've just counted 5. And I can just visualise a new multi-storey council chamber in Rolleston Town Square. Ashburton at today's costing, I think, was 68 million. 10 years time, CPI cost index, don't know, probably looking at over $100 million for a new facility going forward. So, and this building is not even 20 years old. It was designed for pods to be actually, when we designed it, it was designed for pods to be actually managed to be clipped on. That was the architectural design because we knew that we had to cater for growth somehow within this facility. So the cost analysis for me going forward is going to be really interesting with regards to 45, we had 45 comments and we indicated 45 were in total opposition. Either we're not doing a very good job of selling the way that we provide services at local government and how we make decisions, if that's the confidence that our community have with regards to those making comments to us. While I agree that there needs to be a budgeted improvement with regards to this over the next 2 years, we have 30% of our staff working from a remote building in Rolleston Square. And we have just filled 22 FTEs with regards to new vacancies, which is a swap for swap, unless some of those are going to be located in our sports facilities, in our swimming pools, etc. So I'm just really, really conscious that when we do go out to an LTP in the next 3 years, that we give some serious consideration as to what direction we are going in 3 years' time. What's the risk of amalgamation? What's the risk of that happening in 3 years' time? I'm just highlighting this because I'm really starting to get concerned. It's so easy to spend ratepayers' money when it's not our money. And looking forward, and sure, we could sell this asset, and what we get back from it, we could lease it and put that into the building, and that would help out. But if we're starting to look at multi-storey new buildings in 10 years' time, because that's the capacity of where we're at, and we're not looking at design, lease, build, then we really need to start planning now as to where we're going into the future, because those 10 years will creep up very, very quickly. It may be a need in 5 years' time, I don't know. Things can always change, but I'm reluctantly agreeing to the 3.7. And I say reluctantly, and the reason being was when this building was built, we were assured that it could cater for growth. We would just have clip-on pods that would be available for us to utilise. And we have to get our narrative right about what we're building, what we're planning, so we're not just building something for 20 years with a 50-year lifespan.
It's an emotive subject, isn't it? I suppose I'm trying to take a macro view of the situation. I can't see why you would support building another pod onto a building which is pretty bespoke. If you do decrease or become amalgamated in the future, you've got a large asset which is relatively unusable for another alternate use. If you need more space, my view is you're better to, we're not too proud to have portacoms. We've had portacoms before. Is this a bubble? And I've been led to believe that it is a bubble. And as we get our IT performance increases, largely our staffing levels should reduce. What you told me? Yeah. So this is not a long-term solution required here. This is an interim solution required. So it leads me to think that probably a better option is either temporary space, which can be taken away again when it's not required, or a more possible, more different solution would be to use our investment strategy or our third partners like Court or whatever it is to build some office space which is fit for purpose for other businesses, that if we move out, we can get an accountant or lawyer to take the space up. Part of the investment strategy of stage 2 was to deliver about a 3 to 4 story office tower somewhere in the space here, which delivers office workers into the town centre as well. So I don't think the strategy is right. I don't deny that we may be pressed for space. but I think we can accommodate in ways better than spending $3.5 million and adding to our space here. So I'll be voting against on that basis. I think there's alternate ways to crack the egg.
Thanks, Grant. Nicole?
Yeah, this is a hard one to do. I mean, obviously, people are questioning why we've got so many staff. We have the amount of staff we do because that's the amount of staff we need, and we've got assurance from staff that that is the case. And talking about the extra staff and such like the what I'm just wondering, so we're looking at these different options that are here that have been done for the hot desking, looking at desk booking systems, optimizing office layout and stuff like that. And then talking, so we said that we've got staff who've been working from home a couple of days a week. And my first thought is what are we actually aiming to do? Are we just wanting people in for a minimum period of time, or are we wanting these staff and these teams to actually be working together? So then there's obviously, it doesn't work having hot desking and stuff like that. You have people all over the place. They might as well still be at home because they're not actually, okay, they're in walking distance, but they're not actually sitting around collaborating with others because they're in different teams. I've been in work environments exactly like we've got, and it's not new. When I worked at Auckland Regional Council, that was 2002, and we were massive open plan then. It was across a high-rise building, but it was still open plan, same as what we've got here. So this is not new, and this is a way that people work and have to work to save space. It's yeah that I agree that we do need the space, but I also support what like Grant's saying and the others are saying to actually look planning future on where we're going to end up, because we can't just keep doing what we're doing. It's not really a very efficient use of space anyway to just be on a single level building that's just spreading out and taking up more room. Land is actually starting to get quite expensive, and it's not cheap, as it would have been more so when this was first looked at, I would have thought. So I support this recommendation, but going forward, there needs to be more thought around what we're actually doing.
Thanks, Nicole. Elizabeth?
A few questions for you, Tim. I think probably the challenges facing the community and when they responded to this is it pretty much just said we're going to have a new entranceway, council chambers, an EV charger and extensions. But those things weren't really, there wasn't a lot of information around that. People walk into the entranceway and they think, why would you need a new entranceway? What's the point in wasting this type of money on that? Same with the chambers, nothing wrong with it. In their mind, I mean, I'm not quite sure what those were about either. An EV charger, I mean, I drive an EV. Cheapest way to charge an EV is obviously just a caravan plug on the outside and plug it in. My question there was, when you talk about an EV charger, you're talking about putting one in the car park for visitors or for their private vehicles here?
No, it's for the council fleet itself, so that it can transition to EVs. So there's a transform. I'm not exactly sure with the current compound where the cars are kept. It needs to be shifted to be able to access infrastructure to allow the EVs chargers to be put in place.
Right, okay.
And
What
so
if-
in terms of the entranceway,
Yeah.
my understanding it's a lot around some cultural improvements for both the chamber and the entranceway.
Okay. I guess in a cost of living crisis that probably wouldn't have gone down well either. Either way, people don't want to.
So it's 250,000 for the cultural improvements, I understand, and 500,000 for the car park transition.
Okay. I support the recommendations. I understand that they have limitations for sure. We are in a cost of living crisis, and I think the community want to see us. It's been reiterated over and over again. And I do think that I totally agree with what Grant said, and I was actually going to say the same thing myself. There's plenty of Portacom type buildings that are coming off the high school grounds, will be available very cheap soon.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Sophie.
Kia ora. Regret to inform that the Portacoms in the various schools have already been spoken for by other schools. In fact, sometimes by the same schools. Anyway. Also, we already have a Portacom, so let's be realistic. We've already got staff who've been working in a Portacom for years, and now we've got 30 staff who are working off-site. And it'd be interesting to know what the cost that is that obviously is being kept in terms of rent, because we don't own that building, so we're already in the whole leasing office space area already. So yeah, and it's interesting to hear the mentions of where do we go next. Actually, yeah, maybe we do need to partner with somebody to build a building that we then lease. We don't have to actually build it ourselves. Yeah, anyway, I'm supportive of this. I do think the long-term viability of this building is questionable, but there are probably other uses that could be made of it. So if and when the time comes, we can definitely, you know, this isn't going to get demolished or anything. It's still a good building. It's still got good bones. It's not that old, as you've pointed out. It's been built to be accessible. Something else will be able to make good use of this when we do finally properly outgrow it. And I just wanted to finish on, we had 45 comments against this section out of 1,500 submissions. That's less than 1%. I know people would like us to not be spending money on things, but that's actually a really low rate of opposition in the context of this entire process. But yeah, kia ora.
Thanks, Sophie. I think that brings us all the way around. Yeah, I support the recommendations here. We can only do good work for our community if we can employ good staff and retain them in a space where they want to work. So the whole part of being able to be a great council and have staff engaged is reliant on the workspaces that we provide for them. I think what we've heard, and I hope staff have heard, that there's a need for a future conversation, probably between now and the next long-term plan, about where we're going to house ourselves. And as Sophie said, this building's got a huge amount of life left in it. It's just whether that life left is for us, and that probably needs a little bit more analysing, Sharon, over the next few years. The ends doesn't have to come soon, but I think we need to start the thinking if there was going to need to be any transition. Do we have a mover and seconder then for the recommendations? We have Malcolm, and sorry, Malcolm, and Sophie. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? 1, 2. Declare it. Do you want that recorded, Grant? Lydia? Declare it carried. Sorry, Elizabeth, you have something else?
Yeah, no, just obviously back on that point, with the staff recommendation, we're not actually, there's no resolution here of what to do about that transformer and the EV charging station.
That's all part of the program. We've agreed to retain the budget, what's included just the
Retain the budget.
EV chargers in.
Right. I thought retaining the budget, sorry, was not spending the budget at this point.
It's spending the budget as the draft long-term plan put out.
Right, I'm changing my.
Deborah?
I just want a piece of clarification. You said about the percentage of the budget being for cultural. Can you explain to me what cultural is? Because if we're only spreading this over, I need a definition of what you mean by cultural change.
So we'll come back to this item when it comes back before council through future. We've just agreed that we're passing the budget, so we can provide that information, but let's move on to the next topic.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But
Tim, can you come back to Deborah on the extent of that work? Great, thank you. The next item is fees and charges. There's no recommendation there. That's Jen. Do you want to talk to us about the fees and charges?
So this is the proposed changes. Back in December, we brought to you a number of items where we tried to reduce pressure on rates, and we'll continue to do so. One of them was looking at our fees and charges. So we've taken the opportunity to do that, and there's been an increase in the land information memorandum from 250 to 300, and we've also put in a separate charge, I think, of $700 for non-residential limbs. So that's what that is, and the recommendation is that the council proceed with the proposed changes for all fees and charges.
Cool. Do I have a mover and seconder for that? Shane, thank you. Seconded, Phil. Any discussion? Lydia?
You know, just for the person that did all the hard work on the fees and charges, I think I found a typo. So I'm just saying that I actually did read it. On page 10, it says that the advertising cost for stock impounding is $11,090. I think the previous year was 90. I'm assuming that your increase would be the 110. And yeah, I was just around the water race closure fees, and that is that new? Because I couldn't find anything else on it previously, and I wouldn't want to see the people that have put their applications in 6 odd years ago be charged fees now.
Murray? It's new, but only applies to new applications. It's not retrospective. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. We move to parks and reserves. Jean, just checking, I didn't skip over a slide there that you've got that I didn't have. We're all good? Okay. Cool. Parks and reserves.
I'd like to welcome the property team of Markington. And Murray.
Right. Yeah, parks and reserves. So this is part of the sort of other matters that were raised through the submission process. There was no specific items that people were asked to give feedback on. So this is submission points that were picked up through the submission process, and they've been summarised in the slides. We had a total of 76 comments, 23 management comments, and 21 on wanting new facilities or space, 29 improve existing, and 29 other comments. I note that those don't add up to 76, so I'm not sure what the story is there, but anyway, they've been sort of put into a number of different categories: management, general comments, and new facility space, improve existing reserves, and other comments that have been received. Just sort of summarising it, the main points that sort of came through in terms of the multiple submitters were related to the acquisition of Boardfield Gardens, the provision of a new location for the Selwyn Dog Training Club. There was some other ones related to Hororata Reserve, particularly around the reinstating year one budgets for the development of that based on the master plan. There was also some concern about loss of community input to reserves. So that sort of came through in a number of submission points. And sort of related to that is a need for a dedicated rural reserve coordinator, which was also raised by a number of submitters. We had some items related to Castle Hill, mainly around the management plan completion, pest plant removal, and town entrance upgrade. Arthur's Pass, we had a few submissions around garden maintenance, looking after that, and entrance signage. And there were a few others around just wanting more green space, planting in urban areas. We had toilets in neighbourhood reserves, particularly in the high use ones that was raised, and early shelter planting for the district park that also came through. And there was also a number of other sort of individual submissions requesting of various assets or improvements, and that included some minor work around cricket wicket improvements. Cemetery pit came through in one of those submissions, some work on playgrounds, additional car parks, and that's particularly in West Melton and Foster Park, solve issues there. Shade covers, some landscape treatment upgrades, what we do with our surplus land, and softball facilities. So through that, we've developed a number of recommendations. A lot of the stuff is actually covered in our existing plans. It was either in the existing 2131 LTP, so it's just sort of flowed through there, or it's in the draft LTP. So there were programs that were already in there. So quite a lot of the stuff that came through this process was already in our budgets and we'd already allowed for. And that included things like the car parking at Foster Park, car parking at West Melton Domain. It's all part of the development program. And they're projects that have been ongoing for some time now, based around master plan work. So I think I'll just quickly go through the recommendations in terms of what we're proposing there. So Lincoln Dog Park, that was something that came through. No change needed there. That's just going to be part of the reserve extension at Lincoln Domain. That's already built into the planning there, and we'd already funded that, budgeted for that in the last LTP. So that's not a biggie. Broadfield Garden. So this is one of the sort of key ones. We had 13 submissions on this that came through. A lot of them were from garden clubs, Canterbury Horticultural Society, and those sort of groups that were very keen on maintaining this garden. And it is a very unique garden in the district. It's been the life's work of a local resident that many of you will probably know. It's got an amazing collection of native vegetation in it, and it's very well regarded. We had a submission from the owner of the property as well, as part of that. So our recommendation there is, even though in an ideal world it would be a great thing to have in the district, we're suggesting that in terms of the cost, both the capital cost for purchasing the land and then the cost of looking after it, which we estimate is around about $200,000 per year, plus the other costs related to additional infrastructure that we'd need to put in place. And that would be things like public toilets, probably have to upgrade the entrance of quite a fast piece of road, and car parking and those sorts of things. But to look at maybe some other options in terms of retaining that through a trust or some other mechanism that could be available to preserve that site in the district going forward. Next one, no change. That was someone wanting a Hagley Park type park in Lincoln. Lincoln, we've already got a lot of open space through Lincoln anyway, green space. So, and we're building onto the domain. There's a contiguous link of green space that goes basically from the town right through to the cemetery and the golf club and Mahoe Reserve, and joins the school, so nothing there. Levi Park, which is the district park, we had one submission actually just saying we should delay doing that. We're recommending we proceed as planned with that because of the demand. Leaston Community Garden, there was a single person, it wasn't a group, just asking for that. We don't really have any land available for there, but the AMP have got a lot of land, and that actually came through in another submission. So perhaps that's an option for some space for that. The Rolleston Green Space, nothing really there. We're building the district park. We've got a lot of green space coming on stream through our vesting process through subdivisions, so nothing there. Selwyn Dog Training Club. So this was another one that actually we got quite a number of submissions on. And it's basically about the conflict on the existing site. It's too small for their activities. A lot of the public that use the site don't like the fact that it's closed from time to time. They can't use it. We're building, or planning to build as part of the district park, dog-friendly areas. So that will provide much bigger spaces than that for dogs to be off leash and friendly areas for those. And as part of that, at this stage, you know, we haven't looked at shifting the club there, or what that would mean. And there may be other options for where they could go around the district, you know, that we could look at. So, but we would just work with the club in terms of well, there are in terms of another location for them. Someone mentioned the softball coming along, and here I think with this particular one, the dugouts and the storage was meant to actually be built when the original diamond was put in place, but we didn't have enough funding at that time to finish it, and they put up some temporary sort of like warehouse type gazebos that they've used. So we think that it was part of the original plan and should be completed, and it's not a huge cost in terms of that. The additional diamond, I think, will be subject to the process that was talked about before in terms of investment, policy on investment in community facilities going forward. We sort of suggested a provisional budget further down the track, which would also depend on demand as well. They put quite a good case together, but it's one of those things that, you know, I think needs to be looked at in a lot more detail going forward. The Anzac Memorial at Kirwee, that was, it's one that staff had actually thought that all of the fundraising was going to be done in the community. We were a bit surprised to see that. Aware of the project, and but we need more information on that, and perhaps it's something that could be redirected to one of the community grant funding areas. The improvement to existing reserves. So this is what I mentioned before. A lot of those items that were actually suggested are covered under existing budgets, and there's nothing required in terms of additional funding or anything like that at this point in time. Public toilets on neighbourhood reserves. Again, we have been putting them in on a priority basis on the real high use neighbourhood parks. We've already put some in Prebbleton, Rolleston. There's one going into Lincoln sometime soon. We have got funding going forward for in our public toilet program for those. So again, it's pretty well catered for in our planning and budget program going forward. The district park shelter planting. We think that the master plan needs to be completed before we do any planting there, because we don't understand what the interface with the boundaries will be at the moment, and that could change with entranceways and roads and those sorts of things. So we think that it would be imprudent to go ahead at this point in time. There was a question about basically looking at what surplus land we had, and also looking at forestry and rental housing, and we should be disposing of these. And obviously we're working through that process anyway. We've had the gravel reserve disposal process going for a number of years now. We're expecting our first major amount to come through from that this financial year. It is tagged to specific projects, but and we only get 50% of the proceeds because it's not our land. It's dock land, most of it, so, or Crown land. So we are doing that. Rental housing, I think there's a couple of houses to be disposed of soon. Most of the housing that we've got has been purchased for strategic purposes, and when it's not required for that, it'll be on sold anyway as we go forward. We have looked at our forestry plantations before. We're just in a bit of a holding period there at the moment, because we need our forestry to be at least 9 years old before we can look at disposal, and that's in terms of our ETS credits and ETS liabilities, I should say. The cemetery pit, we've built that into the program. So that's been sitting there for a long time. We did actually have a false start on that a number of years ago, but we're now in a position with extraction. It's basically finished there. There's just clean filling going into that site now. And also we've solved the contamination issue that we had with one of the water bodies on site, which was a limiting factor previously. So that's been sorted out, so we can proceed with that, and we've built that into the budget. Yeah. And the Hororata Reserve. So with that, we had the budget for over the 10-year period. It was shifted out just for 1 year, but there is some projects there that have already started in terms of some of the work with the equine facilities, as well as the walkway that we just need to continue on with. So the budget's already there. It's just bringing it forward for 1 year, or part of that budget forward for 1 year. It's already in the program and funded. Osborne Park management. So this is the sort of Doyleston question that came up. So we do have this broader piece of work going on, looking at alternative management models for facilities going into the future. So I think that's the mechanism to have a look at how we manage some of those facilities going forward, and look at it on a holistic basis rather than a piecemeal basis. The Rural Reserves Coordinator, so that came sort of out of the submission from Hororata, and got some sort of wider support. And we can understand, because there has been some teething problems, particularly in the rural reserves, with the transition from the reserve committees to a lot of that work being undertaken by contractors. So, but we think that we can put in place the mechanisms to provide the communications that's needed between the community and the contractor and our staff going forward. And as part of that, in terms of encouraging or still providing for volunteer input, because we don't want to completely throw that out, because it's been such a valuable part of those reserves in the past. And there are other ways that the community can be involved in the parks and reserves going forward in terms of volunteer input, and just be coming up with some more strategic ways that we can make that happen, and give that comfort to the community going forward. So I think there's actually an opportunity there, and a lot of very keen people, and to be able to make that happen. The urban forest plan, we had a number of submissions around that. So that is, we have that covered in both our tree and vegetation policy, which is being reviewed at the moment, but also in the blue-green network that forms part of future Selwyn work, that there will be a percentage of cover that we'll be trying to aim for going forward. And we have, there's already been budgets in the program over the last few years and going forward to assist with urban greening, and that's particularly around reducing heat in urban areas through planting and those sorts of things. So it's just part of our ongoing planting program that we've got. Freedom camping. So this is one, we had one submission on it, but it raised some really important points, and our staff have been struggling with this area for a while, particularly with the number of people that are homeless and living in cars, and other itinerant people that we have going into our freedom camping sites, and being able to control and manage that in a way that is sensitive to those people's needs, but also in terms of us being able to regulate and enforce things when we need to. At the moment, the rangers spend quite a lot of time just walking around, noting number plates, so that they can keep control on who's there, and also be able to manage the reserves in terms of what's permissible under the Reserves Act in terms of camping stay times. So the proposal there is to put in place some license plate recognition cameras on our sites. We've trialled it. It's looking actually really good in terms of the information, and it's all real-time information. We know who's there and where they are, and we can manage it a lot better. So we do think that is an issue, but if we don't do something about it, it's going to create more problems going forward, and it'll enable us to manage them a lot better. Finally, the Kirwi tennis resurfacing. So this is another one of those ones which is in a tricky area because we don't own those facilities, and it does create a level of inequity when you're looking at, you know, a reserve down the road which has a tennis courts on it, which a council built or built by the old reserve committee or whatever, and we would be resurfacing those. But in the case of Kirwi, and there's a few others around the district, we haven't been doing those previously. So it's one of those ones where I think when we get that policy in place, that we can really make some good decision making around these sort of things going forward and look at the applications from that point of view. Thank you.
Great, Mark. Thank you for taking us through that. And councillors, I think that really just shows again the depths that staff have gone through all of the submissions, taken into account all of the submission points that people have raised, and given some clear consideration around proposed way forward. First up on this is Elizabeth. Oh, Sophie, did I skip you? Oh, back to Sophie. Sorry, Elizabeth.
Hello. Thank you, because you've answered a lot of my questions through the information there, so that's cool. One question I did have, because I know I'm going to get asked by the various fans of Broadfield Garden, do we know how much the cost it would have been to purchase the gardens? Yep.
Yes. Yep, they were talking about in the vicinity of 2 million, and but the cost, the operational cost, is actually much lower than what you've indicated, unless you're including some really high insurance costs, because they're only at 1.3 or something, and that's if you remove out the vegetable gardens, then you're only paying one part-time staff member who operates it all, because it's a low maintenance garden. And
thanks, that gives us the detail on the cost.
I was just okay, thank you. Right. No, I won't ask about that. I guess one of the questions that I know was raised in a submission about toilets at high-use parks was around some of the parks in our subdivision. Certainly, you know, so for instance, in the Rolleston area, you think of somewhere like the Woolshed Park in Stonebrook, which gets a lot of use. It is the park for that whole rather large area. And there's no toilets, not even in the neighbourhood centre that's next door to it. So you get a lot of people coming through to that park. But and this is just one example. And I guess part of the question is there any consideration to backfilling some of those needs? Not necessarily right now, just in terms of actually reassessing whether or not that should have been required in the first place, because I think we moved on now in how the reserves have been built, but there's still those previous ones. Nobody has to answer that. I just wanted to put that out there. And another question, so you mentioned about the Castle Hill RMP. Did anything end up having, or the reserves there with the seed source trees? Has anything been changed in the budget there for hitting those trees and removing them in the first 2-3 years of the LTP, rather than over however many years was originally proposed?
Yeah, I'll just answer the toilet one first, because I can answer that. And we have allowed for unspecified toilets going forward in the program, and that is to pick up on some of those ones that may need, because of the high use in some of our growth towns. So we have allowed for that. And there's a couple that come to mind. One is the one you mentioned. The other one is Rosemary
Yes.
in Lincoln. So,
Spot the ones with kids.
and in regard to Castle Hill, yes, we have, in anticipation of the management plan, because it's still going through I think they had the hearing a couple of weeks ago, 9th of May. But we did, in anticipation of that, provide some funding for both tree removal, for pest tree removal, and for replanting. So we have done that in the first 3 years of the program.
Brilliant. And I do have one last question. One of the other submissions was around, and I presume that the answer will be the same as for the Kirby Anzac Memorial, because there was a question around a memorial for Rolleston. We've got the clock tower, which is not really a memorial, well, not in the traditional sense. And then there's some plaques in the community centre, but there's not a gathering type memorial that is accessible. But on the flip side, there is no design, there is no actual request for funds yet. It's kind of a bear in mind. This one may turn up further down the track, and it would be interesting to know whether we need a policy around that sort of thing. Or yeah, anyway, I'll just stop there. And generally speaking, thank you very much for all the detail, because there were a lot of different comments around parks and reserves. That's a lot of comments and information to sift through, and thank you.
Well, no, notice there's only one comment on Levi Road Park, the Levi Park, but I'm going to use that as a leverage to start talking about Levi Park. There's a lot of people interested in what's happening there. So the process that we've got going on there about communication with the staff, with the community, that's something we need to keep on pushing through with. That's all I have to say. Everything else in there is great. Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. I had approached staff around Darfield Dog Park and the fact that there is nothing there, and I found some funders to actually fund putting some stuff in there. So win-win for council, because we can get stuff there, we don't have to pay for it. And I guess I'm looking at how do we partner to deliver that. Kiwi Anzac, I thought they were asking for 20k. How has Anzac Memorials been funded previously? And please excuse my ignorance on that.
I think, most of them are being funded through the RSA for the memorials, and most of them are obviously built back in the time of the war. Just after the war, the only one that I can recall more recently was the one at Lincoln Event Centre, and that was the local Rotary group, I think it was, that helped fund that one. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'd take it softball pay a lease for their ground. Is that correct?
No, they don't pay. Under our reserve charging policy, they, having a special area, they pay. I don't think they're paying at the moment, but they will be paying a sum for the facilities there. But they don't lease it, the same as there's no lease over the grounds or other facilities. Their only leases are for exclusive use areas that might be for a bowling club or for a club facility. It's also used by baseball as well. That facility. Yeah.
Cool. And at the shade in the playgrounds, it didn't really see it addressed there, but as in the comments, is that just going to be addressed in level of service standard playground upgrades, or?
Yeah, so with the shade sales, we have built in a budget. We did have a budget, and we built in another budget for it going forward. It starts in 2027, and I think it's $25,000 a year from 2027 to start putting those in, and also as part of when we're looking at the new playgrounds and that are coming on stream through subdivision, we're also looking where we can get shade around those as well. And we have done an audit on all of ours in terms of shade.
Yeah, awesome. I thought the reserves coordinator was quite a good idea. Like, we have a halls coordinator in Melbourne, and I thought that it would actually go a lot to bridging, I guess, the tension on the disbanding of the reserve boards and community feeling like they aren't getting a say. And anyway, I thought it was a pretty good idea to trial it even for 12 months or something and see if it worked. And just on the Kirwi courts, I think most of that's around actually, yes, they own their courts, but the council trees are damaging the courts. And so this has been this is historical and ongoing, and this is going to go on forever until a solution is found for that. So it's not good.
With the Kiwi courts, we did do some work on them a few years ago because we acknowledged that the shelter trees around the poplars around the side are actually causing damage to the courts, and we put a root barrier in at that point. But yeah, it's hard to stop that, unfortunately.
Yeah. I guess it'd be great to have a conversation going forward and what they need to see happen. And thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Great report. Obviously, as the Mayor has said, you've listened to everybody and very well put together. I have no issues with it whatsoever. Thank you.
Shane.
Thank you, Sam. Much the same for me. Thank you very much for the level of detail and listening to all of the submitters and going through each of them. Thank you for looking at toilets and some of the playgrounds. I really appreciate that, and so will my children and others. New developments as part of the reserve or development, will that be something that's requested? Is that how you were envisioning that to move forward?
Yeah, certainly on some of the larger ones, like the one we're looking at is Farringdon Oval. It's quite a big reserve coming on stream there, and so that one we're looking to have a toilet included as part of that development.
Thank you. And just lastly, open cemetery pit. Great job, great work. You'll receive kudos from both Murray Lemon, Pat McHurdy, myself, and the community. And I guess this will be also sent back to the young man that submitted on this piece around the potential to help build a park and do some jumps and things like that. Yeah, will that be part of the process moving forward? Otherwise, support.
Just with the two Kirwi ones, I take it there's no funding, even if it was decided to do those two, that there's no funding to go ahead with those two items.
No, we haven't specifically allowed for funding for either of those two items at this point.
And the other thing about the coordinator, in some of our, like the way I see it is, we've got township committees or residents committees in each of our villages, and if there was someone on one of those committees that could actually work through with council staff, I think it would stop a huge amount of duplication, especially of what's being done. So I really think that's something that should be really looked at, and I don't see it actually costing us. I think it would save money in staff time if it was run properly.
Just in relation to that, in one of the detailed submission responses I did, that was exactly one of the things that we thought would be good. Where there are residents associations set up, that someone could be appointed to be the liaison person for the reserve in that area and communicate through staff and that. We also want to get a single point of contact here as well, so that they know who they should be talking to.
Thanks, Mark. And it reminded me of when you actually did a presentation to the infrastructure and transport with regards to the future of our parks and reserves and the comprehensiveness of that and the funding arrangements that got passed through that subcommittee. And I guess that's probably made life a lot easier with regards to our understanding where the funding comes from. Just a couple of issues that have turned up with regards to the submission process. Broadfield Garden, you mentioned about looking at a trust structure. If we're looking at $2 million over a 10-year period, that's 200K a year. Is there any way that for the security of this project going forward, that conversations could be had with the landowner around going forward as to how we could actually look at other avenues of spreading the budget out over 10 years or maybe even 5 years with regards to this particular project, just like has been successful with other projects that we've adopted today, looking at how to fund them? That's one question.
I understand that the owner was open to having a instalment type of process to the purchase, although we haven't talked to him directly about that.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I thought that some sort of trust may be a way to go forward. There are gardens, similar types of gardens that are run throughout the country that are managed through a trust process. But and also with the interest from garden clubs and some of the other groups that are involved, it could be a good
No, I could actually see this as a tourist attraction and visited by a lot of elderly that may not be able to ride bikes and use some of our bike trails. They have different priorities to actually attract tourism. And I think we probably, you know, under our economic strategy, form some sort of partnership arrangement so we can secure something like that. So I still think there's some work that, you know, we could do in this particular area, just secure it going forward. And I would like to actually see some investigation along those lines actually happen. So that's that point. The other that I had a query about was we talk about cameras for on some of our freedom camping reserves. Have we actually thought about charging? There was a submission that came through about starting to actually charge like DOC actually charge. I know that there are some of our other camping grounds with the approval under our Camping Act that actually do charge. And I can tell you that the Waihora Mochikarara domain, they are used as structured and on the rail trail, very popular place, and they have a methodology where people can use an app to pay. So there are those opportunities to actually recoup some funds. Have we looked at that?
Yeah, we have. So I think this has been discussed previously, but one of the issues is that as soon as we start charging, we're subject to the camping ground regulations. Yeah. And with those regulations, we have to put in all sorts of facilities to meet those particular regulations. So, which would be quite costly to do, but there are other ways we can do it, and we're actually looking at those at the moment, potentially on a couple of other sites, and that is where we have facilities that are coin-operated facilities, toilets and those sorts of things, and whether we can retrofit some of our existing things with that, so that we are generating some income out of those facilities, rather than just everything being free. So, and that could be shower facilities and those sorts of things as well. There are quite a few, there's a number of companies around the place. Kiwi Camp is one of them. They actually provide the facilities, they take a cut. And so that's something that we have actually been starting to explore.
Thanks for appreciated that there's still a bit more work to be done in that particular space. Now, the other submission that we actually got was from a Coast Forward Concerned group with regards to the plantings, the native plantings that have actually happened with regards to, and it doesn't fit under our urban forest plan because it's not urban. It was agreed under the reserve management group that was there, probably formed in about 2015, or with regards to looking at wanting to do a green dot area for the planting. And the issue now is the maintenance of that native area. With
Mark, you're nodding. It sounds like you know the submission.
With regards to, do you know the submission? Oh, well, I don't know where it fits because I can't fit it under biodiversity. It is in a reserve area. So this is the only area that I can see where it fits, because we have, you know, for the protection of flooding future, there needs to be some tree maintenance that has to happen down there with regards to it, and it just doesn't fit in any other category.
Let's get Sharon to.
Actually, we put it through to the operational team because a number of issues that they raised were operational. So Tim's team and actually our emergency defence team have picked it up because they've already have an established relationship. So it's been pulled into current operational business.
Thank you. I was just trying to find who pays and where does it fit into what budget. So any idea of going forward? It's an operational.
No, Deborah, we won't get into that today.
Okay. Right. And the other one was to do with and thanks for the reinstatement of the Horowhata Reserve. Just with regards to the Kuwi Memorial contribution, is that a double up? Because we've got a Kuwi Anzac Memorial contribution and we've got a Kuwi Anzac Memorial contribution in 2 pages, just for clarification? Or are they 2 different projects?
It's just a double up.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. Grant.
On behalf of the Lincoln dog owners, thank you very much for recognising the need for a dog park. There's certainly they can't wait for it to arrive, and they're really pleased that you've got your eye in with Kakaha Park and expecting something of a similar level or better in Lincoln. So that's really good. The second thing is just some clarity on the Broadfield Garden. So staff recommend consideration of other mechanisms for the garden to be retained for public access. So when we say that, do we mean the owner consider other mechanisms, or does it mean the staff consider other mechanisms? Which side of the fence are we lying here?
I think we're lying in the fence of supporting and advocating for some form of trust or whatever it is that could be established.
For somebody else to do it, though.
Yeah.
Just
sort of as a rule of thumb, I did a wee bit of work to find out what it costs to establish it. Because if we're going to do something like this as a high amenity planting in the new Levi Park, to have a sort of medium quality garden is about $150 a square metre, so $6 million of expenditure. If you go to the quality that exists at Broadfield Gardens, it's probably closer to $200 a square metre, which is $8 million of value. So there's a bit of a cost comparison of what's there in value to establish and actually deliver versus if we do it ourselves. I suppose the sort of left of field ideas is, do we need more cemetery space? There's be land on that section that could do double purpose. But I probably support where you're coming from. If we can encourage a trust to be formed with someone like Rata and Lotto whacking some money in, whether it's under the Selwyn District Charitable Trust Aegis or whatever it is, something like that.
Do you want me to answer the question around cemetery?
No, it's another one of those ideas that the trust can think about if they choose to pursue it.
Sorry, what drove it was that the funeral directors now are quite keen on burying people in reserves. And I know for a fact that the rest homes are always looking for places for people, for their visitors, their residents to go and visit. So there's a pool of likely players.
So, Parks and Reserves. Pardon?
That's right.
I'm going to do a disclaimer here. My kids are involved with my Kiri hockey. I had nothing to do with the submission they put in. I do not know the person who's now with the club. There's a change of people in the club. But they did, I was surprised to hear, but they were asking about speaking with staff about plans for another turf into the future. I just want that recorded that they had asked for that request. There's obviously been an answer to
submission in the submissions comments, but it hasn't come through on this thing that we are. I assume that you're quite happy to looking as it says. Submission is acknowledged. Staff plan to complete utilisation reports on the existing hockey facilities in the next 3 years. Blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, that is work that you guys have said that you'll do.
So there's no recommendation for any budget, which is why we're not.
No,
but
it's not. I'm just highlighting.
Yep, thanks for highlighting. Yep.
The Levi Park. So just like with work with that, going forward with amount of sports fields and stuff, like what sort of space are we looking at the park? Because it was going to be a big, large scale park that was, it slowly looks like it's being taken up by, you know, other potentially more sports fields and stuff like that. But my understanding wasn't the original intention of what we were doing. So are we looking at maybe future somewhere else that will be that sort of park? Where are we at? Because I mean, I'm just conscious of some of the things being said around space for other sports and stuff like that.
No, I mean, it's at the moment they're just in the early stages of master planning, and having received 1,600 submissions, I think they got for that first bit of consultation that was done. The first stage, which is the 35 hectares, there is some sports fields on that, but it does have lots of other.
Okay, that's why I just wanted to confirm that, because my, you know, like I said, the intention wasn't, I think, to have that covered up in sports fields. There was also another submission that was asking about park benches around the townships and such like. Is that something that we are looking at or will look at?
Yeah, we already have a program for that.
Good.
So we have built that in.
I'm going to start on the last page. I have some concerns, and I do not support the license plate recognition cameras and the control gates at the camping activities. I know that, you know, it sounds like a good logistical move. Firstly, I think that those are the kind of things that when people do get desperate, and that you're talking about homeless people, primarily people are just going to sort of, they're not hard to smash in the middle of the night if you need somewhere to park. I'm a little bit concerned about paying for toilets with a coin, because that's when you end up with people peeing around the corner or worse. Going down there a few times this summer, I saw a lot of very low decile families camping, and I feel that these people are probably utilising the free camping sites because they probably don't have any other access to holidays with their large families, and yeah, they were very low decile. So in that space, I don't feel like it's a big priority. We do have a homelessness issue. We don't see it because it is in these more remote locations that we don't drive past every day. And I have seen, like the other night, visiting Dunsandel community group in the dark, was what appeared to be a homeless family with all their belongings in 2 cars, utilising our public toilets and our public rubbish bins because that's how they live. So as we close up parks like this, we're not solving an issue, we're just pushing it further out into more remote locations, into other facilities that we do have that are not locked up. So I just want to address that now. So I do not support that. I feel there must be a better way. I'm really pleased to see the Osborne Park management option. That's a big thumbs up. The Leaston Community Garden land. Yeah, I mean, we've just got a lot of land in Leaston. I'm sure that we can facilitate something with the sky. Maybe we don't need to worry about it and we give it back to the community group. Maybe that's just an idea. Broadfield Gardens, I support what Deborah and Grant have said. I feel like this is something that actually maybe rather than just cutting it off at the neck now, we hold on that decision and just explore what other options and alternatives there are, because as Grant's pointed out, we'll never get this opportunity again. This is a garden of significance and it has got a huge amount of natives, which is something that we're really big on. And I'm pretty much covered, thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Jenny, you've put forward a recommendation at the front end of this, which just captures everything that's within the recommendation. So council endorsed the staff recommendations listed in the Parks and Reserve section for this report. And we have a mover and seconder for that as the recommendation here. Councillors, do you want to run through each of these individually, or are you happy to take them as a group? We've had anyone that hasn't wanted something in here has been noted through the discussion. We can break that down if you want. Otherwise, we'll just move them all together, and like the whole long-term plan, when we vote on it at the end, there'll be things that people may not like within it, but on the whole, it's voting for the whole document. This is the Parks and Reserves recommendation to us. People want to take it individually or together?
I've just lost it on diligence, so bear with me. With regards to the Broadfield Garden, staff investigate. Can you give us a time frame around how long it would take to investigate that scenario, given that it's currently for sale? Just conscious.
But the Broadfield Garden recommendation that's here is not that staff would do anything. It's that we would support someone else to do something. We're not investigating any other options for Broadfield Garden if the recommendation is carried today.
Not any seed funding? I'll move a recommendation. I'll suggest that we put it, for a trust to be set up, we put in some seed funding and to assist a serious MOU trust investigation with regards to staff.
So do you want to move that now, or do you want to just vote? So we'll run through them individually. I can see there's a need to run through them individually. When we get to Broadfield Garden, the recommendation that's currently is that we don't do anything. If that fails, Deborah, then you put forward your recommendation about what would happen.
Okay.
Or give it to us in writing, like, or just say that again slowly so we can hear what you're saying, but otherwise we'll move through, and if we disagree with what staff have already put in front of us, then we know that we needs to be more involved, in which case we'll pick up your suggestion at that point.
Yeah, sorry, I've just lost mine.
Okay, so Lincoln, Doc, do we have a mover and seconder for all of them on whole, and then we'll move through them individually?
Can we just...
Let them as a whole.
I get my...
Shane, you moved all of it?
So moved. So
Thanks.
just for clarification, the consideration of other mechanisms in that Broadfield Garden part, does that capture what Deborah's asking?
It's not part of the recommendation. No. It's just a comment there to support the recommendation, which is above it in bold.
So moved.
Is there a seconder, Bob? Okay, so Lincoln Dog Park, that no action or change is required. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. Deborah, do you want to move an amendment then to this?
Sorry, my diligence playing up.
Can I say something before that happens?
No, not if it's an amendment.
It's not an amendment. Maybe it's a process thing. It's like, maybe it would be good to hear from staff, get a report on that, as opposed to making a knee-jerk reaction here about seed funding. And that's the thing, maybe we need to know a bit more context and detail. We've got some suggestion that maybe it was around $2 million. Maybe it wasn't. I think that maybe it's something that we need some more work on, and it can come back here as a strategic investment option.
Yep.
Unless we vote to not pursue it and not go down that route, and then in which case we don't have to ask staff to do that. So it's really, do you want a positive action that we support, or a negative action that we support, or otherwise?
I want to know more about it.
Yeah.
And there's 3 lines there, plus what the submitter said. That's all we have.
Tim, do you want to give us a...
Yeah, look, we'll need to get a little bit more information for you. We can bring that back in regard to costs and what that looks like. So we haven't quite got the level of detail to give you at this point.
Okay.
So today we'll be making a decision through the long-term plan not to pursue this, but request staff
All right, it's not going to
bring a report back to council. Is that what you're asking, Deborah, on other alternatives?
No, I think in that light, given that we don't have enough information, I think it's the other way around, that we ask staff to bring back a report on this, on the options available for Broadfields Garden. It's not saying, no, we're not going to do it. It's that we need options of how this could possibly work in the positivity with regards to our strategic economic directions.
So, yeah, you want to move that as an amendment to what's there?
I'm going to move that as an amendment because that means that we are going to do something. It just means it's going to have a staff report. So we need
that staff prepare a report back to council on this matter
with further information.
With further information, yep.
Of the options.
Is there a seconder for the amendment?
So I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Phil. Murray, just so you had.
I just think, well, I suppose my recommendation is we need to be very clear about what this recommendation is in terms of funding. So I think we need to say for this LTP, we're not putting any funding in for the LTP for this purchase of land, but we will bring back a report at some stage to look at alternative mechanisms to facilitate the.
Is that your intention to?
No, it wasn't.
It's just that we don't have time to bring back a report before the LTP has to be finalised.
No, so it would be there's no funding included and would receive a report in a few months. Then it could be 6 months around
That's what I mean. If we lose the opportunity, I guess we lose the opportunity. But it just seems, as it's pointed out, the cost parameters, it came through a submission process. And I think, by not considering it, we are not giving serious concern to something that I consider that's a valuable asset to many of our other older generations within our community.
Thanks.
And that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and we are considering it. That's what we're going through this process to consider it. Sophie?
Yeah, I haven't fully made my mind up, but I'm tending towards not voting for this, and I just wanted to speak to that in the sense that we don't, unlike some of the other conversations that we've had about looking into whether or not it's worth doing X, Y, Z, most of them have come with a group that's approached us saying that they would be interested in partnering with council or doing something themselves, and they would like some seed funding or whatever. What we have with this one is literally a whole bunch of people who've come in and saying, we want you to buy it and open it and maintain it on our behalf for free, and we don't even want to be paying the $25 entry fee anymore. Which is quite different to me, and I feel like we're suddenly jumping this one ahead. And I get that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy Broadfield Garden. However, we also need to remember that it's already been passed in an auction. It's not, there aren't actually people beating down the door to buy this place. Yeah, I'm not convinced that this is the best use of staff time. I feel like it would be better to refer it back to some of the submitters and the gardening groups and just ask them, what is it exactly that you foresee happening here? And one of them even said, we're one of the few councils that doesn't have a botanic garden. Actually, if you look around the country, there's maybe 10 in the entire country. And so that argument doesn't actually stand. We have one in Christchurch, one in Ashburton. We don't necessarily need one in Selwyn as well.
Thanks, Sophie. Elizabeth?
I don't see any harm in just doing our due diligence on this while we have this opportunity. And I think it's presumptuous to put words into the submitters' mouths. But I do think that we could give the submitters time to form a group and a body. And I think Deborah's right that there would be a lot of willingness. And I certainly spoke for a long period of time with them. There's a huge willingness in the community to create something to facilitate this and to make it cost effective for council. And so, yeah, I feel that it actually wouldn't take that much staff time because the community would bring everything to the table. So you wouldn't be digging very far to get the information you need.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Nicole?
I've got reservations the same as Sophie does. I mean, we've had people directly emailing us about this, and it's also been said that there's plenty of people in the community who will come and do the work around it, essentially off their own back. I just also see that there are a number of volunteers in our community, but they're stretched, and this is a garden that's quite
isolated from other things that we're doing. There's more work that needs to be done around car parking and other things with it. We have a piece of land that has been selected because that's what we need. I'm just got a lot of concerns about it going down this route. And as Sophie's already mentioned, it has been up for auction. It has been for sale for quite some time from the sounds of it. And so it's got a question, council, is it really our role to be looking like it's a backstop of taking on this property?
Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, I don't support the future report. It would mean we shouldn't have an option in front of us through a long-term plan that doesn't have a dollar figure beside it. So if we're going to include it as an option for staff to bring back, we need to have a placeholder of, it sounds like $2 million added to the budget at this stage for this project, as well as all the ongoing operational costs, which may or may not eventuate depending on the outcomes of the future paper, but I just don't feel at this stage we should be putting that money into the budget on top of what's already there. So Deborah, write a reply.
I'm hoping that we can find avenues to actually assist our communities with regards to the requests that came through from many of the submitters. Sure, there's a lack of information, and that's why we're asking for some more information that came through. It came through from a submission process. And I feel that there is a need for us to understand the future options for this in our LTP. You're always going to get surprises that come out through submissions. Why are we doing submissions if we're going to be criticised for, you know, how many submitters have we actually listened to with regards to coming through and trying to work alongside them and get our buy-in to our plan, to our long-term plan, so it doesn't look like it's all a fait accompli. It's not necessarily asking for money. There's options like seeding fund. There's options like going back and actually talking to the submitters and actually finding out some more information going forward. Maybe the time frame could be extended out to the next annual plan. Don't know, but these are the things that could be investigated. I mean, I like the idea of the concept of, you know, a combined cemetery area with regards to the garden area. We've never had that discussion. We're always going to get these surprises that actually, as a team, we all work out and we think we didn't think of that idea, we didn't think of that idea, no one else has come up with that idea. This is the idea, this is the process for me of how I should see that, you know, if there's a submission that comes up and it's worthy for discussion and it should be put on the table and you can vote on it. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm sure others will, but that's the submission process.
Thanks, Deborah. So all those in favour that staff prepare a report to bring this back to council at a future date, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Declare it lost. Do people want their votes counted?
Yes, please.
Deborah was in favour. Anyone else? Elizabeth was in favour. Anyone else? No, thank you. So then council confirms that Broadfield Garden is not purchased due to cost, lack of connectivity and other options. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. The Lincoln Park has no change required. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The next one is Defer Levi Road Park. Staff recommend that council proceed as planned. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The recommendation around Leaston Community Garden Land, no action recommended. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. Rolleston Green Space Provision, no further action recommended. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Selwyn Dog Training Club Space, has recommended that further investigations carried out into consultation with the club to determine the best future location. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Foster Park Softball Diamond, council provide budget for dugouts and storage and provisional budget for extra diamond in 5-6 years time. All those in favour say aye.
I wanted to ask a question on that.
No, we've done
No.
the questions. You can move an amendment if you would like. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The next one is Kiwi Anzac Memorial contribution. Council confirms no contribution will be made to the Kiwi Anzac Memorial until the full cost and fundraising position is known. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Identified improvements to existing reserves. Staff will take consideration. There's no recommendation there. Public toilets on neighbouring parks. No change from the programme. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The district park shelter planting, no further action is recommended. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The review reserve land requirements, that we continue with the current plan for disposal of gravel reserves and other surplus sites. All those in favour say aye.
Right.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. Open cemetery pit, no further action recommended. All those in favour say aye.
Right.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. Reinstate funding for Hororata Reserve. $270,000 for development is brought forward for 1 year to enable urgent action. All those in favour say aye.
Right.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. Osborne Park, no further action recommended. All those in favour say aye.
Right.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. Rural Reserves Coordinator, decline the request for a Rural Reserves Coordinator. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Do you guys want your votes counted? Lydia and Bob. Urban Forest Plan, no further action recommended. All those in favour say aye.
Right.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. Freedom Campground Controls, that we install licence plate recognition. All those in favour say aye.
Right.
Anyone against? Elizabeth, you want that recorded? Declare it carried. And Kiwi Tennis Courts resurfacing, defer that resurfacing. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. That's the end of the recommendations on Parks and Reserves. We'll adjourn the meeting for 12 minutes and start again at 3:10 with Resource Recovery and Waste. and waste. It's on page 183. And we'll hand over to Jen and the team. Jen, yours. Councillors, before we get into this, it'll be good to think about how we manage the rest of the afternoon and the time that we've got allocated for tomorrow. I think with the number of topics that we've got still to cover and the content within them, it would be good to be able to finish this tonight. And so seek the support of the room to be able to take as long as that is. I think we can still finish that by 5 o'clock tonight, but it might mean that we're here till 6 or 6:30 rather than coming back in the morning. And I think that's a better way for us to go. That's going to require cooperation from everyone in the room. Not that you can't ask or seek clarification on anything that you might want to ask, but I just ask you to consider how long you have the microphone for before passing it on. And if some of the questions you have couldn't be asked outside of the meeting, if it doesn't relate directly to the amount of money we're putting into the long-term plan for a particular item. So if that's cool with everyone, we'll aim to do that. And if you notice me just ask you to wrap things up more regularly than I have through the rest of the day, it's to seek that end of finishing the deliberations today. Tim and Andrew and Jen, hand over to you.
Thanks, Sam, and welcome to Andrew, who's going to take us through submissions and staff recommendations. Cool. Thank you. So the main form of submissions was regarding the compulsory organic service. We had 8 in support and 18 opposed. Secondly, a number of requests for green waste collections in the Castle Hill Village. And also we had a few other comments within submissions about other waste related topics. These were all submissions that were wrapped within wider, broader submissions. I'll just quickly touch on the smaller organic bin options. There's at this stage no immediate plans to offer a smaller organics bin. However, this could be considered in more detail closer to when the compulsory organic service takes place. A smaller organics bin would likely not be much less expensive than the larger one. In terms of those who manage their own green waste, this service covers food waste and green waste, and from our curbside audits we know that typically food waste makes up 35 to 45% of the weight of rubbish bins, and we do acknowledge that this is an additional unwanted burden for those who already compost their own food scraps and garden waste at home. This regulation is outside of Council's control. The Ministry for the Environment has issued a directive that households in all urban areas with a population of greater than 1,000 residents must have a food scraps / organics collection by 1 January 2027, and under the Waste Minimisation Act will be obligated to comply with that. Moving on to the submission regarding the that council should work with local government and central government to remove the compulsory requirement. Staff support the compulsory organic service, removing both food and garden waste from the rubbish wheelie bins, which currently averages 40 to 60% combined, is the only way realistically that council will meet the government diversion target of 50% of curbside waste by 2030. And it also feeds into the emissions reduction target for biogenic methane. The Ministry for Environment have advised that an opt-in service for urban areas meeting the criteria would be non-compliant with the directive. However, we intend to seek guidance from the Ministry around any discretionary exemptions. There was a submission regarding expense, that the service is too expensive. We do again acknowledge that this is an additional and unwanted burden for some of those who already compost their own food scraps and garden waste at home. But the charges that we charge do reflect the cost of the collection, processing, composting of that material. One comment within a broader submission related to providing local organic drop-off locations rather than collection. However, acquiring land, consenting, building, staffing, operating multiple local organics drop-off sites would be cost prohibitive, and these types of facilities tend to attract community opposition during consenting processes, and consenting waste facilities of any type is notoriously difficult. The curbside
organic service is the most cost-effective method to capture food and divert that material from households. There was a comment regarding a submission regarding home composting and encouraging home composting. Council currently encourages home composting via information on our website, through partnerships with Envirotown, and through workshops at Rediscover, our waste education facility, and also in the future at Re-Nourish, our community garden. We also support initiatives such as Love Food, Hate Waste. A submission related to extending the organic service to Sheffield. So extending the curbside organic collection has to be balanced between sufficient demand for the service in the area and collection vehicle resources, emissions and cost. Demand for curbside organic collections in rural townships is much lower than in urban areas, and this combined with long distances means that unfortunately it's not currently viable to extend to Sheffield. Council will be surveying some smaller townships later this year to determine interest and demand for the organic service. Moving on to other feedback in terms of a request for collaborative efforts and support for community-led waste reduction and composting initiatives. Council staff remain open to supporting additional community-led waste minimisation initiatives. We do so already with business sustainability assessments through our Lincoln Envirotown partnership, and we get community groups, schools and university groups through Rediscover, our waste and sustainability education centre.
Andrew, I'll just get you to stop there. I think that's great what you've shared with us, and we can see what you've written in those responses.
Okay.
I'll just seek if there's any clarity from councillors around any of the responses that are there. The overall recommendation for us is that we comply with the relevant requirements and in the meantime seek guidance from the Ministry around discretionary exemptions as the only action that comes out of here. Are there things that councillors would like to raise? And if so, maybe we'll just get you to put your microphones on and we'll take them as the comments that you'd like on this area rather than running around the whole table. Elizabeth?
We have had in the past contamination issues with some of the other trucks. What's it going to look like for a green waste with contamination issues? Because there's undoubtedly going to be that same problem again. And what are you planning to do to mitigate that?
We are in the process of acquiring a trommel to remove contamination from the organic waste stream. We foresee an increase in contamination in the organics collections as a result of a compulsory service, and we will be well set up and ready to cope with that.
Thank you.
Yep, Shane. Happy to move. I'm happy to comply. Just one question around the cost multiplied by the rating base. Is this reflected in our forecasts?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Lydia?
Mine's around the bottom 2 points and rural recycling and level of service. It says that it'll be cost prohibitive, and so I just wanted to know the difference between why it's not cost prohibitive to do it in Castle Hill and Arthur's Pass, but it is for our rural ratepayers.
Yep. Is this relating to the recyclables collection point?
Yeah, and refuge station with recycling capabilities.
Okay,
I
those
sort
two.
of, I sort of took them as the same.
Yeah, there's a couple of differences. So the Sheffield and Darfield townships receive a curbside collection service, and the Castle Hill Arthur's Pass don't. It would be very cost prohibitive and uneconomic to send a curbside truck to Castle Hill and Arthur's Pass, and so for that distance involved, it made sense to do what we're doing out there in terms of the front load waste collection and the large shipping container recycle stations, but in terms of the having a Arthur's Pass Castle Hill type collection system based in an urban area, we're going to end up attracting a lot of contamination and fly tipping that you don't see in those other areas, because those other areas have refuse skips right next to them. And you do see this in other districts. There's articles in the news. So my concern would be that effectively in a free-for-all in say Darfield with a recycle station, like a shipping container Arthur's Pass style, that would almost always be rejected at the recycling plant. And we don't have any ability to pinpoint who is contaminating it, and you do on a curbside service. So the cost associated with setting up either leasing or buying land, consenting, etc., would be so expensive, and then for it probably to end up being landfilled would be kind of a perverse outcome. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Lydia. Moved by Shane, seconded by Phil. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thanks, Andrew. We move to financial management. It's on page 187 and 191.
Thanks, Sam. Allison's going to take us through this section.
Welcome, Pam and Alison.
Thank you, Sam. I've got my very capable support person with me, and Pam. The first slide we've got here is on the strategic investment strategy. So this wasn't one that we consulted on, but we did get quite a few submissions back on it. And I think it's just sort of worth noting some of those and the work that we have done thus far in the workshops. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read everything out on this slide, but I think it is just worth noting that within the staff recommendation, the costs that we've incurred so far will be fully expensed in this year. And just going back to some of the discussions that we had previously with Denise and her team, that ultimately what this is going to do is give us a framework to support future investments and or divestments, and looking at how this links back to our other strategies that are in various states of play just now.
Thank you. Recommendation is that council proceed with planned development of strategic investment strategy. Mover Shane, seconded Malcolm. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare. Do you want to record it, Elizabeth? Declare it carried. The next item is financial management and rates.
Okay, so there was a number of comments raised here and quite a few submission themes, being rates affordability, changes to the rate system and debt, and we've got a few more on the next page. I think the general sort of themes are rates being too high, affordable, debt levels being too high, all things that we've talked about previously. We've got changes to the rate system, and that if we need be, Pam can talk to more details, but noting that some of the structure of a rate system is legislative, and we would need to go through a sort of consultation process to change that. So we wouldn't be proposing that we would do that just now. I think it's also just worth noting in here the rates affordability. We've had a number of conversations throughout this process around where we've came from the 6% and where we're at just now, with our internal cost base and external factors that we cannot control. We've got additional headcount that we need to bring in. We've got digital spend that we need to do to move things forward. This is a growth region, and we cannot go backwards. So I think that's just worth noting. And the debt that we are carrying is largely for our essential services in roading and water. We have spoken, I think Sharon mentioned this yesterday, that we are looking towards that internal audit to look at what our sustainable cost base is. We don't have frivolous spend built into the financials in the long-term plan. Spend will be controlled. We will be looking at the internal audit piece, like I say, and what that then lands to as far as a sustainable debt position. Just jumping to the next slide, another two themes on there, which are reduced costs and other. I think I've probably just covered a lot of the reduced costs. It's okay, Jen, I've done it. I've changed the slide for you. Okay, right. I mean, we're talking here about delayed nice to haves. We don't really have much in the way of nice to haves in here. There has been a lot of ELT and management rigour going through our expenditure to make sure that it is fit for purpose. We are not sitting with huge slush funds. Comments that have been made previously, we have gone through those. The budgets in our mind, we believe, are fit for purpose and have the right rates levels that are required for us to do what we need to do based on some of the earlier discussions that have taken place. So just jumping to the next slide, and Jen is just furiously typing away an overarching recommendation that we have in here. So there's a number of different things down on the left there: levels, debt levels, affordability, operating costs. And what we're asking, or what we're recommending, is that Council endorses the staff financial management recommendations as noted on the slide.
Thanks for that, Alison. We used to have, and I just raised this earlier, about the maximum level of rates in any 1 year. Is this the part where that conversation?
So I was going to come to that in the policies.
Okay, cool. I'll wait for that. That's
we can
fine.
cover that now if you want, Sam.
I don't mind.
So within the financial strategy, there is a paragraph in there that talks to rate levels, and previously that was capped at the 6%. What we are proposing is a change within that narrative to say our rates will be probably capped at 20%, but we will have a carve out in there that talks to will be subject to changes in inflation.
Okay, thank you. So Council endorses staff financial management recommendations as noted on the slide that has been pre-circulated. Questions and comments from councillors? Deborah.
Can I just seek some clarification with regards to the last policy that your rates policy that you referred to? You said that it was set at 20%?
No, the financial strategy just now has a paragraph within it that talks to the rates being at 6%.
Yeah.
So what we're talking is a proposed change to say our rates are capped at a much higher amount, but also note that they will be subject to changes for inflation, etc., which was never there previously.
So you didn't mention 20. What
I
is
did
going
mention
the higher
20.
rates. What's going to?
I did mention 20, which is almost inclusive of that inflation part. But I think it's worth noting that inflation needs to be mentioned in that narrative. So I mean that's higher than where we're sitting just now. We are sitting at 15.6. I think some of the problems we've had in the past, we've capped at a level and we've had no wiggle room. So that's what I'm trying to avoid by doing that. I'm not suggesting we go to 20%. It's a number that's in there.
Oh, well, I'll be upfront. I just feel a little bit uncomfortable about that.
Okay.
Given that we were led to believe that before we asked staff to go back and make the changes, we were sitting at 23%, and you've come back with a 15.6. Sorry? 15.6. And now we're looking at going forward, adding to that. What effect will that...
Sorry, Deborah, I think there's just some confusion about that. This 20% isn't saying we're targeting 20% or needs 20%. It's saying through this long-term plan, council restricts itself to not go over 20% without going back to the community. The number used to be 6%, and that's why last year we had a rates increase of 5.9% when it should have been something much higher, because we didn't want to go through a long-term plan amendment. Setting this rate at 20% means we don't have to go through a long-term plan amendment to have the right level of rates in any future year, but there's no intention through this long-term plan to get to that level.
Wow. I have to think about that because I just feel a little bit uncomfortable about that given our borrowing cap that we actually have. And I'd like to have seen how that 20% actually sits with our graphs if we're working at the revised graphs that came back with regards to looking at 15%. So I just need to think about that because I just feel uncomfortable at the moment. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Deborah. Grant.
One of the things we haven't done since I've been on the council, and it appears its time has come, and I'd like to put an amendment forward on that basis that before the next LTP we do a rating review. We haven't discussed differentials, industrial differentials, forestry differentials, and I think it's a piece of work that we need to do as a council. And so I'm hoping that someone might support me in that motion, that the rating review is done in the next 3 years for the next LTP. So, do you want to do that? Would I carry on, or do you want to do that first?
No, that's fine. I'll get you to write it up, and then we can sort it out.
Alison, look, I don't support the increase to 20%. I know what you're getting at, but I think those sort of things should come back to us, and we should be deliberate in changing them. I'd rather we sit at 16% on top of the 15.6. I know it's a bit inconvenient, but I think it should be inconvenient. It should be difficult for us to change our maximum rate increase. We should be feeling a bit uncomfortable. We should be doing everything we can to minimise our rates increases. So I don't support giving us leeway. I want us hard on top of our rates increase.
Oh, sorry, I'm not going downstairs. Elizabeth.
I'm trying to understand, by approving these staff recommendations, what are we actually endorsing? What is the point of this document in front of us? How does it have bearing on all the decisions we make in the future?
So what this document is saying, if we go down all the topics on the left-hand side, we've got rates levels. So we are saying that we will be running with 15.6% rates. The debt levels are based on all the different cost areas that are coming through and things we've spoken about earlier. We would be leaving those as is. And rates affordability, we recognise that there has been a number of submissions on that. But in terms of how we move forward, we feel that we have to stick with the 15.6%. I'm not going to read through every single one of those, but that's in summary
that's fine. Well, those were the two that I'd highlighted. I mean, Deborah used the word uncomfortable before. I'm really uncomfortable with this because we know that our houses are collateral for the debts, the rate bit that we can rate people, and it's a cost of living crisis, and people are through. We know where it's at in the community, and we're saying that our debt is limited to the levels required for the projects and the programs. And it's backwards to how a business is run. I'm just really concerned that it just doesn't sit well with me that this is the way that we operate.
Sorry, Elizabeth, just to clarify there. So the debt level. So yesterday we did talk to the slides. So we presented two slides. One was the previous debt level, and one was the adjusted debt level based on the projects that have come out of the Capital Works programme. So we've now got those debt levels, which are actually linked back to the Treasury policy that was approved some time ago. So we brought those debt levels down. They're within the tolerance of the policy, and we have given ourselves some debt headroom as well.
Shane.
Thanks, Sam. Thank you very much for all the work that's gone into to get us to this point, understanding that the rate level that is set allows for the decisions that we've been making up to this point. I'm supportive of, as Grant said, looking at a rates review, a differential rate, especially as we hear from some of the rural submitters and understanding their plight. I too, along with Grant, favour rigour in the setting of the rates, but also don't want to make it unworkable. So a figure in between may be the middle of the resolution that we seek. So I would ask for that around the table.
Thanks, Shane. Sharon?
Yeah, just want to clarify, the resolution needs to be that the council notes the staff financial management recommendations as noted on the slide, because the actual level of detail comes through the policy, and there is a formal recommendations for the policies that are following. So I think that that's important to change the endorses to note, because there's no specific actions there. Those come through the policies, which then feeds into all of the things that Alison has said. And then obviously, if Grant puts his amendment, an extra suggestion forward about rates review, that's a second.
This needs to be changed to before the 2737 LTP, that's all.
And then we just need to note that is in contrast to the staff recommendation around funding model and rates, which currently says there's no current plans for rates review to be undertaken, so that we're not saying we agree with the slides and then having something else. So let's just have that as the recommendation with the two things here. Grant, you're happy to move both of those?
So the policy will be reflected to, we'll debate that later on about getting from 20 down to 16%. That's in the policies, as you said, CEO. Yeah, okay, thank you. On that basis, yes.
Cool. Seconder, Shane. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. We have now the policies, work and development contribution policies. Oh, sorry, we'll follow you whatever you've got up there, Jen.
Excuse me. We've got a number of
Indigenous biodiversity.
Yeah,
sorry.
Indigenous biodiversity. We've got a number of.
It's on page 199 and 200. Andy, welcome back.
Do you want me to speak to these or just go straight to the next recommendation?
Just speak to it.
Andy, if you just give us a brief overview of the paper and it's focusing on its recommendations.
Kia ora koutou. Hopefully this is a reasonably simple one for you guys.
You don't say that at the start of the presentation.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not.
Really jinxing the.
Clearly, it's not. Okay. So you know, we had a series of comments, 35 comments provided. You know, a variety of comments, themes. Main ones being biodiversity protection, the need for protection, community involvement in biodiversity projects, consideration of funding, and then a bunch of other comments. And I guess some of the key themes that came through were comments about the need to protect Kia and Arthur's Pass, potentially with a feeding bylaw and possible other actions. Looking at eco sanctuaries where possible, funding for pest control, which we referred to earlier. The Castle Hill seed source, Wilding Pine seed source, was referred to, and that's been discussed around the table before now. Need for further work around Te Waihora. So generally, you know, it's a fair amount of support for what we are doing. I guess also some comments there about you know, potential for carbon offsetting with commercial entities getting into biodiversity plantings, and that we should where we can, we should look to try and facilitate that as well, which to a degree we're having conversations with Orion, and we know that you know, some of the industry like Sinlay are getting involved in more restoration activities. Now moving on to staff recommendations. Native restoration plantings. So we've obviously got a whole bunch of restoration plantings going on across the district, both on our own land and on council land and on private land. Most of that is funded. The projects we're involved in are funded through the Selwyn Natural Environment Fund, and then also through the Strategic Partnerships Fund as well. Just a recommendation there around the removal of the wilding pine trees. So there needs to be some analysis done on exactly those trees, and but we've got that in train, and we're having discussions about that now. And then community and agency partnerships. So you know, what we do together usually. All our best work tends to be done in partnerships. So you know, that's a continuation of what we're doing really. That's BAU, and that also does involve the strategic partnerships. Again, the last page of staff recommendations around care protection. So that's something we've had some discussions with Councillor Lydia on, and that's something we're engaging with especially with the Arthur's Pass community and experts in that regard, that field around protection of care, to look at what we can do and how we can become more involved. And then working with mana whenua. So as part of our Selwyn biodiversity strategy, we will form a biodiversity working group to help define and develop our biodiversity work program. And our key partners in that working group will be mana whenua, along with other stakeholders. So, and I guess, we're also involved in like work with Taririkau Tuku and the restoration efforts at Waikekawai as well, where the environmental team are involved in as well. Kia ora.
Good, Andy. Thank you for that. Question, Elizabeth.
I'm just open it up. Just under the native restoration planting, close that. So involved in a number of native restoration planting projects across the district. It's within the existing building. Is there some way that we can add to that in the future? Because you're talking about funding and support will increase in future years, but I'm hoping that alternative funding and support will increase from outside of council in future years, particularly as this government's looking at being able to use those plantings for potential carbon credits. So I would love it, this first bit, to represent that we're looking outside of ourselves. So it's not always us, and to capture that.
Yeah, well, I guess when I started, one of the first jobs I recognised was that, we actually didn't have as much funding as we do now, which is, so we're lucky with the SNEF fund. But so what we needed to do and have continued to do is look at other funding sources like Central Plains Water, Manawa Energy, Rikaya Catchment Fund, and then also, I'm working with Bob and on the funding that Chet has got available in the Coleridge area, for instance. So yeah, we're definitely looking at those other sources is really key. And as you say, around carbon credits as well will be a key driver in the future.
Thank you. And Deborah?
Thank you. The first question I have is around community and agency partnerships to support for initiatives. We're looking at a proposed budget of 30K per year. And I just want to understand, when you're talking about the partnership arrangements, are they our strategic partners like Te Kakariki that we've agreed to fund, WET or the Ellesmere Trust?
Yes, where I saw value in that proposal was that we were involved in quite a number of projects. As an example, the Waimakariri weed control strategy up in the Waimakariri Basin. Having that fund gives us the opportunity to, I guess, have some skin in the game in terms of those key projects, and our investment won't be anywhere near what Environment Canterbury or Land Information New Zealand, LINZ, is going to be, but it just allows us to have some to have some input into those key projects going forward. So actually, Deb, no, it's not specific. It's not related to those strategic partnerships. So it's more working with agencies, or it could be working with mana whenua as well on other key projects.
It's just that earlier on we were assured that when we had a fund for those strategic partners, that they were not able to double dip and be separately funded by other projects throughout our LTP, that they stood autonomous.
And that's the answer that Andy's just given
and
us.
So that's the first point of clarification. The other part is weed control. We're doubling up with Environment Canterbury. We mentioned Environment Canterbury. We talk about working in partnership with them, but every time we go in partnership with ECAN, it's costing our ratepayers money. So shouldn't ECAN be actually trying to partner with us and fund through their funding initiatives, instead of us having to come along to the tea party and provide our own cups of tea or our own funding? Just a question.
As I said, in the future, control of weeds as a threat to Indigenous biodiversity is going to be the biggest cost going forward. And I know ECAN cover pretty much the entire cost, or MPI, of wild and pine control as an example, but we're seeing a proliferation of other weeds up in the high country. It's a huge threat, and ECAN are definitely putting in a big effort with it, but I don't see it as double dipping, because I don't think that the funds available are anywhere near meet the need. So I guess at the point where maybe we've got more funds than what we need, then there could be an element of double dipping, but I don't see that happening in the near future.
Okay, to me, it's just the principle of how we collect our rates from our ratepayer. And the wilding tree source, we've got additional budget is required and it's to be confirmed, and the staff recommendation is that we provide suitable funding. What funding are we talking about? How much? What's it going to cost? Where's the funding going to come from? There's no dollar values there. The others have got dollar values, or they're within an existing budget. This one here is to be confirmed.
Bob has got an answer over here. Bob?
Yeah, so since the original slide pack that went out to councillors, the recommendation has been revised. So if you see up on the screen there, that's the revised one. So no additional funding is required on the staff time for that. All we'll be doing is completing an investigation on what the wilding pine removal for Castleville Village and the replanting. So it's not actually going to sign council up to any funding. It's just an investigation of what it is actually going to cost and what will entail.
Okay, thank you.
Lydia.
I'll move the recommendation. I think that Andy, Denise and Johanna do a fantastic job, and I appreciate everything you do in your space. Looks good.
Thank you.
Sophie? Second it.
I don't mind who seconds it. I was going to, but just see, because we hadn't actually seen that bit, I just wanted to, that's a bit different to what was in our pack. And I'm just wondering whether the investigation of the removal then, seeing as there's no funding likely to be associated with it, whether there could be within the investigation some sort of assessment of whether the locals up there would be able to do some of the removal works themselves, mainly because, not that everybody else heard it, but when we had the reserve management plan hearings, it was clear that there were people who used to coordinate that, and they were certified to supervise that kind of work, and then the wood would get dished out to locals for, to burn as firewood and all that sort of stuff. Like they had a system that they would have liked to use to try and accelerate the removal of these species. That said, those trees are on reserve land, so it is our land. So if we're going to investigate something without putting a budget to make it happen quickly, it would be great to have the investigation include whether or not locals could do that work themselves, or a certain portion of it.
Yep, Bob.
At the latest Plan and Climate Change Committee, we did have a public forum item which spoke to this very thing, where the community would be willing to participate within that. Would have an external arborist, or whoever cuts the trees down, they would take it at cost, because the timber would probably make up for theirs. So council may just have to help out with any slash or anything like that. But that'd be part of the investigation. Would actually be trying to think alternative sources, not just council on the hook for the whole lot.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you, Andy. The next matter is climate change and sustainability on page 201.
We have Bob and Ben joining us.
All right. So as you see in the summary there, we had a range of submissions relating to climate change and sustainability across a broad spectrum. In general, the recommendations there is to support or continue with the work that we've proposed in there. There's specific recommendations in there relating to coastal protection and flooding protection that Murray can help answer, as well as one around biodiversity. But yeah, so that's my summary. Do you want anything else, or you want to?
No, I think that's good. The recommendations are there, and clear agenda, we can have those on screen. Councillor, is there anything particular you want to raise? Shane.
Thank you very much. Just in particular, I'd like to raise where the work with Te Taumotu in and around that area is, and the past submission from Tim Sanson out at Te Taumotu. Does that make up part of this?
Yes, Amy, maybe you could answer that question too. But council made a verbal submission to Environment Canterbury to ask them to change their district flood rate to also include coastal inundations. That was the main step forward in that process. if Environment Canterbury can fund half of the works, we can probably come up with half the work, the dollar value for those metal works for the first year, but going forward it will need to be Environment Canterbury.
So I raise that through the submission chain and we just await ECAN's decision making. Moving, oh sorry, Phil.
I just wanted to clarify that I understand. It's on that page there and the one after, they've both got figures saying that there's targeted rates. This page here is the targeted rates already included within the budget.
Yes, there is. So for Springfield, there's that $319,000, which is for design, but the cost to actually construct those diversion channels is not within this LTP. So that's still to be determined if it's us or Environment Canterbury. And the second part is Horata, it's under $1 million, and that is funding in the LTP again, which is for a pump station in the township, a permanent pump station, and some storage basins. But the upper catchment work is something that will be pursuing Environment Canterbury to progress.
Stay where you are, the next page. That 45,000 there, is that?
Sorry, so that's what I was talking about. That council could fund half. Environment Canterbury has estimated the cost to be $90,000 to build up that shingle bar, but that's a one-off cost. But then next year or within 2 weeks, it could be eroded away. So we're saying we'll pay for a one-time hit, but after that, that is it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Phil. Grant.
Similar to Phil's question, I just want a wee bit more clarity. The 989,000 for Horata, what rate specifically is that charged? Was that township drainage or stormwater?
Yeah, so it's a targeted stormwater district rate that's funding those
all
works.
All of Selwyn will be paying?
All Selwyn within townships with stormwater systems pay. Yep.
Thank you.
Elizabeth.
Yep, so just over the rainwater tanks, you're saying you can't require them or solar panels through the resource management consenting process, bit of a shame. And talking about exploring sustainable solutions with the sustainability plan, which will be developed, no financial implications. Is that something that possibly just, in terms of funding, that it's just going to be a recommendation to the public, or what's that kind of looking like?
So we currently have a sustainability plan under development. So whatever actions come out of that aren't actually developed, aren't actually approved by those council yet. So once we do actually have that plan in place and whatever the actions that do come out of it, then we'd be seeking any, if there is any financial implications through future annual plan processes. It could be right from education through to incentives, subsidies.
Cool. So the other question just was, we had a lot of specific flooding submissions come through. Do you feel that, because this is quite futuristic in terms of addressing those big time flood issues, in terms of the where is it here, temporary flood measures with a surface water engineer, do you feel that you'll be able to mitigate some of those problematic ones that came through in the submissions that are maybe affecting just a small area of the township?
Yeah, so there are some general flood budgets, and also yesterday councillors approved $30,000 for Kirwi, which is a specific flooding issue. And the budget is the rerunning and building the flood model, which will help us identify those flood-prone areas as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Just remover and seconder for this report, Malcolm and Phil. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. The next item is district planning.
Yeah, this is just for completeness. There was a range of submissions again, kind of discussing rezonings of their own properties or seeking things outside of what the LTP can deliver. So this is just a summary of those, and that the recommendation is that they are noted, but there's nothing specifically to action within this LTP.
Okay, mover and seconder, that will be noted. Thank you, Sophie and Malcolm. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Emergency management, general infrastructure, property engagement, consultation growth, other general comments. That was all.
Sorry, a lot of topics that sort of like were grouped up and
Pulled together.
little-
Yeah.
pulled together.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I just need to check one thing first. Could
Sure.
you just give me a moment?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Page 205.
So we're just, Al's been off-site today at a forum and he's coming back.
We may not need them. So let's just look. These are all the matters that were brought to us by submitters that staff have gone through and pulled out the submission points from. Are there any matters here that councillors feel need any further comment other than what staff have already pulled out? Otherwise, we will move that we receive this and the staff responses be noted. Is there a mover and seconder for that? Thank you, Elizabeth and Bob. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. We now have the Upper Selwyn huts.
Well, you'll be familiar with the issues connected with the Upper Selwyn huts. We had a number of submitters. 69 comments were provided, and they were in 4 categories. People raising concerns around the historical significance, inclusion of the district-wide rate and infrastructure concerns, and legal and process comments. And obviously, it's all around the council's decision to propose to have the huts vacated in 15 years, so it generated quite a bit of interest. So in terms of the recommendation, we suggested that there's a parallel process and that the hut people and the submitters need to engage in that process. And so we've taken that any comments put into the long-term plan will be taken as engagement material for the process around the Upper Selwyn huts. I guess the only matter that might be of interest in terms of the long-term plan is the district-wide rate issue, but I don't know if you want to deal with that here or just deal with it through the Upper Selwyn huts process. Happy to take questions or comments.
Thanks, Tim. So you're saying everything that we've received through this process will be carried over into the Selwyn hut specific process. We're not going to lose any comments in between or anything has been dismissed through this process. And when we get to the Selwyn huts process at the end of the submission period, although the wastewater conversation will be part of that, we won't have any, if there is any change to the budgets required at that point, it'll need a particular staff paper to come back to us with a recommendation, because we won't have, there's no plan at the current stage to change the funding within the long-term plan.
And I think that's the right way to do it, because otherwise we're going to take one decision in one process and try and marry decisions in another process. So I think what we're working at here makes sense.
Yes. Councillors, any comments on that process? Sophie?
I just want to say I'm definitely supportive of keeping hold of all those submissions, because one of the things that is always frustrating for people is you make a submission and then somebody goes, oh, that was the wrong time, can you make it again?
Yeah.
You don't actually want people to have to take time out unless there is a specific other issue that they need to mention or discuss. So this, among the various issues that we have in the way that we've been treating, that we've treated the huts historically, this is a good one.
Thanks, Sophie. Any further comments? Mover and seconder. Phil and Deborah. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The next item is the policies, page 192 through 197.
Where's Mark?
He's not here. I'll message him.
Mark's not here at the moment. So, Mary, have you contacted Mark?
Come on, Alison. Come on up.
Shall we just do the other one first?
The other one?
Yes.
Okay.
Page down.
Yeah.
We'll just park DCs for a wee while.
Move on to 195. I'm on a different slide pack. So whilst we track down Mark, we'll just move on to the next ones just now, which is financial and rating policies. 201 submissions on this. I won't go through every single line item, but would note we're not talking to the financial strategy here, we're talking to the policies. The strategy, both financial and infrastructure, sit outside of this process. So the comments made earlier just around the rates is financial strategy, not the revenue and financing policy that's in here. A number of comments made on each of them. Some people not supporting changes on affordable rates, things that we've heard in other discussions as well. In summary, on page 197 of Diligent, we have a number of policies listed there, and what we're asking Council to do is endorse these policies as noted on page 197.
Okay, is there any conversation on those policies? And so, sorry, which ones are we talking about here, Alison?
So we're talking on page 197.
Yes.
So we've got
Significance and engagement,
yep.
Māori contribution, revenue and financing,
yep.
rates remission, all of them that are on there?
Correct.
Okay. DCs we'll do after this.
Yep, we've skipped onto this one, Deborah, whilst we retrieve.
Just waiting for the right
Mark.
people.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, so let's, the conversation is just on the policies that are on page 197. Does anybody have any questions on those particular policies? Grant.
Is the revenue and financing where we talked about the rate?
No, that's financial strategy.
And when will we be talking about that?
That will be adopted as part of the long-term plan.
Do you want me to move an amendment from the LTP process to give you some direction? How do you wish me to address that?
Yeah, what conversation, Alison, will happen here? Otherwise, is that just going to land on a council agenda?
So both the financial strategy and the infrastructure strategy and asset management plans will need to be amended in some shape or form based on any changes that comes out of discussion today. So these ones will need to come back, from what I understand, to a subsequent meeting. So when we look to adopt the long-term plan, my understanding, Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, that those will be tabled at that meeting?
Yes, I think what Grant is actually asking, yes, Grant, you will need to make an amendment because that's what flows through into that policy.
Second amendment to that policy that the cap be 16%.
And I will second that.
It's been moved by Grant and seconded by Deborah. If we could just note on screen what we're talking about and what the amendment is. The cap of 16% in any 1 year.
May I ask a question?
Yes. Sophie.
Is the 16% or the 20% or whatever it ends up being, is that the average across everyone, or is that the maximum for any particular household? And if so, how many rating units are predicted to go above 16% this year?
The 15.6 we're sitting with just now and the 16 is the average. I don't have the numbers to hand just now around where the variables are above and beyond that.
So if there's anyone who's predicted to have an increase of 16.1%, they're not suddenly going to get dropped down to 16
no,
because
that's why we've always said the 15.6 is the average. So there will be some that are above that, and there will be some that may be below that as well.
So 15,000 people above, 15,000 homes above, and 15,000 homes below.
Yes.
Yep. Grant.
Look, I'm prepared to accept the average. I mean, that's what we've been working on. I think we all understand that due to vagaries of property valuation, there will be unders and overs. If you were to go to that extent of trying to do every single property, it'd just be unworkable. So at least a degree of workability around the amendment.
Malcolm.
I just want to know if this will hamstring our staff into the way in which they operate and end up with us having to do a variation to our long-term plan should we have a hiccup. I think we've already been told by our staff that there's no intention to go to 20%, but it gives them the leeway to enable us to do that in an emergency should we have to. It is not a target to hit. It is a matter of giving our staff room to move. And I'm concerned that and if we have it too low, we'll end up back around this table and we'll incur a whole lot more expense and having to relitigate and do an amendment to an LTP.
Thanks, Malcolm. Yeah, I don't want it to be a high number. I just think it needs to be realistic so that we don't find ourselves coming back and having to go through an LTP amendment, because we will be going through an annual plan process. We can't set a rate without going through an annual plan process, and whether that number is 8, 10, 12, 15 or 20, that we'll have to talk to the community about that at the time. I would like us to think about having a number that reflects the inflationary costs that councils are under, which is the cost of inflation, the construction index, which more fairly reflects the level of inflation that council is under, rather than the community often references CPI, which is the household inflation cost, which doesn't reflect the costs on us as a council. And so if we had a base that had that percentage plus an arbitrary number that we pick that gives us some flexibility, say 10%, then it would fluctuate each year. But council, our community would be able to see that our number is reflective in the increase in inflation, not just the jump in any particular year. So yeah, I would actually like us to have some guidance on why we pick a number. Which is that going to come back to the future meeting, Alison, that you mentioned, or by us choosing this today, does that mean there's no future discussion about it when we set the LTP?
No, there will be a subsequent discussion on it. And I mean, 16, I think, Malcolm, your comment as well, whether it's 16, 17 or whatever that number would be. So we've done the average across the long-term plan, and that's sitting at 8.5%. And we were always going to put a number plus the narrative that gave us that ability to adjust for inflation as well. 16, based on our numbers as they are, is probably sufficient from what we've seen. But I think to Malcolm's point, what we can't predict is whether there's an event that means our cost base changes, and that's something we're not aware of, we can't control. But based on what we have just now, 16 would be a suitable number to have in there.
Okay, thank you. So that staff recommend council endorse the policies below, and that we endorse the amendment to the finance and revenue policy that the average rates increase in any 1 year of the long-term plan. Like, what do you need there as language that gives you the direction about? We know what we're talking about, but how do we be clear here?
So the narrative that will need to go in is endorsing these and an amendment to the financial strategy that has that carve out that we've just discussed around the 16% plus inflation.
No, that's not my. No, that is not my amendment.
It's just a flat 16% you're talking,
it's
Grant.
16%.
Yeah,
we're not. That's that doesn't work. I mean, is this the right reply now, or are we?
Yeah, right reply. Yeah, good.
This is intended for the very purpose, the reverse of what you were saying. It should be difficult. It should be challenging. You know, the current inflation rate in New Zealand at the moment, averaging, is about 5%. And we're talking 16, and we want a max of 20. We've got a part to play in bringing inflation down in New Zealand as well as everyone else. Yeah. This sort of carrying on and denial of where we are, it's not sustainable. I want to make it hard. I want us to be diligent in making sure that every time we look at our rates, we're trying to get it down to a manageable level for our communities. So it should be challenging. It should be hard. I don't think 16% is hard.
Grant, you happy to move both of those as they are there?
Well, I think I'll move the amendments first.
Okay. Deborah's seconded the amendment. Council endorsed the amendment to the finance strategy. The average rates increase is capped at 16%. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Now we have both of them together. As the motion, staff recommends that we endorse the policies below and that the rates increase is kept at 16%. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Great. The next item are the policies. Now that Mark's here, do we want to go back to DCs?
Yeah, so development contribution policy. So the key focus of this was actually on the, in terms of submissions, was on the introduction of the community infrastructure DC, which is a new contribution that we were putting forward. And overall, there was a high level of support from the submissions that were received on that particular issue for including that. There were also quite a few people that thought we should be taking more DCs and to offset rates. That was often the comment, that we need to take more to offset rates. There are a few that opposed some of the policy changes, and particularly that related to a submission from Somerset in relation to the retirement village and the HUI, the way that HUIs have been calculated for those. Just moving on to the recommendations. In terms of the topics, including public toilets, so they were, they are actually covered under our DC policy in terms of community infrastructure, so we covered those. They're both covered under that and reserves. There was one about including funding of infrastructure for elderly. Clearly, we do that, but we can't target particular people in the population. And so DC calculations in terms of funding debt include assessment of interest rates relating to capital expenditure. Contributions should be made to schools. Again, it's out of our remit in a legal perspective. And similarly, the pollution charge is also not something that we can include. It's not related to growth in particular. There's also one on, it's basically going further in terms of town planning and local infrastructure. And part of our, we're always picking up the growth element of projects that might be beyond the actual development itself. So we're already doing that as part of the policy and the way that we administer the policy. Operations, further increases in DC. So we don't recommend that. I mean, we follow a process that's set down fairly rigidly in legislation, and there's also some quite stringent guidelines around that. We apply those as best we can to optimize the amount of development contribution that we can take, and we can only apply that to the growth community and to those that benefit from the growth. So in terms of additional capacity, so we are limited by that in terms of how we can apply DCs.
Mark, thank you for that. I think that's good, and it's great that you've given us a summary of the responses to the things that were raised. I know there's been some questions on this topic. So, Deborah.
Just one question, and I guess it was the request to change the HUI for retirement units, and the staff recommendation is staff recommend that consideration is given to undertaking an independent assessment. And then overall, the staff comment that no further changes are made to the draft DC policy pending capital budgets being approved. So I just see that in contradiction to how it's actually written. And I just want to make a comment that if you are looking at a reduction for lifestyle retirement villages, please look carefully at this, because we have a lot of lifestyle villages for aged people in our district that aren't lifestyle, but they're for the similar structure to what's provided by individual units supplied by a retirement home. They just have a different way of looking at how they actually have a body corporate. And they have a garage. They use our roading, they'll use our community because they are individual units. And also others will have family that will visit the home, so they will use the roads. And also goods and services are delivered to these facilities via our roads. And one of the issues that they wanted a discount on was transport and reserves. So I'm just highlighting the equity issue, and I do like the comment that we have to actually treat fairly all residents across our whole district with regards to age. So I just want to highlight that if you are going to look at that, look at it carefully against other methods of how we actually treat our lifestyle villages within our community, and mindful of the precedent that you could be setting. Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora. My comments are on the same topic, to be honest. I'm actually quite concerned by when groups like Somerset basically try to reduce their bottom line when they're building new services. And some of that does come from the fact that I have relatives who live in one of their villages, and they are seeing a constant decrease in the level of service that's provided while the management costs go up. The other part is that we've got, we're in the process of developing our ageing strategy, and a good portion of that is around addressing things like loneliness and facilities and accessibility around the community and everything else. And I feel like the proposal from this operator is almost around how do we justify keeping our elderly within the gates of the complex so that they don't need to use everything else, rather than engaging with the community around them. So I guess in that sense, I don't really want, I'm not against there being an investigation, because they come back to us every LTP and ask very similar questions. I guess I'm asking that we make sure that we look at it very holistically in terms of social well-being as well as just the economics of the project. Kia ora.
Thanks, Sophie.
Thanks, Sophie. Right.
Just a wee bit of clarity. A question which has been raised, I think, when Mark Alexander was a councillor here, was: is there an opportunity to collect a DC, particularly on quarries, around the damage to roads? We suggested at the time a per tonne rate might be charged below the weighbridge, given the significant damage they do to our roads. Is that possible, or is that was that ever pursued?
Yeah, I think it's probably related more to something you might put on a condition of resource consent rather than a development contribution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second thing, I'm going to grab the bull by the horns and propose an amendment that you do not give consideration to an independent assessment. That just appeared to be naked self-interest, and it wasn't going to benefit the residents. So I propose that we don't waste staff time. So I'll put that up for amendment.
I'll second that, given the opposition to the last one. Just so it's clear.
Thanks. So it's basically the reverse of what's there.
It's reverse what they don't waste staff time on it. No, it's a no.
Because overall staff recommend no further changes.
Otherwise, it'll go ahead.
Yeah, it's a change from the staff recommendation, so it does, because it's led from us.
You don't have to support it if you don't want to.
Yes,
it's an amendment.
Amendments here. Let's deal with the amendment. It's been moved and seconded by Grant and Deborah. Any discussion on the amendment itself?
No.
No. All those in favour of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Declare it carried. Any further conversation on the DC policy in total? Grant, do you have anything else?
Sorry.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, I'm not all over what the DC contributions are, because I just hear bits and pieces out in the community. But my question is everything else we've talked about goes up with inflation? Does DCs, are they static, or do they also go up with inflation? I mean, how do they work?
We have previously.
Sorry, I was going to say, just the answer to that we can actually cover outside of this. There's quite a lot that goes on about what a DC is about, rather than taking the meeting up now. They change over time. We review them annually or every 3 years through this process. Any further comments on DCs? Mover and seconder for the total then. Malcolm, thank you. Lydia, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. That now brings us, any other policies, Jen? So on our agendas, I've just listed any other matters because I just wanted to make sure that there weren't things that councillors had noted that they felt hadn't been covered over the last 2 days. Is there anything in that list? No, good. That brings us to the end of our deliberations for the next. Oh, did anyone? Sorry, I didn't see anyone. I think staff have done a really good job at going through and making sure that they didn't just leave it to councillors to find these. They actually brought them to our attention, and that's why we've spent a really good 2 days going through all the stuff. So thanks staff. I think it's been a really good process over these 2 days. I want to thank councillors for your consideration, for the voting, and for the decisions. We will have a final report that comes to council on the 3rd of July for adoption. I'm just going to ask Sharon just to note the auditing process that we now run through between now and then, and the inability for us to make further changes beyond today into that process. So what we receive on the 3rd of July is what we have decided here, and there's further processes to go, Sharon.
Yeah, no, and Alison might chip in, but basically the finance team will now take all of this information and run through. We have and finalise the LTP for the auditors coming in on the 5th of June. So yeah, we have no ability now to make any further changes. So.
Yeah, and I think the finance team will take a few days to do that. Once that's happened, it then goes over to Tim Mason's team to make sure all those changes are reflected in the infrastructure strategy and asset management plans as well.
Thanks. Sophie, you had a question?
Yeah, it's not actually LTP related. It's no. It's because we're in the room. We've had some emails around ECAN's representation review, and the deadline for feedback is this weekend, and we haven't actually discussed it.
We're not going to talk about that during deliberations.
I know, but
so I'll close the meeting, and then if you want to have a discussion, we can talk about that afterwards. So yeah, we'll close the deliberations and thank everyone. Una here, te po, kia wātia, ai, kua wātia, the po are removed. Thank you, everyone. It's been good. Sophie, do you want to?
I guess the question is, are we going to be submitting any feedback to that preliminary representation review? And if so, when do we figure out what we're going to say?
So we've asked for an extension.